Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Ting as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts Attributes. Chapter 104, 1111, Yarmab. A fighter, martial warrior didn't mean a martial warrior who knew how to fight. Martial warriors already possessed certain abilities, which martial warrior didn't know how to fight. Compared to ordinary people, they were naturally beyond their reach. However, many martial warriors didn't want to go onto the fighter's path. They just treated the martial warrior path as an experience and used it to seek higher positions. It was like a degree. In many big companies, people with low education found it difficult to seek higher positions unless they were very competent and got promoted exclusively. But this was just the minority. Only people with a certain degree and decent capabilities could become directors or CEOs. In this martial arts era, many positions with real power could only be taken by martial warriors. The martial warriors who didn't participate in battles and took office positions were non-fighter martial warriors. Of course, the fighter martial warriors were slightly different from people like Chai Yu too. Chai Yu only apprehended criminals in the city. He had the ability, but he couldn't be compared to someone like Wang Tang, who had killed numerous star beasts in the Xingu continent, or the martial warriors who fought with their lives on the battlefield. He could only be considered an actual combat martial warrior. Only someone who had experienced many battles was a fighter martial warrior. These two kinds of martial warriors might be on the same star level, but the true ability of fighter and martial warriors was higher than actual combat martial warriors. If they had a duel, the fighter martial warriors would have an 80% chance of winning. This was why Chai Yu's expression changed abruptly when he sensed the aura on Wang Ting. He couldn't be wrong. This was definitely the aura of a fighter martial warrior. Also, Wang Ting had become a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Chai Yu looked at the smiling young man standing in front of him. His throat suddenly felt a little dry. "Young Master Wang, you're too polite. This is just a formality. We only need to take your statement." Chai Yu swallowed his saliva secretly as he smiled in embarrassment and said, Chai Yu wasn't afraid of Wang Tang. The power of the City Protection Bureau couldn't be moved by a mere 3-star martial warrior. He just felt that there was no need to be on bad terms with this person. He recorded Wang Tang's statement absent-mindedly and then got up. He wanted to leave with his men. His subordinates beside him were shocked. What was wrong with their leader? This didn't seem like his usual self. "Oh, right, this child," Chai Yu said, hesitantly as he looked at Dao Du, who was sleeping soundly in Li Xiumei's arms. "This child just lost her parents. I'm worried about her. Can you let her stay at my house for the time being?" Li Xiumei asked. "Of course. Then I'll have to trouble Mrs. Wang to take care of her." Chai Yu smiled and replied politely, "If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Have a safe trip." Wang Tang sent them to the door and then returned to the living room. He looked at Li Xiumei and asked, "Mom, what do you plan to do with Dao Du?" Wang Tang knew the child in Li Xiumei's arms. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at her pitiful state and remembered her encounter. He didn't know what to do either. "Let her stay at our house first. In the past, I heard her mother saying that Wang Fugui's relatives aren't good people. After Wang Fugui got rich, they wanted to take advantage of him. They knew that Dao Du was their only child, so some people wanted to arrange a child betrothal between her and their son. Others wanted Wang Fugui to adopt their son as his. What kind of people are they? What intention do they have? If Dao Du landed in their hands, her future is hard to predict." Li Xiumei was filled with righteous indignation as she spoke. She almost slammed the table and cursed. These people don't have any capabilities, so they wanted to take the result of others. Wang Tang smiled. "Don't be angry. You don't even know them. There's no point. Since you're worried, we can let Dao Du stay in our house. We can afford to feed another mouth. If those people dare to cause trouble, I will let them understand why the flower is red. You little brat. Ever since you started practicing martial arts, you have become more and more violent. Also, you chopped off that person's arm directly." I felt a chill in my heart. "Aren't you worried about scaring your mother?" Li Xiumei said angrily. "I was worried about your safety." Wang Tang laughed awkwardly. He felt a little guilty. He could kill others without blinking his eyes, but in front of Li Xiumei he couldn't stand up to her. Your mom was forever your mom. All right, I'm too lazy to lecture you. I don't care about anything, but you must ensure your safety, said Li Xiumei. Okay, I will evade any dangers and make sure that I remain safe, Wang Teng promised hurriedly. Li Xiumei nodded. You have a few days until school starts. Don't run away now. Your grandfathers had already asked for you many times. Let's find a day to organize your graduation banquet. All right, Wang Teng nodded. He asked, Oh, right, Mom. Didn't I give you the consent to buy a house in Deer Garden? Why didn't you buy a house there? The security there is excellent. Something like this won't happen there. Li Xiumei smiled uncontrollably when she heard this. We went to take a look. We can afford the smaller apartments, but your dad wants to buy a villa. However, he didn't have enough money, so he couldn't buy it. She couldn't help but remember Wang Shengguo's frustrated look when they went to see the house that day. It was a rare sight. Wang Teng burst out laughing. So this was the reason, he asked. How much does a villa cost there? The one that your dad had his eyes on is the same size as our current house. However, it costs 300 million. Your dad recently invested in a project, so he doesn't have much liquid capital, Li Xiumei said. Over V. Merely. The houses at Deer Garden were really expensive. Wang Teng was secretly shocked. However, he still said, Let's go and take a look together tonight. I recently hit the jackpot. We can buy the villa immediately, and you can move over as soon as possible. It will make me less worried. He had just earned 500 million and needed to fork out 300 million already. It was always so easy to spend money. Son, did you hear me correctly? It's 300 million, not 30 million. Where did you get so much money? Li Xiumei didn't take it to heart. She thought that Wang Teng had heard wrong. Your son is a martial warrior now? Earning 300 million is a simple task, Wang Teng said delightedly. Don't tease me. I know that martial warriors earn money easily, but you need time. Besides, your level has to be really high in order to earn more. You just became a martial warrior not long ago. How can you earn so much money so quickly? Li Xiumei refused to believe him. I'm very strong. Forget it. There's no point in saying too much. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Wang Teng took out his phone and showed Li Xiumei his bank balance. 10,000, 10,580 million. Li Xiumei was confused. She looked at the number on the phone and started counting it again. Then she exclaimed in astonishment. You really have so much money. How did you do it? She had seen such large amounts of money before, but this money was earned by her son also. He only had a short time to make this amount of money. She found it unrealistic. You know that the principal of Jixin Martial House put me in a powerful elite martial warrior team. They brought me to the Xingwu continent and we killed many rare star beasts there. The materials on these star beasts were sold at high prices. I got this money after splitting the profits. Wang Teng pulled out Lin Zan and his teammates. He knew that Li Xiumei would only feel at ease if he said that he went out with an elite martial warriors team. Chapter 152. Everyone has it tough. You can only save yourself. Wang Teng had to explain for a long time before he finally made Li Xiumei accept the fact that he had earned 580 million in a month. Li Xiumei took the phone and counted the numbers again and again. She didn't seem tired of doing it. I guess my mother is a money lover. Wang Teng thought to himself helplessly as he stood at the side. In the afternoon, he decided to stay at home to accompany Li Xiumei. After what she experienced, even if Li Xiumei remained calm on the surface, Wang Teng could tell that her heart wasn't as peaceful as her face. Li Xiumei didn't say anything, so Wang Teng wouldn't bring it out directly. His mother had her pride, too. Yanqing staggered as he walked on a small path in the mountain. His wound had stopped bleeding, but his face was extremely pale because of the loss of blood. He carried his broken arm in his left hand and gritted his teeth as he walked up the mountain. Half an hour later, he stopped in front of a tomb. Yanqing walked forward and dropped to his knees. He looked at the tombstone in front of him in silence. He kneeled until the sun set. Then he finally opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Dad, Mom, was I wrong? Maybe I shouldn't have attacked the young girl. But I feel so much hatred. Why are the evil people still living freely while I have to guard your tombs and suffer terribly every day? What did I do wrong by killing them? Yanqing looked up at the sky and screamed. No outsiders would be able to understand his pain. The next second, he started choking with sobs. He kneeled in front of the tomb and cried like a homeless child. Buddhism had this saying, everyone has it tough. You can only save yourself. No one knew if Yanqing would be able to save himself at this moment at night. At 7 o'clock, Wang Shengguo finally came home. Li Xiumei hadn't told him the afternoon's events, so he was still clueless. When he walked into his house and saw the little girl sitting quietly on the sofa, he was stunned. "Dodo?" He seemed a little uncertain. He hurriedly shouted at Li Shumei in the kitchen, "Dear, what happened?" "Keep your voice down." "Don't scare the child." Li Shumei rushed out of the kitchen and replied angrily, "All right, I'll be quieter." Wang Shengguo immediately lowered his tone and asked in a soft voice, "If I remember correctly, that is Wang Fugui's daughter, right? Why is she in our house?" "Wang Fugui's family is gone." Li Shumei sighed. "Gone?" Wang Shengguo repeated in confusion. "What does she mean? Why can't I understand?" "Yes," Li Shumei nodded. Then she told Wang Shengguo the whole story. "This is a huge matter. Why didn't you tell me? Also, why did you rush forward? It was so dangerous." Wang Shengguo's expression changed when he finished listening to his wife. He could feel the lingering fears in her heart. The situation was critical. "If I hadn't done anything, the young man would have killed Daodu. She's just a small child. How can I bear to watch her die?" Li Shumei said. "You sigh." Wang Shengguo let out a breath. He didn't know what to say to Li Shumei. Standing from his point of view, he didn't want Li Shumei to take any risk. However, from Li Shumei's point of view, if she didn't do anything after seeing this scene, the seeds of guilt would be planted in her heart. She wouldn't be able to overcome this emotion. In fact, she might not be able to feel at ease her entire life. A clear conscience. It sounded simple, but it was very hard to put into action. There were so many people at the scene, but only Li Shumei had acted. This was the human heart. Life is unpredictable. Wang Fugui did many charity projects over the past few years, but he's still unable to escape this ending. Wang Fugui lamented, "Poor Daodu, she lost her parents at such a young age. What would she do in the future? Every effect comes with a cause. Some matters cannot be wiped out just because you did charity." Wang Teng walked down from the stairs and said calmly, "I don't think that the young man is wrong. Wang Fugui killed his parents. He had the right to take revenge." Wang Shengguo looked at Wang Teng. He knew what Wang Teng did from Li Xiaomei. Hence, his expression was complex. He felt relieved and emotional. "Why did you chop off his arm then? You already knew that he didn't want to kill your mom and just wanted to scare her. When you cut his arm, you created a grudge out of nothing." Wang Shengguo looked at him and said, "First, it doesn't matter whether he wanted to kill my mom or not. Since he acted, he needed to bear the consequences. Second, survival of the fittest. I'm stronger than him, so I have the final say. I only let him go with an arm because he didn't want to kill mom and his background is very pitiful. If not, I would have cut off his head." Wang Teng was straightforward and spoke maliciously. Wang Shengguo looked at him intently. He sighed. "You have grown up and have your own way of dealing with things. I feel proud of you. Why do you keep talking about killing people? You sound like a serial killer." Li Xiaomei glared at him and said, Oh, how did I become a serial killer?" However, since it was his mom, Wang Teng admitted defeat. He said hurriedly, "You're right. Your son will definitely be a kind person in the future. Stop using your glib tongue. Go and wash your hands and prepare to eat." Li Xiaomei left the father and son alone and went into the kitchen to cook. After some time, the dishes were placed on the table. Li Xiaomei carried Dodo over and put her on the seat beside Wang Teng. She was very small, so when she sat on the chair, only her head could be seen above the table. This young girl had remained silent after she woke up in the afternoon. She didn't cry nor kick up a fuss. She just sat on the sofa and twirled her hands anxiously. "Dodo, are you hungry? Do you want to eat with Auntie, Uncle, and Brother Wang Teng?" Li Xiaomei squatted beside her and coaxed her gently. The little girl nodded and said in a cute, childish voice, "Okay, Mom, she's too small. She can't reach the food. You need to make her chair higher," Wang Teng said. "I know, I'm thinking of a way." Li Xiaomei walked around the living room as she tried to find something to make Dodu's chair higher. "Auntie, I can eat like this. I can reach the food." Dodu crawled up and kneeled on the chair as she said each word slowly. "How can you do that? Your knees will hurt from kneeling," Li Xiaomei said worriedly and hurriedly carried her down. Wang Teng thought for a moment and brought down a pile of books from his room. He stacked them on the chair and said, "Here, this is high enough." "Thank you, Brother Wang Teng." Dodu looked at Wang Teng and said softly, "Good girl, let's eat." Wang Teng rubbed her head and messed up her mushroom-shaped hair. This feeling was quite good. The four people ate their meal. Li Xiaomei sat on Daodu's left and kept taking food for her. She asked her what she liked to eat and if she needed someone to feed her. However, Dodo insisted on eating herself, even though she seemed a little clumsy. Very soon her face got dirty. Chapter 153. Jealousy Caused Me to Fall Apart. After the meal, Wang Teng's family drove to Deer Garden. Li Xiumei was carrying Dodo in her arms, who remained quiet. Li Xiumei had told Wang Shengguo and Wang Teng earlier that she was usually very lively. This wasn't her usual self. The family of three was worried about this child. She had just received an enormous stimulation. What if she couldn't let it go? Dodo, what snacks do you want to eat? Shall I buy some for you later? Li Xiumei attempted to open up her heart. Thank you, Auntie. I don't eat snacks. Dodo shook her head and whispered, Then what about some Barbie dolls? Let's buy a pretty one. Li Xiumei didn't give up. She pondered for some time and opened her mouth again. Auntie, there's no need. Dudu lowered her head and said. Li Xiumei felt helpless. She looked at Wang Teng and wanted to seek his help. Wang Teng shrugged. How would he know how to coax a child? Deer Garden? Wang Shengguo drove his car to the sales department. It was in the evening, so there were a lot of staff and customers in the sales department. Good evening. The moment they entered the lobby of the sales department, a sales manager wearing a black suit welcomed them. The sales managers in Deer Garden's sales department were all good-looking. The quality of people was quite high. You must be Mr. Wang, right? You came before. The male sales manager smiled and said, Oh, you still remember me? Wang Shengguo was surprised. Of course, I remember all my clients, the sales manager said. This was what he said on the surface. Actually, the sales manager remembered Wang Shengguo because he didn't bring enough money the last time. He had left a stronger impression on him. Since you know me, things will be easier. Can you bring me to the villa I looked at the last time? This time, my son will be paying. Wang Shengguo didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he was very proud. The sales manager looked at Wang Teng in surprise. He knew the price of the villas in Deer Garden clearly. At first, he thought that Wang Shengguo had prepared the money one way or another. He didn't expect this young man to be the one paying. Can he afford it? This doubt flashed past the sales manager's mind. However, he didn't raise it verbally. He was just a sales manager. He didn't have the right to look down on a person who was able to present the credentials to buy a house here. Thus, he nodded his head hurriedly and smiled. All right, the the four of you can follow me. He almost missed the little girl. The sales manager brought Wang Teng and his family out of the sales department. There was a special coach meant for touring the estates. He fetched them to the front of the villa. The sales manager took out the keys and opened the door. Wang Teng followed Wang Shengguo and toured the house. Overall, it was not bad. The lighting, layout, and design were compatible with the Wang family's taste. Quality of renovation in Deer Garden was quite high, so it was able to satisfy their needs. They didn't need to renovate this house again. As for the furniture, they needed to purchase them individually. But as long as they had the money, this wasn't a problem. What do you think, son? Asked Wang Shengguo. As long as you like it. I plan to buy a house for you all to live in, Wang Teng said. Li Xiumei and Wang Shengguo gave a comforting smile. One could tell that they liked this villa. I'll take this block. Let's sign the agreement. Wang Shengguo turned around and spoke to the sales manager. The sales manager was delighted in his heart. He was jumping up and down. If he was able to complete this transaction, he could earn a high commission. All right, let's go and sign the agreement now. The few of them went back to the sales department. Sales manager invited Wang Teng and his family into an office room and personally served them some tea and pastries. Would you like to make a full payment or pay in installments? The sales manager looked at Wang Teng instinctively when he said this.
I'll make a full payment, Wang Teng said. Is there any discount if we make a full payment?
Wang Shengguo asked from the side. Yes. If you make a full payment, the highest discount we can give you is 3%. You will also be able to enjoy 3 years of property management for free, the sales manager said. Then he thought of something. Oh, our company has another rule. If the buyer is a martial warrior, he can enjoy a 10% discount. 10%? Wang Shengguo was flabbergasted. He glanced at Wang Shengguo uncontrollably. This company was so generous. A 10% discount meant that this 300 million house would cost 270 million now. It was a 30 million discount. Indeed, martial warriors would get benefits everywhere they went. The rumors were true. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei looked at each other. They had the same thought. Yes, this is a discount for martial warriors. Normal people won't be able to enjoy it, the sales manager said with envy. I love a company like yours here. This is my martial warrior credential. Wang Teng was straightforward. He took out his martial warrior documents and placed them on the table. The sales manager. He looked at the little booklet on the table and suddenly felt stunned. That was just a casual remark. He didn't expect there to be a martial warrior in this family, and it was the young man who was making the purchase. No wonder he could afford the house. When this thought went through his mind, the sales manager became even more polite and said cautiously, "I need to verify it." "Sure." Wang Tang nodded. Sales manager took out a device and scanned the martial warrior credential. He confirmed Wang Tang's identity. "Mr. Wang, your identity has been verified. You can enjoy the 10% discount from our company." The sales manager passed the martial warrior credential back to Wang Tang respectfully. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei felt proud and complicated at the same time. Next, they proceeded with the house buying. They paid and signed the contract. A slash of the card and 300 million was gone. Fortunately, they had the house. After they bought all the furniture, they could move in right away. "Have a nice day." The sales manager sent Wang Tang and his family to the door and watched them leave in their car. When he returned to the lobby, a few other sales managers immediately gathered around him. "Brother Lin, did the family make a purchase just now?" "Yes." "They took out 300 million just like that." The sales manager who had received Wang Tang and his family said, "Tisk, tisk, 300 million, Brother Lin. You can buy a house with your commission this time." The other sales managers were extremely jealous. Such rich people. "Brother Lin, how much discount did you give them?" 10%. "What? 10%? There's a martial warrior among them." The other sales managers were dumbfounded. "That's right. The young man is a martial warrior. He's the one who paid for the house," the sales manager replied. "Martial warriors? They are wealthy and enjoy all kinds of benefits." "Jealousy is causing me to fall apart in the car," Wang Tang said. "Dad, Mom, find time tomorrow and buy some furniture. Move as quickly as possible. It's safer there." "All right, we will take a look tomorrow," Wang Shengguo said. After they reached home, Li Shumei threw Dao to Wang Tang and asked him to help take care of her for a moment while she tidied and arranged Daodu's room in the living room. Wang Tang and Dudu sat opposite on the sofa and stared at each other. Chapter 154, Dudu's Tears. Wang Tang stared at the little person on the sofa opposite him and admitted defeat after a while. He opened his mouth and asked, "Dodu, do you want to watch cartoons?" Dodu shook her head. "Then do you want to eat an apple?" Wang Tang picked up the apple on the table and asked. Dodu shook her head again. "Chocolate?" She shook her head. "Biscuit?" She shook her head. "Milk?" "Brother Wang Tang, are you hungry?" Dodu stared at Wang Tang innocently. Wang Tang held the milk in his hand, and the smile at the edge of his lips froze. When Li Shumei came out, she saw Wang Tang on the sofa with a helpless expression. Dodu was sitting beside him innocently. "What is the matter with you?" Li Shumei asked in shock. "Nothing. I just want some peace and quiet." Wang Tang waved his hand and said, "Lix Yume. Dodu, what is wrong with your brother Wang Tang?" She turned and asked Dodu. Dodu shook her head, opening her eyes wide to express her innocence and oblivion. "Forget it. Let's ignore him. Come, let's go take a bath." Li Shumei carried Dodu up and ignored the person who was pretending to be dead on the sofa. She climbed up the stairs without a care. Dodu popped her head out behind Li Shumei's neck. She looked at Wang Tang curiously. Wang Tang sighed. He actually lost to a little girl. He was such a failure. When he was bemoaning his fate on the sofa and questioning his life, his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. Bai Wei had sent him a message. "Bai Wei, Brother Wang Tang, are you back?" When Wang Tang was on the Xingu continent, Bai Wei had sent him many messages. Wang Tang didn't have time to reply to her. He didn't expect her to message him again. This young lady's frequency of messaging was a little high. "Wang Tang, I'm back." Bai Wei immediately sent a surprised expression. "Bai Wei, Brother Wang Tang, where did you go and play? You didn't contact us the entire summer break." "Wang Tang, I went to the Xingu continent." He didn't hide his whereabouts. It wasn't something secretive anyway. "Bai Wei, you went to the Xingu continent?" "Odo, Wang Tang, yes." "Bai Wei, that's impressive." "Brother Wang Tang, you have already gone to the Xingu continent." Wang Tang, yes." "Bai Wei, that's impressive." "Brother Wang Tang, you have already gone to the Xingu continent." Wang Tang sent a husky emoticon that was laughing with its hands on its waist. "Bai Wei, is the scenery in the Xingu continent beautiful? Did you take any pictures? Send some to me?" Wang Tang shook his head. The scenery in the Xingu continent was indeed beautiful, but he didn't have the mood to notice it. What he felt the most was danger and eeriness. For instance, the formidable star beasts and the mysterious dark apparitions. However, before he became a martial warrior, his impression of the Xingu continent was an exotic place with beautiful scenery. The comparison made him a little emotional. Wang Tang sent an emoticon that was smiling awkwardly. Wang Tang, I forgot to take pictures. I will take some next time. By way, what a pity, but I forgive you. Remember to take pictures the next time. I'm so envious that you can go to the Xingwu continent. Wang Tang, I will. I will. The two of them chatted for a while. Then Wang Tang finally managed to find an excuse to stop the conversation. He heaved a sigh of relief uncontrollably. Just when he was about to put his phone back, he received another message. Lin Chuhan, school is starting soon. Are you back? Wang Tang, I just came back. Well, I have been back for only 3 days, so I'm not lying. Wang Tang nodded to himself. Lin Chuhan, where did you go during the summer break? Why didn't you reply to my message? Wang Tang, the Xingwu continent. Lin Chuhan, the Xingwu continent. Is he already so far ahead? Lin Chuhan was secretly stunned. She felt a sudden pressure and a sense of urgency. She must not lag too far behind him. Lin Chuhan was extremely curious about the Xingwu continent. She kept asking Wang Tang questions out of excitement. Wang Tang picked those that he could answer to satisfy her curiosity. Half an hour later, he ended the conversation. Wang Tang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ding dong. Another message was received. Wang Tang looked at the phone in his hand. His eyes twitched. Lin Chuxia, brother-in-law, my sister told me that you are back. Wang Tang, is there an end to this? What is wrong with these ladies? Wang Tang could only gather his strength to handle his sister-in-law. 0 minutes later, Wang Tang finally finished dealing with Lin Chuxia. He sighed. Women are scary. He turned off his phone without thinking. Damn it. Let's see who still wants to send me messages. My phone is out of battery. It shut down. Li Shumei carried Dodo down the stairs. The little fellow had finished bathing. After getting clean, she looked like a china doll. They had spent a long time upstairs. Wang Tang wondered what they were doing. Li Shumei asked Aunt Chen to buy the pajamas Dodo was wearing in the afternoon. She also made her buy some daily necessities. Wang Tang felt that Li Shumei had plans to let Dodo live in their house long term. Son, play with Dodo. I will cook some supper for both of you. Li Shumei placed Dodo on the sofa beside Wang Tang. Then she went to the kitchen to cook food. Wang Tang was on the brink of tears. Did he have something against women tonight? He had just dealt with 3 ladies, and now there was another smaller one in front of him. Oh, God. He turned and looked at the small person beside him, giving her a fatherly smile. Half an hour later, Li Shumei finished preparing supper and called everyone to eat. They gathered around the dining table and started eating. There was a small bowl in front of Dodo. However, she didn't touch it. Dodo, why aren't you eating? You don't like to eat that? Li Shumei asked. Dodo shook her head. Suddenly, she opened her mouth. Auntie, I want to go home. I want to find my parents. Atmosphere tensed up in an instant. The adults turned silent. Dodo, is my house not good? Your parents went to a faraway place? Li Shumei's eyes turned red as she spoke. Her voice choked a little. Have they abandoned me? The little girl pouted. She sounded as though she was about to cry. Why will they? They loved you the most in this world. Why will they abandon you? Li Shumei asked. Then why didn't they come and look for me? Dodo asked curiously. Are they hiding because the bad guys scared them? Brother Wang Tang is so powerful, Auntie. Can you ask Brother Wang Tang to protect them? Don't let the bad guy bully my parents. Good girl, they just went to a faraway place to work. After you grow up, you will be able to see them again, Li Shumei said. Auntie, you're lying. Are they dead? Dodo said. The tears in her eyes had already started rolling down. Li Shumei covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying. She hurriedly went forward and hugged Dodo tightly. Dodo finally started bawling. Sigh, what a poor child. Wang Shengguo heaved a long sigh. Chapter 155, I'm no longer the child you loved the most. Dodo went to sleep after she got tired from crying. Li Shumei had tidied a room for her. She decorated it like a princess's room, and it looked very cozy. It was highly suitable for a little girl. She carefully placed Dodo on the bed. When she looked up, she saw Wang Tang standing at the door. Shh! Li Shumei placed her forefinger on her lips and signaled Wang Tang to speak after they got out of the room. When they walked out, she closed the door behind them softly. Then she said she finally fell asleep. Don't wake her up. This little fellow is very smart and obedient. She will get over it soon, Wang Tang said. Who can be certain about this? Li Shumei replied. What do you plan to do? We don't have the right to keep her with us. This isn't a solution. Wang Shengguo came over and spoke to them. Why don't we adopt her? Li Shumei hesitated before suggesting, "Adopt her?" Wang Shengguo and Wang Tang looked at her in astonishment. They didn't expect her to have this idea. "Have you thought about it clearly?" Wang Shengguo frowned and asked. Adopting a child wasn't an easy task, especially for a family like them. They needed to consider many things. "I've thought about it the entire afternoon. I heard her mother saying that she's the only daughter. Daodu's grandparents have passed away, and she doesn't have any relatives that can take care of her. Let's not talk about Wang Fugui's relatives. They are all cruel and unscrupulous people. None of them has a good heart. If we allow them to raise Daodu, it's like sending her to the tiger's den. We should adopt her," Li Xiumei said. "Son, what do you think?" Wang Shengguo looked at Wang Teng. "Me? I don't have any objections. It's all right to have a younger sister," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "Also, Daodu is really pitiful. If what Mom said is true and her relatives are all unreliable, it won't be a good idea to pass her to them. Since you think that it's fine, I have no objections either. I like Daodu. However, no matter how much we discuss, we still need to ask Daodu for her opinion." Wang Shengguo said, "You're right. Why don't we let her stay in our house for some time before mentioning this matter to her?" Li Xiumei asked. "Let's do that," Wang Shengguo nodded. "All right, let's go and sleep." "I'll accompany Daodu today. I won't be going back to sleep," Li Xiumei said to Wang Shengguo. "Ha ha, Dad, you're out of favor." Wang Teng didn't forget to land a blow on his father. "Go away, you little brat." Wang Shengguo rolled his eyes and pretended that he wanted to knock Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng dodged and ran away immediately, a silent night. The following day, Wang Teng got up early and started his morning exercise in the courtyard. He faced the sun and cultivated his force. During his 1-month trip to the Xingwu continent, he had gradually cultivated the habit of practicing whenever he had the time. He didn't want to waste any time. He was back home, so he didn't have the sense of urgency from the life or death situations anymore. But he must not stop his practice. After he finished practicing his sky cremating sword skill, Wang Teng slowly stabilized himself and retracted his fire force back into his force nucleus. He let out a breath of hot air. The sky cremating sword skill is an Earth-rank elite-class battle technique. Its sword presence is harder to comprehend than the fire Kirin sword skill. "It looks like I need to spend more time practicing it," Wang Teng wondered to himself. He kept his battle sword. Just as he was preparing to practice his blade skill, he turned and saw a quiet and tiny figure sitting in front of the door of the villa, with the corner of his eyes. The person had her hands on her chin and was staring at him intently with her dark and bright eyes. "Daodu, why are you up so early?" Wang Teng was slightly stunned. He walked forward and squatted in front of her. "Sleeping and waking up early are the traits of a good child," Daodu said in her cute voice. You are right. Daodu is a good child." Wang Teng's pupils twirled around his eyes as he quickly praised her. "Yes, Daodu is a good child." Daodu nodded in agreement. "This little fellow is quite narcissistic?" Wang Teng laughed secretly. "Brother Wang Teng, were you practicing martial arts just now?" Daodu waved her hands exaggeratedly as she asked, "Yes, I was practicing martial arts. Is it fun to watch?" asked Wang Teng. "Yes." "You're so amazing," Daodu said earnestly. "Shall I show you another kind of martial arts?" Wang Teng smiled. "Okay." Daodu nodded. She stared at Wang Teng without blinking as he walked to the open ground in front. He held his battle sword in his hand and started practicing. The glamorous sword rays engulfed Wang Teng's body. He purposely slowed down his movement and made it pleasant to watch. His actions weren't as sharp, simple, and decisive as when he was in a battle. Mighty moving mountain blade skill was forcefully changed into a performance technique that Wang Teng used to coax a child. What would the other martial warriors think if they saw this scene? "How is it?" Wang Teng stopped and asked. "It looks good, Brother Wang Teng. You are so amazing. I wish that I was as powerful as you." Daodu suddenly got depressed. No, Wang Teng was given a shock. He wouldn't be able to deal with this young girl if she started crying. "Daodu, why don't I teach you martial arts?" Wang Teng had a sudden thought and said quickly, "Will I be as powerful as you if I practice martial arts?" Daodu's eyes lit up like light bulbs. "Of course, when you practice martial arts, you might become stronger than me." Wang Teng agreed as though he was speaking the truth. "I will follow Brother Wang Teng and learn martial arts then." Daodu stood up immediately and ran towards Wang Teng with her short legs. "Brother Wang Teng, teach me quickly." Slow down, don't fall." When Li Xiumei came out to call them in for breakfast, she saw Wang Teng teaching Daodu how to do the horse stance. Although Daodu was young, her posture was quite good. Even an adult would feel deeply ashamed if they saw her perseverance. Hey, stop practicing. Dodo is still young. How can she practice martial arts? Look at the sweat on her forehead. Don't exhaust her. Li Xiumei walked over and pulled Dodo into her arms worriedly. She wiped the huge beads of sweat from her forehead. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Adequate practice is good for her, Wang Teng said. I don't understand all these. Just be careful in the future. Li Xiumei reminded him in a worried tone. Fine, I will take extra notice. I won't tire out your little doll. Wang Teng suddenly felt that his family status had been lowered by a few levels. Mom, I'm no longer the child you love the most. He was experiencing grief all alone. Daodu, let's stop for today, all right? Let's go and have breakfast, Li Xiumei said. Okay. Dodo looked at Wang Teng. She only replied to Li Xiumei after he nodded. Li Xiumei was jealous when she saw this scene. I'm looking at you, but you looked at him instead. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng was laughing happily in his heart. Chapter 156, Natural Boasting, was the most lethal. After they finished breakfast, Wang Teng accompanied his parents to buy furniture. They walked around the shop and bought all the furniture they needed. The entire morning went away in a flash. The furniture they bought was all of high quality. Service consumption was the trend now, especially for high-class brands. They had a one-stop service, and it was convenient and fast. Pieces of furniture were delivered to their new home in Deer Garden in the afternoon. Everything is here. We can move in today if we want. Wang Teng smiled and said, why don't we do your graduation banquet and the house-moving banquet together? We can move in after that. Li Xiumei still kept some of her traditional thinking. She wanted to choose a good day to shift houses. She also wanted to move in only after throwing a banquet. That will save a lot of trouble. Wang Teng smiled and said, naturally, he wouldn't go against Li Xiumei for a small matter like this. Everything was fine as long as she was happy. It's decided then. I will go back and discuss with your father and grandfathers. We will settle it over the next few days. Your school is starting soon, so we can't drag this any longer, Li Xiumei said. Dudu sized up the new house curiously as she laid in Li Xiumei's arms. It was hard to know what she was thinking. After settling the matters here, Wang Teng and Li Xiumei went back to the Fuhua Villa district. At night, Li Xiumei discussed the matter with Wang Shengguo and called Wang Teng's grandfathers. In the end, they decided to hold the graduation banquet and the house-moving banquet together the day after tomorrow, the next day. Wang Teng woke up early and taught Dudo martial arts for some time. Actually, he only taught her how to do the horse stance. This was to train her muscles. She was still young, so it was inappropriate for her to train properly. However, this little fellow was quite earnest. Her patience was good, too. She didn't complain throughout the entire practice. Also, she stopped asking about her parents from the second day onwards. She didn't kick up a fuss and cried to go home. It seemed as though in her heart she already knew that she wouldn't be able to go back. Wang family felt relieved when they saw how obedient and sensible she was. However, their hearts ached for her, too. After morning practice, Wang Teng went out. He drove his car to Lin Chuhan's house. Lin Chuhan's mother was extremely enthusiastic when she saw him. Wang Teng, I haven't seen you in a while. Come in and have a seat. I will pour a cup of water for you. Auntie, there's no need. I'm not thirsty. Wang Teng hurriedly stopped her. He explained, I went on a long trip and just came back a few days ago. I'm starting school soon, so I came to see Chuxia. I'm worried that I might not have the time to visit her when I enter university. Chuxia is indeed very lonely at home. Thank you for thinking of her, Mother Lin said gratefully. I will go up and look for her then. Auntie, you can continue with your work. All right, go ahead. Wang Teng walked up the stairs. Mother Lin looked at his back view and felt satisfied with him. Lin Chuhan wasn't at home. She owed Wang Teng money, so she went out early in the morning to work. She had been working hard to earn money the entire summer break. She didn't dare to relax. Wang Teng had a few $100 million of assets, so the money she owed was nothing to him. But Lin Chuhan was a stubborn girl. She had her pride, too. She didn't want to owe Wang Teng anything. Wang Teng was able to guess and understand her thinking. That was why he allowed her to do whatever she wanted and didn't say anything. Wang Teng accompanied Lin Chuxia and chatted with her for some time. He picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around her room along the way. Yes, along the way, he didn't come for the attribute bubbles. Poison Force 26, Demon Lotus Poison Body 18, Gun Kung Fu 2. When he picked up the last attribute bubble, Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He opened his eyes wide. Have you been practicing the Gun Kung Fu recorded on the USB? He suppressed his astonishment and asked casually. After Wang Teng picked up all the attribute bubbles around her, Lin Chuxia felt much more comfortable. She squinted and replied to him calmly. Yes. Really? How did you practice? Lin Chuxia was able to practice gun kung fu using the video on the USB. The problem was she didn't have a gun. How can you practice gun kung fu without a gun?
Are you trying to fool me?
It's all right if she practiced without a gun, but she actually managed to succeed. This isn't scientific. How on earth did she do it? Wang Tang was entirely shocked. I just follow the video and practice it naturally, Lin Chuxia replied indifferently. She sounded as if she was talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. Wang Tang. But how can you practice without a gun? Who says that I don't have a gun? Wang Tang was stunned by Lin Chuxia's words once again. She has a gun? Where did she get it? The next moment, Wang Tang saw Lin Chuxia opening her drawer and taking out a toy gun. Here, I asked my sister to help me buy a toy gun and some bullets. There are sparrows flying below our house every day. I use the toy gun to shoot the sparrows using the skills taught in the video. The toy gun doesn't have much power and won't harm the birds. Truthfully speaking, it's quite interesting. I can use this to pass my time. Lin Chuxia smiled and said, Toy gun? To hell with toy guns. Many people used real guns and bullets and tried all kinds of scientific methods to practice gun kung fu. However, they might not succeed. Yet Lin Chuxia was using a piece of low-level equipment like the toy gun to practice gun kung fu by shooting sparrows every day, and she managed to attain results. If those people knew this, they might want to bang a piece of tofu and die. Cough, you can continue to practice. Who knows, you might become a powerful master. Wang Tang coughed awkwardly. That's true. I feel that this gun kung fu is very interesting. I'm able to hit a sparrow flying 50 meters away from me. Isn't that impressive? Lin Chuxia said proudly. 50 meters and flying? Wang Tang stared at the ceiling and suddenly started questioning his life. Mind you, he was only able to achieve this when he pushed his gun kung fu to the small achievement stage. However, Lin Chuxia had managed to do it on her own. Even more, she used such a ridiculous method. Could it be that Lin Chuxia was a talent in gun kung fu? Not bad. However, you have to work harder. You are just at the foundation level. Wang Tang told a bald-faced lie he didn't want to admit that he got stimulated by her. Ah, this is only the foundation stage? I have to work harder then. Lin Chuxia waved her small fists around as she said with motivation. Wang Tang. Damn it, natural boasting was the most lethal. He didn't expect he would have to suffer from other people's boasting one day, especially from someone who didn't know that she was boasting. He rejected Mother Lin's kind intention to stay for lunch. After coming out of Lin Chuhan's house, he glanced at Lin Chuxia's room. Lin Chuxia was waving at him from the window. Wang Tang could sense that she was smiling. She seemed very happy. If she weren't affected by the poison body, with her talent, she would have been in the spotlight in school. Thinking about it, Lin Chuhan isn't weak either. This pair of siblings are astonishing, Wang Tang thought to himself silently. He felt pity for Lin Chuxia. He waved at Lin Chuxia and turned around to leave. Chapter 157, A Happy Banquet in the afternoon, 2 days later. Wang Tang would be starting university in 2 days. Crown Hotel was a 5-star hotel. It was very famous in Donghai. Wang Tang's graduation banquet and his family's house-moving banquet would be held in the Crown Hotel today. Many people came. The Wang family and Li family's relatives all came. Even the business partners of the Wang family attended the banquet. Wang Tang knew some of them. As for the others, he had never seen them before. After Wang Tang was reborn, this was the first time he was meeting his grandparents. His 3 grandparents were getting on in years, but they maintained their health well and had good spirits. They were chatting casually when Wang Tang went forward and greeted them. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei greeted them too. Oh, my lovely grandson is here. Come, let Grandpa take a look at you. Grandpa Wang was thrilled. He ignored Wang Shengguo and waved his hands at Wang Tang. Wang Shengguo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wang Tang walked forward. Grandpa Wang patted the seat beside him and asked Wang Tang to sit down. Then he sized up Wang Tang and said happily, You became more muscular. This must be the result of practicing martial arts. Grandpa Li smiled and said, I didn't expect my grandson to become the top scholar of the martial arts exam. Ha ha ha. That's because my Wang family's genes are good. Grandpa Wang laughed proudly. My Li family's genes are not bad either. Although this is the martial arts era, a martial warrior has to be adept in both his studies and martial arts. If he can't study well, he will not be able to become the top scholar. Grandpa Li was unwilling to back down. It's called the martial arts exam, so martial arts is the most important. Studies can only stand aside. Grandpa Wang pouted. Wang Tang and his parents were caught between laughter and tears when they saw the two elders quarreling over which family's genes were more outstanding. They were old children. The older they got, the more childish they were. This saying was right. "Dad, there are others around." "Stop quarreling. Others will laugh at you," Wang Shengguo said helplessly. "Dad, you too. What's the point of arguing?" Also, Wang Tang carries both families' genes. Both are important. Li Shumei felt speechless. "Ha ha ha. These two old men are getting more and more childish." Wang Tang's grandmother laughed happily. Then she pulled Wang Tang to her side and asked him worriedly, "Is practicing martial arts tiring? You must have suffered a lot." "Grandma, I'm fine. I'm very talented. So I didn't suffer much," Wang Tang lied through his teeth. "Hello, Shengguo, sister-in-law. You are here." At this moment, Wang Tang's oldest uncle, Wang Shenghong, walked over. His wife, Zhao Weili, was beside him, as well as his cousins, Wang Yinan and Wang Yalong. "Elder brother, sister-in-law. We just arrived. I didn't know you would be so early." Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei greeted them. Wang Shenggong nodded. He was around 7 years older than Wang Shengguo and looked mature and imposing. His gaze went past Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei and landed on Wang Tang, who was behind them. "Uncle, it has been a long time since I saw you."
"Little Tang, you have changed completely," Wang Shenghong exclaimed. "Of course. I was shocked when I saw Wang Tang the other time." Wang Yanan smiled brightly and said, "Yalong, look at your younger cousin, and then look at yourself. All you do is nothing. You should change." Wang Yanan suddenly turned his attention to the young man, who was playing with his phone beside Wang Yanan. He was a little disappointed and angry while speaking. "Tisk," Wang Yalong rolled his eyes.
He was too lazy to even reply, "You." Wang Shenghong was so angry that he felt like hitting his son right then and there. All right, we're at a banquet. Don't keep lecturing Yalong." Zhao Huili doted on her son, so she hurriedly mediated the situation. "You spoil him," Wang Shenghong replied furiously. Zhao Huili ignored him and smiled at Wang Tang instead. "You children haven't met for a long time. You must have many things to talk about with one another. You don't have to accompany us elders. Go and play." "Come, I'll bring you to meet some people," Wang Yinan said to Wang Tang. After Wang Tang left with his peers, Wang Shenghong said, "Your family is the main lead today. Many guests came. Go and welcome them." "All right." Wang Shengguo nodded. He asked, "Where's Sheng Jun? Why don't I see him? He's greeting his colleagues over there." Wang Shenghong pointed in a direction. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A stern-looking man was smiling and chatting with a few people with his back straight up. Wang Shengguo and his brothers looked very similar. However, their temperaments were all different, including their figures. It wasn't hard to differentiate them. Wang Shengguo and Wang Shenghong went to welcome their business friends. On the other side, Wang Tang got to know a few young people under Wang Yanan's introduction. Their families always had business dealings with the Wang family. They didn't look like those rich second generations who only knew how to enjoy themselves. Instead, they were all young and talented. This person held an important position in a certain family company, while that person had started his own business and had this amount of assets now. Wang Yanan's intention was obvious. In the past, Wang Tang didn't have the right to enter this circle. However, he had the ability now. In fact, his ability was more than enough. Look at those young people flattering him. Outstanding people had their pride, and these young people were no exception. However, in front of Wang Tang, they kept their arrogance in their pockets. Martial warriors represented another level. No matter how impressive they were, they couldn't be compared to a martial warrior with great potential. Wang Tang didn't like this kind of useless networking, but he didn't lose his manners. He remained polite and sensible. After a few rounds of introduction, Wang Tang finally escaped this ordeal. He went to find the other younger generations of the Wang family. One of them was his third uncle, Wang Shengjun's son, Wang Haran, and his aunt's daughter, Fang Qianwen. They were both younger than Wang Tang. When they saw Wang Tang, they gathered around him and asked him about the martial arts exam. They were all very curious. As for the Li family, Li Shumei only had one older sister, Li Shulan. She was here with her family today. Li Shulan's daughter, Tian Xinyu, was 1 year younger than Wang Tang. She was year 2 in senior high this year. She followed behind everyone. She had a shy personality and wasn't as outspoken as Wang Haran and Fang Qianwen. She was also interested in the martial arts exam, but she didn't go forward and ask questions. "Brother Wang Tang, how did you study for the exam? You became the top scholar," Wang Haran said in admiration. "Study hard and make progress every day." Wang Haran: "Brother Wang Tang, you must take a photo with me later. I told my classmates that you're my cousin, but they don't believe me." Fang Qianwen pouted and said, "No problem." You can take as many photos as you want. Wang Teng was more carefree around the younger generations. He didn't need to restrain himself or put up an act. He chatted with them casually. Tisk, what's so impressive about him? Wang Yalong sat in a corner and glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of his eyes as he muttered in disdain. He was similar to Wang Teng of the past. He liked to fool around and drink and was hopeless in his studies. Unfortunately, Wang Teng suddenly woke up and embarked on the right path. He was even used as an example to educate him now. That was why he was unhappy with Wang Teng. He felt that his act of turning over a new leaf was just a show. It was shameless. Chapter 158, A Clock as a Present. Wang Yalong sat in a corner alone and played with his phone. He seemed extremely out of place. Wang Teng knew what he was thinking, and he could understand him too. After all, they were once the same kind of person. However, Wang Yalong disliked everything about Wang Teng now. Everything Wang Teng did would be wrong, including voluntarily getting close with him. Thus, the best way was to do nothing. As time passed, the guests slowly arrived. Wang Shangguo and his brothers attended to all the middle-aged guests. These people were mostly CEOs of companies or the leaders of the various elite families. The Wang family was just a minor family in a larger circle. They couldn't reach the highest status in society, but they had some influence among the smaller families. Also, Wang Teng had become a martial warrior and was going to Honghai Military Academy. This allowed the Wang family's reputation to rise to another level. Hence, many people came today. Certain people who looked down on the Wang family in the past came for their banquet today. They even seemed exceptionally eager to get in their good books. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Li were chatting with the older guests. Grandpa Wang was boasting about his grandson most of the time. He said that Wang Teng had always been talented since he was young. He learned to walk in a few months, and by the time he was 1 year old, he could run like the wind. His proud laughter could be heard from afar. It was loud and confident. What do you mean by run like the wind? Do you think that your grandson is Neza? The other elders rolled their eyes in their hearts. They were too lazy to expose him. Wang Yanan was chatting cheerfully with those young and talented youths. Honestly, it was a little funny that she was the only one who was able to bear responsibilities in Wang Teng's generation. The others were either too young or too useless. Fortunately, there was Wang Teng now. However, he didn't like this kind of networking and would only greet the other people symbolically to perform his duty as the host. Then he went back to play with the other young children. Wang Yanan could only shake her head helplessly. However, she could distinctively feel the change in the attitude of the young people. In the past, they were never so enthusiastic. They were all incredibly proud. Forget it. Since Wang Teng doesn't like networking, let him be. With him out, the Wang family had many things to gain. Miss Wang, your cousin entered Hanghai Military Academy, right? A voice pulled Wang Yanan back from her thoughts. Yes, I heard that the top 5 universities in China sent someone over to persuade him to join them. My cousin probably wants to stay closer to home, so he chose Hanghai Military Academy. Wang Yanan seemed a little proud as she said, "He's really outstanding." Even the top universities put down their status to look for him personally. The young man who spoke just now sighed. The other people quickly came forward and flattered Wang Yanan. They didn't want to lose to this young man. Wang Yanan kept a reserved smile on her face. She was happy, but she didn't get confused by their flattering. They were just passing remarks to one another so that both parties felt happy. You're praising my cousin too highly. Thanks everyone for coming today. There will be good food and drinks later. I still have to greet the guests that just arrived, so I'll leave for a while, Wang Yanan said apologetically. Go ahead, you don't have to care about us. Wang Yanan nodded at them and then turned around to welcome the guests that just arrived. Xu, Jie, Bai Wei, and their friends also came to Wang Teng's graduation banquet along with their parents. Wang Shangguo was familiar with their parents, so they started chatting really quickly. Xu Jie and his peers came to find Wang Teng at his corner. Brother Wang Teng, Bai Wei said sweetly, you're here. Have a seat and get yourself a drink. Make yourself at home. Wang Teng welcomed them. The group sat down and chatted casually as they drank. Have you heard? Li Rongcheng's family seemed to have provoked a martial warrior and suffered heavy losses. Xu Ji suddenly said. He seemed elated at their suffering. Oh? Wang Teng couldn't help but exchange glances with Xu Hui. They thought of that auction. It must be the doings of Xie Kun. Xu Hui couldn't help but say coldly, he deserves it. Xu Ji noticed that she seemed to know something, so he asked hurriedly, Sister, what do you know? Xu Hui explained what happened during that time briefly. After Xu Ji and the rest heard the story, they were filled with righteous indignation and cursed uncontrollably. Forget it, there's nothing much to be said. He's just a clown, Wang Teng said calmly. He didn't care much about Li Rongcheng. In the past, they might have had some grudges, but after experiencing so many things, his perspective had widened. He wouldn't quibble with someone who wasn't a martial warrior. Of course, if Li Rongcheng provoked him again, he wouldn't hold back. It was almost 12. The guests had all arrived and taken their seats. Grandpa Wang got up and said, "Thank you, everyone, for attending my grandson Wang Teng's graduation banquet. Let me offer a toast to everyone." He raised his head abruptly as he spoke and finished the wine in his hand. "Mr. Wang, you're really bold. Ha ha ha! Old Wang is still the same young man from the past. Cheers! Congratulations!" All the guests in the hall showed respect to Grandpa Wang and raised their cups. They congratulated him one after another. "Hey, the banquet is just starting. It looks like I came just in time." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The voice wasn't loud, but its penetrating power was quite high. It suppressed all the sounds around it and pierced into everyone's ears. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do this. Also, from his tone, he didn't come with good intentions. Everyone glanced at Grandpa Wang before shifting their gazes to the entrance. A figure sauntered in. What astounded everyone was the thing he was carrying on his shoulder. It was a giant clock. "Who are you?" Before Grandpa Wang could open his mouth, Wang Teng's eldest uncle, Wang Shengong, stood up and shouted in anger. "A delivery man?" The young man smiled calmly. "A delivery man?" Wang Shengong's gaze landed on the huge clock. His expression changed. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo's expressions turned ugly too. They knew that this young man was here to deliver a present. "Sending you a clock. Sending you to death. Who sent you?" Grandpa Wang stood up and asked. The young man sniggered. Suddenly a light shot out from his wristwatch, projecting the figure of an elder on the wall. The elder was sitting in a wheelchair. His face looked aged, and he seemed to be on the brink of death. He smiled in Grandpa Wang's direction and said, "Long time no see, Wang Zhenwei." Grandpa Wang was stunned. He frowned and thought for a moment. The elder waited quietly and didn't disturb him. After some time, Grandpa Wang's expression changed entirely. "It's you. You finally remember," the elder said. "Ren Jianping, aren't you dead?" That time, Grandpa Wang was in disbelief. "You thought that you killed me with a gunshot, right? Unfortunately, I didn't die. Do you regret not firing a few more shots at me?" Ren Jianping sneered. Everyone's curiosity got ignited when they heard this. The flames of gossip were burning in their eyes as they looked at the two elders, who seemed to bear a deep grudge against each other. Indeed. "It's a pity that I didn't kill a bastard like you and allowed you to live a few more years. What's wrong? Have you decided to come and take revenge?" Grandpa Wang sat down and looked at the screen on the wall calmly. In Chinese, sending a clock has the same pronunciation as sending one to death. They are both Songjiang, chapter 159. The Wang Teng from the Wang family. "That's right, I came to take my revenge," Ren Jianping blurted out. "It has been so many years." "Did you just remember to come and take revenge?" Grandpa Wang scoffed. "I don't mind telling you. I didn't have the ability to take revenge in the past. I thought that I wouldn't have any chance in this life, but just as I was about to die, the heavens gave me another chance. My Ren family is now stronger than your Wang family. That's why I came to take revenge," Ren Jianping said coldly. "You get arrogant the moment you succeed. You must be the one who harmed my son in the past, right?" Grandpa Wang said with disdain. "It's me. Unfortunately, I didn't expect your Wang family to be able to groom a martial warrior and spoil my plan." Ren Jianping coughed a few times. He used his handkerchief to wipe the corner of his lips before continuing. "I have to admit that your grandson Wang Teng is quite capable. He's able to become a martial warrior at such a young age. He can be considered a genius in the entire country, but when compared to my grandson, he's nothing. Stop talking nonsense. Come and take revenge. If you want, and stop doing all these petty things. You're still the same as your younger self. You didn't grow at all," Grandpa Wang said. "Wang Jingshan, don't think that you're the smartest and others are all idiots. I hate this side of you. I've always hated you." Ren Jianping became furious and had a coughing fit. A tinge of red appeared on the handkerchief covering his mouth. He didn't care about it, though, and laughed crazily. "I'm going to die soon, but before I die, I will pull your Wang family to hell with me." Grandpa Wang frowned. He wasn't afraid of an enemy who was alive, but the hatred of a dying person was enough to turn him into a maniac. No one knew what a person like this would do. "You are afraid." "You are afraid." Ren Jianping saw his expression and burst out laughing. "You are finally afraid. You're old. You're no longer the Wang Zhengshang who was afraid of nothing. You crazy old man, if you have the guts, come and find me. Why are you scheming against the younger generations?" Grandpa Wang growled. I will not forgive you." As for your grandchildren, I will make them regret coming to this world, Ren Jianping said viciously. You, ha 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 ha. Ren Jianping laughed again when he saw Grandpa Wang's speechless expression. After laughing for some time, he suddenly stopped and shouted coldly, Zhu Wu, give him the present.
Wang Zhengxiang, this is a present I prepared specially for you. However, this is just an appetizer.
Wait for me patiently. The Wang family was boiling with anger, sending him to death. If he managed to send the present, the Wang family would become a joke. Ren Jianping, this is too much, Grandpa Wang raged. Then he shouted, stop him. Instantly, a bunch of Wang family security guards dashed out and charged towards the young man, wanted to stop him from putting down the clock. Hm, the young man snorted. He wasn't afraid of the tall and bulky men charging at him. He remained composed. When they got nearer, he suddenly swept his leg. The force from this powerful move was enough to throw the bodyguards out. Thinking too highly of yourself? Wang Teng's family's expressions turned dark and gloomy. Zhu Wu glanced around him with an arrogant look. He raised the clock with one arm and threw it to the middle of the hall. He wanted to place this clock in the most prominent location. The clock flew out and was about to land on the platform. Suddenly, a figure shot out and appeared in front of the clock. Clang. The person raised his leg and kicked the clock towards Zhu Wu. Wang Teng, little Teng? Son, everyone shouted in surprise when they saw the figure. I was waiting for you. Zhu Wu's expression didn't change. He raised his fist and smashed it on the giant clock. The surface of the clock bent inwards before flying towards Wang Teng again. Huh, Wang Teng scoffed. He wanted to smash the enormous clock on Zhu Wu's head. To put his plan into action, Wang Teng pushed his feet in midair and leaped up. He landed on the tip of the clock and exerted force. It felt like a mountain boring down. Boom, the huge clock fell on Zhu Wu with the sound of air breaking. Zhu Wu's expression finally underwent a change. Yellow earth force gushed out as his arms bulged out, forming two giant arms. He forcefully held onto the falling clock. He had done his homework before coming. He thought that Wang Teng was a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. Zhu Wu was a one-star martial warrior too. His combat prowess was not bad. He had more than enough ability to deal with a one-star martial warrior who had just graduated from high school and didn't have any battle experience. But he didn't know that after a summer break, Wang Teng was already a three-star soldier-level martial warrior. If not, he wouldn't dare to receive his attack head-on, no matter how bold he was. Bang! Zhu Wu grabbed the edge of the huge clock with both hands tightly. He forcefully raised it in midair. You're too naive. I'm an earth element martial warrior. I have great strength. You won't be able to suppress me like this, Zhu Wu shouted. He wanted to throw the clock out along with Wang Teng, but in the next second the weight on the clock increased tremendously. It was 2 to 3 times heavier than before. Zhu Wu's expression changed abruptly. He lowered his entire body and the floor under him started cracking. It was unable to withstand the weight. Ah, get up, he shouted frantically. Force spurted out of his body as he tried to resist the mountain-like pressure. Unfortunately, it was useless. Crack. The sound of bones breaking on Zhu Wu's arm suddenly resounded in the hall. How is this possible? His face turned pale, and his pupils constricted violently. He couldn't believe what had happened. Why are you so strong? He raised his head and shouted. However, he could only see the black clock. He couldn't see Wang Teng's figure at all. All the guests in the hall, as well as the people from the Wang family, looked at the young man standing with his hands behind his back on the clock in a daze. They were dumbstruck. As compared to the struggling young man, Wang Teng seemed exceptionally at ease. He stood at the tip of the huge clock in a composed manner. He didn't seem to be using any energy at all. However, the clock below his feet continued dropping. No matter how much Zhu Wu resisted, he couldn't raise it. Ah! Zhu Wu roared with unwillingness. Boom! Zhu Wu's entire body was engulfed in the explosion. At this moment, the clock hadn't landed on the ground entirely. Wang Teng swept his leg and kicked the clock and Zhu Wu out of the door. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, the clock got embedded in the wall. Zhu Wu rolled out from the clock. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were bleeding. He fell unconscious to the ground. He didn't move anymore. The entire hall was silent. This present wasn't sent out in the end. Ren Jianping's projection had already disappeared. If he had seen this scene, he might have died from anger. Sorry to let you see this scene. Please pretend that you've just watched a show and continue with what you were doing. This isn't a huge matter. Wang Teng glanced around the hall and said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't help but admire his aura, exclaiming in their hearts, "This Wang Teng is amazing." Chapter 160, Old Grandpa Wang's Eye-Opening Past. The gaudy battle stunned every guest at the scene. Most of them had never seen a battle between martial warriors before, so they couldn't understand what had just happened. Nonetheless, they still found it impressive. Some people thought that the Wang family had offended a formidable enemy and would be having a hard time. In the end, Wang Teng fought back, and the other party died on the spot. This seemed like an entertaining show where the introduction was shocking, but the ending was gloomy. The man acted proudly, yet he got killed in the end. Wang Teng could kill a one-star soldier-level martial warrior in one move, but he had deliberately put on a flashy show. He wanted the guests to know that with him around, the Wang family would never fall. Anyone that tried to harm them would go to hell. He had achieved his aim. Guests were all astounded by his ability and admired his temperament. After everything ended, they started to have fun, and the atmosphere regained its liveliness. Wang Teng returned to the main table and sat down. His cousins were all so excited that their faces had turned red. They gathered around him noisily and chattered without stopping. "Wow, Brother Wang Teng, you're so strong." "That's right. You're so handsome." His younger cousin, Fang Tianwen, clenched her fists and nodded furiously. "You're even more handsome than our school beau." Although Tian Xinyu was a little shy, she couldn't control her emotions and opened her mouth uncontrollably. "Of course, those school beaux can't be compared to our older cousin," Fang Tianwen said with contempt. "Wang Teng, you're so strong already." Even a mature adult like Wang Yanan was flabbergasted. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Wang Yilong opened and closed his mouth. His throat felt a little dry, and his Adam's apple kept bobbling. However, he couldn't make any sound. He remembered his previous thoughts and suddenly found it a joke. Study properly and behave well. Turn over a new leaf. Everything was fake. Ability was the only true power. Wang Yilong felt that he was enlightened. Little too. You gave birth to a good son. Wang Shenghong couldn't help but sigh. He called his brother by his nickname unconsciously. Wang Shengguo was glad at first, but when he heard this nickname, his face turned black. Cough, that was a slip of the tongue. Wang Shenggong realized his error and coughed awkwardly. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng's third uncle, Wang Shengjun, and his wife, Wang Jialing, burst out laughing. "That's enough," Wang Shengguo said furiously. "Honestly, I really admire you. You have such a good son," Wang Shengjun said. "Little Teng is so impressive now. Why don't you ask him to guide Horan in the future?" Wang Teng's third aunt said, "All right. You can ask Horan to look for him whenever he's free." Wang Shengguo smiled and replied, "Really? Thank you so much. With a martial warrior guiding him, our Horan might have a chance to get into the martial arts course." His third aunt was elated. "Little Teng is a martial warrior now. He will definitely be very busy. Don't keep asking Horan to disturb him," Wang Shengjun said. I know. Little Teng is really outstanding. You two can just sit back and enjoy your lives in the future," Wang Huiling said to Li Shumei enviously. "Sai, martial warrior, is a dangerous status." Li Shumei was happy that Wang Teng was so outstanding, allowing her to gain admiration from her relatives. However, whenever she thought of all the dangers a martial warrior needed to experience, she was troubled and worried. That's true. They have to fight every day. It's indeed more dangerous, but looking at how powerful little Teng is, he should be fine as long as he's careful. Wang Jialing consoled her. "Xiaomei, how's your house in Deer Garden?" "We haven't looked at it yet," Zhao Huili interrupted them. Li Xiaomei smiled and replied, "After the banquet ends, you can come and take a look at the new house. Of course, Deer Garden is one of the best districts in Donghai. Many wealthy people have the money but can't live there. I need to see what's the difference with my own eyes." As Zhao Huili was speaking, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Her brother-in-law was really lucky to be able to give birth to such an outstanding son. He even got to live in Deer Garden. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Li looked at everyone with smiles on their faces. Nothing was better than seeing their families prosper in the past. The Wang family would have probably maintained a certain status among the small families. After years of development, it might be able to climb higher 10 or 20 years later. Now with Wang Teng's appearance, they were able to see another future. They might not need to wait 10 or 20 years for the Wang family to run ahead of the other families. Instead, they might achieve a height their generation has never attained, but everything was only possible if the Wang family overcame the obstacle in front of them, though. Ren Jianping. Grandpa Wang felt uneasy when he remembered the calm but crazy gaze of the man. No one knew what nasty things a dying man was capable of doing. Also, what made him the most anxious was, old Ren Jianping seemed to have become really successful in recent years. He didn't know what his current situation was, but he could form some conclusions since the other party was able to command martial warriors. The Wang family in the past could only die a terrible death under his revenge. How fortunate! Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Tang. Fortunately, their Wang family wasn't fated to die. His grandson, Wang Tang, was smart and talented. He became a martial warrior at a young age and got into the Huanghai Military Academy. He had a bright future ahead. Could it be that his ancestors were blessing him? He needed to take some time to visit his ancestors and pray for their blessings. Wang Tang noticed his grandfather's gloomy mood. He knew what Grandpa Wang was thinking, so he comforted him in a low voice. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry too much. From what I see, the other party doesn't dare to create a scene in Donghai. If not, he wouldn't have done all those things behind our backs. He would have directly sought us out. I've entered the Honghang Military Academy now. I have some background. After I get a firm foothold, we won't need to be afraid of him. We'll solve whatever matters that come. I'm here." Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Tang's young but mature face. He smiled in relief. "Good, good. My grandson is getting more and more impressive. You can help Grandpa with my troubles now. The Wang family is fortunate to have you." "Grandpa, what grudge does that Ren Jianping have against you?" Wang Tang asked again. "That happened many years ago." Grandpa Wang took a trip down memory lane. He told Wang Tang his past slowly. Grandpa Wang and Ren Jianping came from the same village. At that time they were good friends. They came out to make a living together, but in the end they fell out and became enemies because of some matters. The main reason why they fell out was because of Wang Tang's grandma. Heroes love beauty. Grandpa Wang and Ren Jianping fell in love with Wang Tang's grandma at the same time. Of course, Wang Tang's grandma chose Grandpa Wang in the end. This was the spark that caused their friendships to end in flames. Ren Jianping hated Grandpa Wang. Later on, Ren Jianping even wanted to kill Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang got wind of the news beforehand, so he acted first. Ren Jianping lost completely. Grandpa Wang thought that he had killed Ren Jianping, but after so many years, the other party appeared again suddenly and came to look for revenge. Wang Tang had already come up with a melancholy 1980s drama in his mind after he listened to his grandpa. His expression was fascinating. Chapter 1 The day he leaves Donghai will be the day he die. Wang Tang felt amazed when he heard Grandpa Wang's exciting past. "Little brat, why are you looking at me like that?" Grandpa Wang instantly got angry from embarrassment when he noticed Wang Tang's strange gaze. He glared at Wang Tang. Nothing, nothing," Wang Tang sniggered, he continued. "Grandpa, I admire you for all your glorious deeds in the past." Your grandpa was a hero when he was young." Grandpa Wang stroked his beard and said proudly. "No wonder you were able to enchant my grandma," Wang Tang added. "Of course, in the past." When Wang Tang noticed that the old man was about to reminisce about his past again, he said hurriedly, Grandpa, someone is here to offer me a toast. Let me go attend to him." After he finished speaking, he ran away without waiting for his grandpa's reply. Today, Wang Tang was the main lead. Everyone buttered him up even more after they saw his display of strength. Many people came to offer him a drink. They showered him with so many praises that he almost went numb. Wang Shengguo was in the same situation. After some time, he got a bit dizzy from alcohol. Had Wang Shengguang and the others not helped him finish some drinks, he would have been wasted by now. The happy banquet ended. When the guests left the Crown Hotel, they were still talking about Wang Tang. Su Jianbo turned around and exclaimed, "The Wang family is going to flourish. This was all because of Wang Tang." He looked at his son and daughter. His daughter had also entered the martial arts course and was now a martial warrior. However, she didn't possess Wang Tang's ability or temperament. When Zhu Wu attacked just now, his daughter was obviously shocked. If she was the one facing that man, she might not be able to retaliate. Not to mention suppressing the other party until he was unable to resist like Wang Tang. "Little Hui, I don't know many things about the martial arts path, but I know that there's a huge risk. If you're unable to adapt, you should look for an office job in the future," Shu Jianbo said to his daughter. Shu Hui bit her lips and remained silent for a moment. Then she nodded and replied, "I'll think about it." Shu Jianbo didn't say any more words to her. He turned and looked at Shu Jian. He asked, Zhu, are you sure you want to go on the martial arts path? This route might be very dangerous. You saw what happened during the banquet. Death is a common thing for them." Shu Ji nodded his head firmly and said, "Dad, I want to embark on this path." "All right. Since you want to head in this direction, go ahead and do it. I will support you wholeheartedly," Shu Jianbo said with relief. "I will work hard," Shu Ji said. "You are already close with Wang Tang. Maintain this relationship properly. Don't drift apart, Shu Jianbo said. Little Jay, since you want to practice martial arts, you can seek Wang Teng's guidance when you have the time. It will be beneficial for you. After sending all the guests away, Wang Teng, Grandpa Wang, and the Wang family came to a room. Zhu Wu was locked up here after he got heavily injured by Wang Teng. His hands and legs were bound by metal chains, and he seemed dispirited. He was very weak. Wang Teng lowered his head and looked down at the man. His face was cold. "What do you want?" Zhu Wu asked fearfully. His heart pounded when he saw Wang Teng staring at him. Wang Teng said, "Answer my questions and I will let you go." "Will you really let me go?" Zhu Wu asked suspiciously. "You don't have any other choice. If you don't tell me, I will kill you now," Wang Teng said indifferently as a cold glimpse flashed past his eyes. "All right, ask." Zhu Wu gritted his teeth and chose to compromise. Wang Teng noticed that he was still quite sensible, so he nodded and asked, "What's Ren Jianping's background?" At first, he was just an ordinary person. However, his grandson, Ren Qingchang, is a martial arts genius. Zhu Wu couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng when he said this. "Continue," Wang Teng said. "Ren Qingchang is very talented. Lading Martial House has high hopes for him. They even gave him an SS-grade contract." Later, the president of Lading Martial House noticed him and took him in as his disciple. Within a few years, he became a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. The Ren family benefited from this and gradually became a powerful family over the years, Zhu Wu said slowly. The direct disciple of Lading Martial House's president, a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, Wang Shenggong and the others were dumbfounded. No matter which status it was, their Wang family couldn't afford to provoke him. The Wang family actually had such a huge enemy. They thought that Wang Teng was only a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. He couldn't be compared with Ren Qingchang at all. In an instant, everyone felt stressed. No wonder Ren Jianping boasted about his grandson. He's referring to Ren Qingchang. Grandpa Wang appeared composed as he spoke calmly. "Dad, Ren Qingchang is so powerful, and he's the direct disciple of the president of Lading Martial House. How can our Wang family fight against him?" Zhao Weili said with a pale face. "What are you nervous about?" Grandpa Wang scolded. Then he continued, "No matter how powerful he is, can he come to Donghai and annihilate our Wang family?" Short-sighted. "If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense," Wang Shenghong glared at her. "Little Tang, are you confident?" Grandpa Wang asked Wang Teng. Everyone turned to look at Wang Teng unconsciously when they heard this. He was the only martial warrior in the Wang family. If there was anyone that had a chance of resisting Ren Qingchang, it was Wang Teng. Although there was a huge difference in their ability now, he might have a chance in the future. Ren Qingchang might have signed an SS-grade contract, but the one I signed is an SSS-grade contract. Wang Teng didn't say much. He just told everyone about the contract Jixin Martial House gave him, an SSS-grade contract. Zhu Wu's eyes turned wide open. "You actually signed an SSS-grade contract." He looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. Wang Shenggong and the others didn't know the difference between an SS-grade contract and an SSS-grade contract. They just knew that there was an additional S, so it seemed more impressive. Also, when they looked at Zhu Wu's expression, they felt that the SSS-grade contract must be pretty astonishing. Everyone immediately saw hope in the situation. "Give me some time. I will not be weaker than that, Ren Qingchang," Wang Teng said. There were some things that Wang Teng didn't say. Is a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior very powerful? He only used less than 2 months to advance from a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. In that case, will becoming a 6-star martial warrior be too far away? I'm a bug. How can I lose? That's great. I knew that little Tang wouldn't be weaker than that. Ren Qingchang, Zhao Weili said happily. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who was the one that turned pale with fright just now? This stupid woman. Wang Shenghong wanted to cover his face. He felt incredibly embarrassed. It's good that you're confident. However, before your ability is strong enough, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't face Ren Qingchang head-on, Grandpa Wang said. Sure. What do you plan to do with Zhu Wu? Grandpa Wang asked. You said that as long as I reply to your question, you will let me go. Zhu Wu shouted. His expression also changed. Don't worry, I mean what I say. I'll release you now. Wang Teng ordered someone to unlock the chains around his hands and feet and allowed him to leave. Grandpa Wang couldn't help but frown when he looked at Zhu Wu's back view. If you don't uproot the grass from its roots, there'll be no end of trouble for the future. Don't worry, Grandpa. The day he leaves Donghai will be the day he dies, Wang Teng said indifferently with a cold smile at the edge of his lips. Chapter 162. Stop and Kill. Zhu Wu felt that he was extremely unlucky. At first he thought that this was an easy task. He just needed to make a trip to Donghai and send a clock to a small family. He was able to do Ren Qingsang a favor, so why not? Although Ren Qingsang might not help him, even though he did him a favor, leaving a good impression was enough. It was like going to the temple to pray. The deities might not remember you, but if you weren't willing to go to the temple at all, the deities would never care about you. It might seem like an arduous and fruitless task at first, but it might have unexpected results at a crucial moment. Ren Qingsang was the direct disciple of the president of Lighting Martial House, who was a prominent figure. He was at the peak of the general stage and was one of the most influential figures in the entire country. He just needed to give a little advantage, and as his direct disciple, Ren Qingsang would benefit for life. Similarly, if he could get some benefits from Ren Qingsang's finger cracks, it would be enough for a normal martial warrior like him who didn't have any background. Martial warriors mostly pursued interest. Zhu Wu had no grudges with the Wang family, yet he was willing to be Ren Qingsang's pawn and complete tasks for him because of interest. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Wang Tang to be so strong. He didn't even release much strength, but he had already suppressed him. He couldn't retaliate at all. That kid is a little strange. Didn't they say that he just became a martial warrior? It had only been one summer break. How can he be so strong? Even a normal genius won't improve at such a rapid pace. Zhu Wu was frustrated. Then he gritted his teeth and said, even if he has some ability, what can he do? Can he be compared to Ren Qingtang? He's quite stupid too. I answered his questions and he really let me go. Doesn't he know what it means to release a tiger back to the forest? A look of contempt appeared on his face. He thought to himself furiously, when I go back to capital Zaya, everything will depend on what I say. I can tell Ren Qingsang that this fellow is quite powerful and I managed to escape after suffering serious injuries. Then I will exaggerate and tell him how he humiliated Ren Qingsang. Ren Qingsang will definitely send more powerful martial warriors to Donghai. I don't believe that the Wang family can still survive after all this. Zhu Wu rushed to the airport without stopping. He didn't feel secure staying in Donghai. He must go back to capital Saya as soon as possible. An hour later, he boarded the plane. The plane took off slowly and headed to capital Saya. When the plane left Donghai, Zhu Wu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had just relaxed his tense mind when his eyes suddenly widened. He clutched his heart painfully.
How? How is this possible?
Zhu Wu didn't understand what was happening. He squeezed his last sentence out with difficulty. Then his head drooped down. He died. At the last second, Wang Tang's face flashed past his mind. He never thought of letting me go. I'm the stupid one. What a joke. Not long after the banquet ended, the Wang family followed Wang Tang's family and went to their new house at Deer Garden. After touring the villa, everyone chatted casually in the living room. Environment here is excellent. When I came in, I saw many security guards patrolling the area. Zhao Weili said, yes, there's no need to worry about the security here. I heard that even martial warriors don't dare to create trouble here. Li Shumei's sister, Li Shulan, said, after all, most of the people living here are the family members of martial warriors. Any one of them can be a formidable person you can't provoke who dares to create trouble here, Wang Jieling said. At the other corner, Wang Tang was with the younger generation. His pupils flickered slightly. Zhu Wu will definitely be surprised by the little present I left in his body. Actually, it was just a thin needle with his spiritual power infused on it. Wang Tang couldn't stretch his spiritual power for such a long distance. However, if he left a little of his spiritual power on an object, it wouldn't disperse for some time. He was able to use the telepathy between spiritual powers to perform some simple operations. For instance, detonation. He didn't just leave some of his spiritual power on the thin needle, he also left some fire force. Wang Tang had placed the thin needle at the edge of Zhu Wu's heart. Once he ignited it, it would stab right into Zhu Wu's heart. Even a martial warrior would not be able to handle this. Hence, Wang Tang wasn't worried that he would be lucky and survive. He knew that Zhu Wu would die on the spot. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick up the attribute bubbles because they were too far away. For the next 2 days, Wang Tang went to look for Lin Choxia in the day to pick up poison attributes, accompanied his parents, and taught Daodu at night. At midnight, he would sneak into the western suburb mental hospital to pick spirit attributes. His life was really fulfilling. Very soon, it was the first day of university. Wang Tang's family had already moved into their new home in Deer Garden. Li Xiaomei was checking Wang Tang's luggage. At the same time, she kept nagging at him like a doting mother. Her hands didn't stop moving either. She stuffed everything useful and useless into his luggage bag. Mom, this is enough. If you stuff any more things, it won't close. Wang Tang was caught between laughter and tears. I can close it. Your mom is a master at this. No matter how many things I put inside, I will close it for you, Li Xiaomei said confidently. Her hands didn't slow down at all. But why are you packing so many things? The school sells everything, and it is situated beside the university town. I can come back any time. There's no need to bring so many things at once, Wang Tang said helplessly. I heard that military academies are really strict. They don't allow you to leave school at normal times, Li Xiaomei said. It's not that exaggerated. I have to use the items the school provided for certain things. They might not even allow me to bring the things you placed inside through the school gates. Huh. They won't allow you to bring them in. Wang Tang persuaded his mom with all means and finally made her give up the idea of letting him carry 3 luggage bags with him to university. Brother Wang Tang, are you going to school? Dodo sat on the sofa and stared at the busy Li Xiaomei with her big eyes. Then she turned her head to ask Wang Tang. That's right. I'm going to school. You must be obedient at home, okay? Wang Tang squatted down and patted her head. Dodo nodded her small head and replied, Okay, I will be obedient. Good girl. But if Brother Wang Tang isn't at home, who will teach me martial arts? Dodo thought for a moment, tilted her head, and asked. Wang Tang recalled Dodo's recent performance. Her perseverance had astounded him. He contemplated for a moment and said, When I'm not home, you don't have to practice. Wait for me to come back and teach you, all right? Okay. I will wait for Brother to come back. Dodo nodded her head earnestly. Li Xiaomei couldn't help but smile when she saw the 2 people chatting at the side. Dodo had been exceptionally obedient for the past few days. She was more obedient than her peers. It made people like her, but feel sad for her too. Half an hour later, Wang Tang dragged a luggage bag and went out of the house. Perform well in school. Don't worry about the family. Wang Shengguo stood at the entrance and said as he looked at him. Wang Tang said, Don't worry, but if there's anything, you must give me a call. Wang Shengguo nodded. Go ahead. Wang Tang glanced at Li Xiaomei and Wang Shengguo again. Then he turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't ask them to send him off. Chapter 163. Entering University in the University Town. Today was the 1st of September. Along the way, Wang Tang could see many students and parents. Some students were pulling their own luggage bags and seemed familiar with the environment. These were old students. He could see some students who came with their parents. They were carrying many bags and their attire seemed a little rustic. It was easy to tell that they were freshmen, Hanghai Military Academy. Many students and parents were gathered outside the entrance of the university. However, as compared to regular universities, there weren't as many people, so it wasn't too squeezy in his past life. Military academies started school earlier than regular universities. Most of the military academies had started school in mid-August. Some were even crazier and began classes at the start of August. The military academy started school earlier because they wanted to give all the freshmen a lesson. They wanted to tell them that military academy students were different from others. In this lifetime, because of the martial arts exam, the university entrance exam was pushed to July. Thus, all the universities started on the 1st of September. Wang Tang felt a little emotional. In his past life, he had entered some unknown university. It was a completely different scene from today. His feelings were different too. There were a few long tables pieced together at the freshman reporting section. Camouflage-style sun shades were placed above the tables. Many senior brothers and sisters were wearing military attires and welcoming the freshmen. When they saw Wang Tang coming forward, a tall and straight young man wearing military attire smiled and opened his mouth. You are a freshman, right? Did you come alone? Yes, Wang Tang answered. It's rare to see someone coming alone for freshman reporting. The young man was surprised. He then said, Please give me your acceptance letter. Wang Tang didn't say anything. He passed his acceptance letter to the other party. Wang Tang, when he saw the name on the acceptance letter, the young man couldn't help but shout, What, Wang Tang? Is he that Wang Tang? The other senior brothers and sisters at the side looked over and sized up Wang Tang curiously. The young man asked, Are you the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year? That's me. Wang Tang nodded helplessly. His head was hurting a little. As expected, the students and parents around him looked towards him when they heard the young man saying the words, top scholar of the martial arts exam. The top scholar of the martial arts exam. How impressive. Is he that Wang Tang? I finally saw the real person. I've been hearing about him the entire summer vacation. I'm starting to get sick of it. My mom kept using him to lecture me. Some freshmen from other provinces didn't know who Wang Tang was, but they knew how impressive the top scholar of the martial arts exam was. They just felt that he was very powerful. Some of the people were the citizens of Donghai, so they had heard Wang Teng's name many times. Since this was the first time they saw the real person, they found it interesting. All right, don't gather around junior brother Wang Teng anymore. He's getting embarrassed. The young man waved his hands at the other people and passed the acceptance letter back to Wang Teng. He smiled at him apologetically. Junior brother, wait for a little while. When a few more freshmen come, I will send you over together. The martial arts examinees and normal university entrance examinees were separated. The number of martial arts examinees was obviously lesser. He had to wait for quite a while before 2 more freshmen came. I'm leaving this place to you all. I will send them to their dormitory first. Go ahead, the young man informed the other seniors at the table and brought Wang Teng and the other freshmen into the school as his friends waved at him. Besides Wang Teng, the other 2 freshmen had their parents accompanying them. One of them was a scrawny young man. Only his father accompanied him. The other was a lady. She was approximately 1.7 meters tall and gave off a heroic aura. Both her parents were here. Uncle, you should be a soldier, right? The senior brother, walking in front, suddenly turned his head and asked the scrawny young man's father. You can tell? The man didn't deny it. He smiled and nodded. The senior brother smiled and replied, Your aura is really obvious. They chatted for some time. Wang Teng learned that the scrawny young man's father was a soldier at a certain military department. At the same time, he was a martial warrior, too. No wonder I feel a faint pressure from him. He must be higher than a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Teng thought to himself silently. He secretly seized the other party. The man felt his gaze and turned his head to nod at him. He gave him a gentle smile. The lady's parents were martial warriors, too. Both of them had been working in the City Protection Bureau. They were non-fighter martial warriors along the way. They started talking to the scrawny young man's father. In the jovial atmosphere, the group walked into the school. The senior brother started introducing the school to the parents. The school is segregated into 2 districts. The road we are walking on is the main street. On the right, we have the martial arts course district, and on the left, we have the normal specialization district. Wang Teng looked at the 2 sides. It was obvious that there were more people in the normal specialization district. From afar, he could see many figures. On the other hand, there weren't many people in the martial arts course section. It seemed exceptionally quiet. Let's walk this way. The senior brother led the group and made a right turn. They walked further in through a small path. A few minutes later, the senior brother pointed at a huge building and said, This building is the university's actual combat building. There are many different weapons provided as all kinds of actual combat equipment. Once you have your student card, you will be able to go in to train by paying a certain amount of credit. This building is the library. However, for our martial arts course, this place is known as the Classics Pavilion. There are thousands of scriptures and battle techniques kept in the pavilion. Of course, you need credits to enter, and it's very expensive. However, compared to outside, it's considered cheap. Scripture, battle techniques, the eyes of the 2 freshmen lit up. Why did they enter the martial arts course in university? They wanted to get resources such as scriptures and battle techniques. It was extremely difficult if you wanted to get a force skill scripture or a force battle technique outside. They were exorbitant. Normal people couldn't afford them. Also, it might not be suitable for them. But in university, you could choose from an entire library of force skill scriptures and battle techniques. You just needed credits. No wonder people always said that university was an important choice in your life. Wang Teng's eyes lit up too. He asked, Senior brother, how do we earn credit? Your instructors will introduce that to you in the future. I won't exceed my authority, the senior brother smiled and said. Wang Teng didn't ask any more. Wang Teng, are you a martial warrior already? Asked the handsome young lady. That's right. Wang Teng didn't hide and admitted it directly. Martial arts exam results already indicated his level. Other people might not know, but those that should, they knew about it. There was no point in hiding. Also, he was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior now. He wasn't a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior anymore. Then you will have an easier time getting credits compared to normal freshmen. Astonishment and admiration flashed past the young lady's eyes. The other people looked at Wang Teng in surprise, too. Only the father of the scrawny young man seemed to have noticed something earlier, so he remained calm. Wang Teng, you were really outstanding. You became a martial warrior before you entered university. The young lady's father complimented him. The senior brother smiled bitterly. I thought you were impressive enough when you entered our school with the identity of a top scholar. However, I didn't expect you to be a martial warrior to boot. Normally, talented students could only become martial warriors 2 or 3 months after they entered university. Those that weren't as gifted might have to wait until the next semester or even longer. Wang Tang had undoubtedly thrown many people behind him already. Chapter 164, I Seem to Smell Wealth. Only 1 month had passed since the martial arts exam, so most freshmen stayed at the same level. There weren't many extreme martial disciples, much less martial warriors. Some students with strong backgrounds had attempted breaking through to martial warriors, but they were in the minority. Looking at all the universities in the country, there were not more than 10 people who could do this. For students from ordinary families, it was impossible for them to become martial warriors without force skill scriptures. They could only wait for school to start to accumulate credits so that they could use them to exchange for force skill scriptures. Then they could attempt to break through to become martial warriors. Thus, when they heard that Wang Tang was already a martial warrior, everyone was dumbfounded. "Wang Tang, how did you do it?" "I heard that it's very difficult to become a martial warrior," the scrawny young man, Ho Ping Liang, asked in astonishment. Wang Tang smiled calmly. "I'm just lucky the senior brother was called Zhu Tao." He shook his head and said, "This can't be summed up with just luck. Besides, luck is a type of ability too." "However, Lin Shui, how did you know?" Ho Ping Liang asked curiously. The beautiful young lady lifted her chin slightly and said 2 words, "Sixth sense." Sixth sense. Ho Ping Liang was stunned. Did she really rely on her sixth sense? Wang Tang was speechless too. Did he get seen through by a lady using her sixth sense? This is what we call sixth sense. Lin Shui snorted, "Ha ha ha." Lin Shui's parents burst out laughing. Lin Shui asked, "How many martial warrior freshmen do you think our school has?" "1 or 2 is a lot already. In the past, there wasn't even 1. After all, it isn't easy to break through to a martial warrior," Zhu Tao said. "Many people choose to break through after entering university. That's because we have the most outstanding instructors who can give the correct guidance. It will allow them to make fewer mistakes. Anyway, time isn't a concern to them." Ho Ping Liang's father suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Zhu Tao said uncle is right. The school instructors have taught many students, so they know when people achieve their breakthrough normally and what kind of scripture has a higher success rate. That's why we want our child to enter the top universities no matter how hard it is," Lin Shui's parents exclaimed. Everyone's attitude towards Wang Tang changed inconspicuously. When they talked, they would unconsciously ask him for his opinion. They were treating Wang Tang as someone of the same level. Although he was a student, it was undeniable that he was a martial warrior. Zhu Tao led the group on a tour around the university. He introduced the buildings they saw along the way so they had an initial understanding of the university. Actually, they didn't see many areas. The martial arts course district was huge and they had limited time. Hence, Zhu Tao only introduced a few main buildings. Around 10 minutes later, he finally brought the group to the dormitory district. The 3 small buildings in front are the residential management offices. Your data has already been recorded. You can ask the staff inside which dormitory you got assigned to. You just need to show your acceptance letter," Zhu Tao said. After that, Wang Tang and the other freshmen walked into the residential management office. There were many freshmen inside and around 10 staff members. The staff was checking the freshmen' registration and assigning them the dormitory keys. "Let's go over there. They're almost done." Zhu Tao pointed to a counter. The staff there was passing a key to a freshman. The handing over was done. When the staff member saw Wang Tang's group walking over, he said, "Please take out your acceptance letter." Wang Tang and Ho Pingling were gentlemen, so they let Lin Shui go first. She immediately passed the staff her acceptance letter. The staff pressed some keys and checked his computer before taking out a key from the drawer. He gave the key and the acceptance letter to Lin Shui and said, "4th section, no 23. It's a 4-person room." Lin Shui hurriedly took over the acceptance letter and key and thanked the staff. On the other hand, Wang Tang was a little puzzled. He felt that the allocation of dormitories was different from how they allocated it in regular universities in his past life. "4th section, number 23. Your ranking is quite high." Zhu Tao was a little surprised. He said, "When I was a freshman, my room was 4th section, number 97. Wang Tang asked, "Senior brother, is there a meaning to 4th section, number 23? Ho Pingling was listening to their conversation as he went forward to pass his acceptance letter to the staff for inspection. Zhu Dao took some time to explain. "In our martial arts course district, our dormitory is split into 4 sections. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. The 4th section is normally where all freshmen stay. There are 300 rooms in total, and each room will have 4 people living inside. The entire section can house 1,200 people. The 3rd section is where 1-star soldier-level martial warriors stay. Once you become a martial warrior, you can have a room yourself. There are 300 rooms in the 3rd section. It can house 300 people. The second section has 200 rooms, all single rooms. However, the facilities there are better than the third section. Only 2-star or 3-star soldier-level martial warriors can stay there. Finally, the first section has 100 rooms. This is where the top 100 martial warriors reside. You have to be at least 3-star or above to stay here. The facilities there are the best among all the dormitories. Most students living there are Year 4 senior brothers and sisters. It's rare for Year 1 to Year 3 students to live there. Also, this is a mixed dormitory. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. A mixed dormitory? This was a benefit he didn't enjoy in his past life. Zhu Tao laughed. Don't think otherwise. Mixed dormitory refers to the section. If it's a 4-man room, the people living inside will be of the same gender. There will be no boys and girls living together in the same room. Cough, senior brother. You're thinking too much? I'm an upright person? Why will I have such thoughts? Wang Teng said righteously. Everyone immediately glanced at him from sideways. Their gazes were ambiguous. You could only understand it, but not say it openly. Zhu Tao continued, in the martial arts course, we don't rely on seniority. Everything is based on ability. Thus, we are not segregated by our years. As long as you have the ability, you will be able to live in the higher-ranked dormitories. If you're not afraid, you can challenge the top 100 students too. If you win, you will be able to replace the person. Senior brothers and sisters can be squeezed to the back if they aren't strong enough. There's no exception. You can say that the right to live in the dormitory is a symbol of honor. The higher the rank of the dormitory, the more powerful you are. Respect the strong? That's how the martial arts era works. Wang Teng nodded and said, You will be living in 4th section, number 18? The staff's voice sounded at this moment. Ho Pinglang's dormitory had already been assigned. 4th section, no 18, he was a little higher in rank than Lin Shui. Wang Teng was shocked. Ho Pinglang looked scrawny, but he was actually stronger than Lin Shui. But it was understandable. Ho Pinglang's father wasn't a simple figure. Thus, the child he groomed wouldn't be a weakling either. Lin Shui glanced at Ho Pinglang. She seemed a little unconvinced. When it was Wang Teng's turn, the same procedure was repeated. The staff checked on his computer and raised his head abruptly. He was flabbergasted. He said, Wang Teng, 3rd section, no, 1. What did I hear wrong? Zhu Tao exclaimed in shock. No, it's 3rd section, no, 1. The staff glanced at the computer and said firmly, Fick, junior brother Wang Teng, you're amazing. Some freshmen lived in the 3rd section when they started university, but this is the first time someone went to room no 1 directly. This has never happened before. Zhu Tao was startled. He couldn't remain composed anymore. Is it that exaggerating? Wang Teng was flustered. Zhu Tao said seriously, You don't understand. The no 1 room in every section has a special meaning. It represents the most powerful student in that section. You're a freshman and you got that position the moment you entered university. You will definitely become a target for others. Will people be looking for me for trouble? Asked Wang Teng curiously. Most probably. You take care of yourself? Zhu Tao patted Wang Teng's shoulder. He looked as though he was restraining himself and consoling Wang Teng. Oh, Wang Teng remained calm. He pondered for a moment and said, I can just fight with them and let them understand that I have the right to stay in room. No. 1. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. You're really open-minded. Most of the students staying in 3rd section are experienced 1-star martial warriors. They have ample combat experience. How can a newbie like you be their match? If I tell you that I'm already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, you will be frightened to death. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. They felt a sense of defeat. Why were they still comparing with each other when they were in the 4th section? Wang Teng had already gone to the 3rd section and room no 1 at that. This difference was a little wide. After they came out from the residential management office, they followed Zhu Tao and took a right turn. They cut through a forest on a cobblestone path, and the dormitory district appeared entirely in front of them. This is our dormitory? Ho Pingliang and Lin Shui were stunned. Before they came, their parents had told them that the school's living conditions were really good. However, they didn't tell them that it would be so good. This was completely different from their imagination. As expected, poverty restricted one's imagination. Wang Teng was dumbfounded too. He looked at Zhu Tao.
That's right. This is our dormitory district.
Zhu Tao nodded and smiled. How is it? Is it outrageously good?
It's a little unexpected.
Wang Teng replied, There weren't high-rise buildings in front of them. Instead, there were rows of exquisite wooden houses. Each of them was only 2 to 3 stories high. The scenery was beautiful, like a high-class residential district. Is our school so wealthy? Lin Shui was dumbstruck. Her parents were non-fighter martial warriors. Their salary might be higher than normal workers, but they weren't as wealthy as fighter martial warriors. Thus, she was astounded by the scene in front of her. I'm not sure about other universities, but our Honghai doesn't lack money, Zhu Tao said proudly as though he was very rich. Tisk, I seem to smell wealth. It's so intoxicating. Wang Teng closed his eyes to feel the air and smacked his lips as he spoke. Zhu Tao was caught between laughter and tears. Chapter 165, No One Can Escape. The entire dormitory district seemed to be separated from the other parts of the school. The trees made a pleasant shade and the environment was peaceful. The rows of wooden houses were simple but exquisite. There was a hint of military style in them, sedate, low-key, and comfortable to look at. Zhu Tao led the group forward. He pointed at a district in front and said, "This is the 4th section. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang. You can look for the rooms you're assigned to." "Thank you, senior brother." The two of them nodded to express their gratitude. "After entering the military academy, we are a family. You don't have to be so polite." Zhu Tao smiled and replied. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang were a little touched. Senior brother Zhu Tao really took care of them thoroughly. They didn't know what the other universities were like, but they felt a sense of affinity here. Wang Teng understood the difference clearly. In his past life, when he went for his registration, the senior brothers and sisters just welcomed them by registering their names and then throwing a university introduction booklet at him. They didn't care about him anymore. He couldn't even think about making his seniors bring him around the school personally and introducing everything in detail. Of course, some good-looking students had special treatment. After all, many seniors voluntarily joined the welcoming team because they wanted to hook a junior sister or brother. Their intention wasn't pure. That was outrageous, right? It is already tough to find a girlfriend. Why are you old people making things even more difficult for us anyway? The treatment they were given in the military academy was much better than the other schools. Wang Teng, it's fate that we met the moment we entered university. If there's a chance, let's contact each other more often, Lin Shui said. Yes, let's remain in contact, Wang Teng replied. Yes, yes. Ho Pinlang nodded his head hurriedly too. Lin Shui's parents and Ho Pinlang's father thanked Zhu Tao, then they nodded at Wang Teng before walking towards the 4th section. Let's go to the 3rd section, Zhu Tao said, and continued walking forward. Wang Teng followed behind him. He noticed that the deeper they went, the better the environment and the quieter it was. The 3rd section consists of mostly second-year students. There are some third-year students, but not many, Zhu Tao said. As for freshmen, I don't know if anyone else has the right to live here. It's rare to see a freshman being assigned to the 3rd section directly. All right, this is the 3rd section. The moment Zhu Tao finished speaking, a lady walked out from a wooden house of the 3rd section. She was stunned when she saw the two of them. Then she asked with uncertainty, "Senior brother Zhu Tao, aren't you welcoming the freshman? Is this a freshman?" Zhu Tao recognized the lady and nodded. "Hi, Lu Ting, that's right. I brought a freshman over. A freshman is living in the 3rd section this year." Lu Ting looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. "This is Wang Teng. You know who he is, right?" "This is him," Zhu Tao introduced. "So you're junior brother Wang Teng. I've heard many things about you. Wow, you're quite handsome." Lu Ting's eyes lit up as she sized up Wang Teng. She smiled as she spoke Wang Teng. "Are ladies nowadays all so shallow? They only notice my looks and can't see my interesting personality. Sigh, this is so disappointing." "Senior sister, nice to meet you," Wang Teng said calmly. "He has an arrogant aura." Lu Ting raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Wang Teng, what room are you staying in?" "No, 1. Before Wang Teng could reply, Zhu Tao had already answered for him. "No. 1? Lu Ting was dumbstruck. She widened her eyes and said, "That's Zhu Tai's room." "Yes, it's Zhu Tai's room. However, the residential management should have already asked him to move out," Zhu Tao said. "That's not the point. The point is, Zhu Tai is an extremely arrogant person. He wouldn't let it go so easily. He's the most outstanding second-year student. I heard that he's working hard to break through to a 2-star martial warrior. It would be very embarrassing for him if Wang Teng kicked him out of his dormitory now," Lu Ting said. "That can't be helped. It's the school's decision." Zhu Tao sighed. "Senior brother, if there's nothing, I will go in first." Wang Teng opened his mouth at this moment. There was no change in his expression. "Zhuo Tai?" Even if he became a 2-star martial warrior, he wasn't his match. He could only apologize to him. However, he should be able to move to the 2nd section or even the 1st section soon. When that happened, he could pass the room back to Zhuotai. Go ahead, tidy up properly. If you're free, you can walk around the area. There will be a gathering for freshmen at 2 p.m. An announcement will be made through the broadcast system later. Zhu Tao noticed Wang Teng's nonchalance, so he didn't say anything. He only told him the arrangements for the afternoon. Then he reminded him kindly, "Don't be late. The consequences are serious. This is the military academy, so the discipline is very strict. It's different from normal universities." Noticing the puzzled look on Wang Teng's face, he smiled and said, "As for what consequence it is, you will know soon. Consequences." He had long heard that the discipline in military academies was strict. Wang Teng wondered about the punishment for breaking the rules. Wang Teng suppressed his curiosity and said, "Thank you for today, senior brother." "You're welcome," Zhu Tao smiled and said. Wang Teng nodded at Liu Ting and then walked into the dormitory district while dragging his luggage bags. "This Wang Teng is a little arrogant." Liu Ting looked at Wang Teng's back view and said, "He looks humble on the surface, but he can't hide his pride. He's the top scholar among the freshmen, and he passed the exam as a martial warrior. Our school went to invite him personally. He has the right to be proud." Zhu Tao smiled and said, "It's not good to be too proud. Shanghai Military Academy is a top university. There's no lack of talents here. He will definitely suffer." Liu Ting shook her head and said, "Also, our teachers love to deal heavy blows on arrogant talents and make them obedient." "Ha ha ha, all of us went through the same process. Even the top 10 students became obedient after the teacher's teachings." Zhu Tao laughed when he thought of the other students' plights. "That's right, no one can escape." Liu Ting burst out laughing too, but when they remembered the past, the corners of their lips twitched uncontrollably. It was hard to forget the experience. None of the freshmen could escape. Ha 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 ha! Wang Teng didn't know what these two decent-looking seniors were thinking. He arrived at room. No. One of the third section, room Noble 1, was different from the other rooms. It was a building by itself with a small courtyard. As compared to the other houses in this area, it was definitely eye-catching. Wang Teng took out his key, opened the door, and went in. He took a tour of the house. This was a small-sized villa. It had everything necessary. There was a living room, a bedroom, a study room, a washroom, a kitchen, and even a spacious training room. Wang Teng was used to living in a villa, so he didn't get overly excited. However, he was still surprised by how wealthy the school was. No wonder everyone was shocked when they heard room No. 1. Chapter 166, Pressure. Wang Teng put down his luggage and walked around the house to familiarize himself with the environment. The house was cleaned thoroughly. It had everything. There was an air conditioner, washing machine, wardrobe, bookshelf, sofa. No piece of furniture was missing. However, there weren't any daily necessities. He heard that those would be distributed to them later. Then, Wang Teng simply tidied up his bedroom and went out to tour the university campus. When he walked to the fourth section, he met Lin Shui and Ho Ping Lang. Their parents were just preparing to leave. Ho Ping Lang's father smiled and said, "In the military academy, you are considered a comrade now. You have to interact well with your classmates." "I understand, Dad," Ho Ping Lang nodded and replied, "You have been a stubborn child since you were young, but ladies are undeniably a little weaker. Remember to take care of yourself in school." Lin Shui's parents were a little unwilling to part with her. They looked at Lin Shui and reminded her kindly. "Don't worry, I will take care of myself," Lin Shui said casually. After sending their parents off, the trio started walking around the university. At noontime, they went to the cafeteria to have their lunch. The military academy's cafeteria was buffet style. All kinds of food were provided. There were fruits, vegetables, meats, milk, and many more. It was nutritious and the diet was balanced. All in all, it was pretty delicious. When they were taking their food, Ho Ping Liang said, "All the food on the first floor is free. However, I heard that the second floor and third floor provide force dishes cooked by force chef masters. We will have to pay for those." Force chef masters? Wang Teng thought to himself. He had heard of the force chef masters when he was a Jikan martial house, but he had never seen one. He heard that the force dishes prepared by force chef masters were not only delicious, but they also had all kinds of advantages. It was beneficial for martial warriors to eat them. He wanted to try if he had the chance. The school only provides the most basic items for free, for instance, tuition fees, dormitory fees, basic necessities, and normal clothing. Actually, to a martial warrior, these items aren't expensive. But items like force dishes, Dan pills, weapons, scriptures, and battle techniques are all frighteningly expensive. Let's take force dishes as an example. You need spiritual herbs and star beasts to make a dish. The value of the dish is high, so they can't provide it for free. Also, if everything was free, it would be too easy. The student's motivation will be killed in no time. You have to fight for everything in this martial arts era. Hence, losing your motivation to work hard is one of the most frightening things, Lin Shui said. That's true. Martial arts students like us are different from normal students. The martial arts path is another road. Once you lose your motivation to work hard, you're gone, Ho Pinglang said. After they finished eating, they went back to rest. The broadcast system sounded once during this time. It informed all the freshmen to gather in the stadium at 2 p.m. Wang Teng remembered Zhu Tao's reminder. He had told him not to be late, hence he left his room 20 minutes earlier and headed to the stadium. Many students were rushing to the stadium too. They were mostly in groups of 3s or 4s, obviously from the same dormitory. Most of the freshmen lived in the 4th section, and there were 4 of them in a room. It was easier for the people living in the same dormitory to get close. They might have just known each other, and their relationship wouldn't be very good, but grouping together was an innate ability of humans when they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang came with their roommates too. Wang Teng didn't go to find them. Suddenly he felt a little lonely. Wang Teng sighed secretly as the note on one of the freshmen. It looked like he wasn't able to play happily with the other students. It's lonely to be in a high position. In the stadium. Hanghai Military Academy's stadium was exceptionally huge. The students couldn't see the other end. A horde of students had already arrived. They stood on the stadium sparingly. Many teachers and students were sitting on the spectator stand around the stadium. They were looking at the freshmen below and discussing in low voices. Another new batch of students. That's right. The years pass so quickly. We enrolled many students into the martial arts course this year. I'm just afraid that the quality of the students isn't good. Speaking of quality, our school managed to get the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam this year. I heard that the school promised him many benefits. I wonder what the top scholar is like.
Hope he's not just an empty shell. I heard that he passed the exam as a martial warrior. This ability is already extraordinary. The freshmen started arriving in the stadium in droves. Wang Teng stood in the crowd and looked at his surroundings. As time passed, more and more freshmen gathered. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 p.m. Close the gate. A voice was suddenly heard from the rostrum in front. It echoed through the entire stadium.
Some students who were still outside the stadium started running, but it was too late. The metal gates closed with a loud clang, blocking the latecomers outside. In the morning, the seniors that helped with their registration had already reminded them. The broadcast also told them not to be late, but there would always be some people who wouldn't take it to heart, taking it as nothing. Also, they had just started school. Even if the military academy's disciple was strict, it wouldn't be strict right from the start, right? However, this situation seemed a little unexpected. A stern atmosphere spread throughout the stadium. The students in the stadium couldn't help but look outside. They immediately felt the tense atmosphere, and the noise died down slowly. The students outside the door didn't dare to make loud noises. They could only look at the closed metal gate in a daze. They felt that they were in huge trouble. "Everyone line up!" The voice on the rostrum sounded again. It belonged to a middle-aged man wearing dark green military attire. The students below had probably been affected by the atmosphere. They lined up hurriedly without any hesitation. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man on the rostrum looked at the crooked lines below him and frowned slightly. He said, "You disappoint me. I thought that the students who are able to enter our Hanghai Military Academy are all qualified, but look at you. What is this? You can't stand properly, and you can't line up properly. It will be an embarrassment to us if we tell others about this. Furthermore, there are so many people who are late. Didn't anyone remind you in the morning? Do you think that this is a joke? The military academy grooms military talents. A soldier's job is to follow the rules. Every order must be executed without fail. Martial warriors are no exception. Since you chose this path and walked into our university, from today onwards, you need to follow the rules of Hanghai. If you can't do it, you can pack your things and go home. I will not stop you." As the man spoke, his voice got louder. The sound waves flowed over, threatening to rupture the students' eardrums. The freshmen below couldn't help but turn pale. What a strong aura. Wang Teng stood amidst the crowd and felt the invisible pressure boring down on him from his head. His expression changed slightly. Most of the freshmen were martial disciples. Hence, the pressure on them wasn't too strong. Wang Teng was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, so this was nothing to him. However, this middle-aged man had exerted his aura on all the freshmen present. He was frighteningly powerful. Chapter 167, Confer a Title. The stadium was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The scary pressure bore down on every freshman. Under the presence of the middle-aged man, some freshmen started to have difficulty breathing. They couldn't help but bend down their backs. All the freshmen were supporting themselves with difficulty. Wang Teng looked at their pale faces and touched his chin thoughtfully. Should he learn from them and give a pained expression too? If he appeared too relaxed, he would seem a little out of place. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt a few gazes landing on his body. He couldn't help but turn his head. Huh. Wang Teng saw a few freshmen who looked a little serious. But besides this, they didn't show any discomfort. These freshmen might not be martial warriors, but their ability definitely exceeded that of advanced stage martial disciples. Hanghai Military Academy was indeed one of the top universities in the country. The freshmen were all extraordinary people. Wang Teng was only able to see the students around him. There must be others like them in other places. However, they were blocked by the crowd, so he couldn't see them. Based on this ratio, there were quite a few freshmen who were able to reach this standard. Some freshmen got accepted into the university for other reasons, so their abilities were slightly weaker. But just like a big fish in a small pond, they would be very outstanding if you sent them to normal universities. While Wang Teng was deep in his own thoughts, the freshmen looking at him had astonishment in their eyes. He appeared too casual and relaxed, making him look mysterious. The middle-aged man didn't relax his aura. Instead, he continued applying pressure on everyone. Then he said indifferently, "Today might be the first day of school, but I want to tell you that the rules of Honghai will start from the first day. The students that are late will run 20 rounds around the stadium. If you can't finish before 5 p.m., you're not allowed to eat dinner tonight." 20 rounds. It didn't seem a lot to someone who practiced martial arts. But this wasn't a 400-meter stadium. By visual estimation, one round was at least 4,000 meters. 20 rounds meant 80 kilometers, twice the distance of a marathon. There were only less than 3 hours for them to complete the run. Even advanced stage martial disciples wouldn't be able to do it. This would cost them their lives. The latecomers outside the metal gates instantly turned white. Some even started crying in agony. "I'm going to die. How can I finish running? If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have applied for the military academy. They are torturing us to death on the first day. Is this hell?" Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He looked at the late students outside with pity and had 3 seconds of silence for them. The other freshmen who had arrived on time became serious. While they felt pity towards the other students, they felt fortunate for themselves. "Oh my God, I was lucky that I wasn't late. If not, I will be in the same difficult situation as them." Silence. The middle-aged man rebuked. His aura increased twofold and bore down on the students that were late. Dead silence. The noise disappeared again. "Get up and run now. If anyone dares to say another word, you will be expelled," the middle-aged man said coldly. The latecomers exchanged glances with one another. They had no choice but to accept their fates. A few of them led the way and ran on the track outside the stadium. When the other students saw this, they started following them. After all, they couldn't beat the circumstances. What could they do besides running? They didn't want to get expelled. The old student sitting at the spectator stand sniggered secretly. It's starting. Our Hanghai's tradition is starting now." The middle-aged man nodded when he saw the freshmen running with all their might outside the stadium. His nod was almost unnoticeable. Then he said, "You have to run, but you must still listen to what I say attentively. I will pick students randomly after my speech and question them. If anyone can't answer my question, you will have to continue running until I'm satisfied." The latecomers, "Are you a devil? You must be a devil." Let me introduce myself first. I'm the president of the martial arts section of Honghai Military Academy, Peng Yuan-shan. Although the middle-aged man's voice wasn't loud, it clearly landed in everyone's ears. The students had experienced his stern and strict methods, so no one dared to test their luck. All of them braced themselves and listened to him attentively. That was the first lesson just now. I hope that all of you will remember it. Some people might ask why military academies have to be so strict and harsh. Let me tell you why. Our tuition fees, normal living expenses, and many other fees are all made free for you. Items that need money, like spiritual Dan, scriptures, and battle techniques, are much cheaper than outside. Where does this money come from? Our country, the country is grooming you. The educated are poor, while the martial warriors are rich. Many of you belong to ordinary backgrounds. If you don't enter a university, you won't be able to achieve much, no matter how high your talent is. You have to give to receive. This principle won't change no matter where you go. You don't enter the military academy to enjoy a peaceful life in university. I have to tell you that martial warriors, especially martial warriors from military academies, are a little different from what you imagined. Martial warriors enjoy many benefits, but they also carry responsibilities the country and even the world needs them. That is why we give martial warriors everything. Students, you're potential martial warriors. The responsibility on your shoulders is extremely heavy. You might not understand it now, but one day you will. When this world needs us, the martial warriors, we will stand at the front line. Behind us are our family and friends. Martial warriors are not formidable warriors carrying the sun and moon on their shoulders. They are humans who have to bear the burden of the world. As Peng Yuanshan's voice echoed throughout the stadium, everyone slowly turned solemn. The president is starting again. The old students felt heavy-hearted, but they still rolled their eyes uncontrollably. Was it all right to fool the freshmen every year? It's just a freshman gathering. Why is he so emotional? Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Of course, this is not something you have to consider now. If the sky falls, the tall people will hold it up. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve yourself. Since you chose this path, you must stand out from the crowd and achieve great results.
Don't waste your youth?
All right, this is all I have to say. You are adults. You should know what to do. Peng Yuanshan paused for a moment after he finished his speech. He then continued, "The gathering today is like the inauguration ceremony. There's nothing important. I just want to talk about rules and let you experience the way Hanghai Military Academy does things. Next, we have one last matter, conferring titles. By right, this segment shouldn't exist. However, this year is a little special. Among all of you, one freshman has managed to get this honor. I'm sure all of you have heard of this freshman before. He's the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, and he passed the exam as a martial warrior. He got recruited into our school and will be given the title of sergeant." Once Peng Yuanshan made the announcement, gasps of astonishment were heard all over the stadium, even though they got frightened by him just now. Conferring a title. That's impossible. Chapter 168. I'm not convinced. Confer a title. The students here had chosen the military academy as their university, so they naturally knew what a military title represented. To many people, this was an important reason why they chose the military academy. It was a type of glory, signifying that the military had recognized the person who was given the title. This glory was enough to let the person enjoy special treatment at many places. Benefits couldn't be explained with a few simple sentences. In summary, it wasn't easy for someone to get a title. Even the old students sitting at the spectator stand were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Some of their expressions seemed a little ugly, too. Mind you, only a few third-year and fourth-year seniors were given a military title, and they received the title because they had gained military exploits during important missions. Hence, no one had anything to say. However, Wang Teng was just a freshman. He didn't gain any military exploits, so what right did he have to be conferred a title? Peng Yuanshan didn't say anything. This time, he waited for everyone to gradually turn silent before he continued. I know that some of you are unconvinced. How can a freshman who didn't gain any military exploits be given a military title, especially the older students? Some of you have gone through many missions and gained many military exploits. However, you haven't been conferred a title, yet this little freshman climbed on top of you and got one. You must be uncomfortable. But I don't have to explain anything to you. Since Wang Teng got the title, he got it. However, Wang Teng is indeed an exception. I can give you a chance. If anyone is unconvinced, you can challenge him on the same level. The one who wins will get his title. Older students' eyes lit up when they heard this. They were excited. This is a good deal. If he had said this earlier, I wouldn't have objected to Wang Teng gaining the title. That's right, I agree to let Wang Teng have the title. He deserves it. Cough, as his seniors, why will we be jealous of our junior? This was what they were saying, but their eager expressions and restless gazes betrayed their honest thoughts. WTF? Wang Teng stood in the crowd and was stunned once he heard Peng Yuanshan's words. At first, he was quite happy when he said that he was conferring him a title. Who knew that the president would do this? This was so frustrating. He chose Hanghai Military Academy because they had promised that he would be given a sergeant title. Although it wasn't the main reason, it was still a condition they had agreed on. Yet look at what he did. He was given the title as agreed, but he also became everyone's target. Those old students obviously wanted to target him. The other freshmen wanted to laugh at Wang Teng's plight. Ha 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 ha! Who asked you to get the title? Look, you're the target of all the older students. Now let's see if you can get a good sleep. Ha ha ha! Old Peng is creating trouble. There was a row of school leaders sitting on the rostrum. They started smiling unconsciously when they heard Peng Yuanshan's decision. That fellow must be really frustrated. This seems a little unscrupulous. We agreed to give him a military title at the start. That's why he came to our school, now that he came. Aren't we going back on our words by doing this? He didn't get the military title because of military exploits, so he doesn't have a valid reason for getting the title. I think old Peng did this for his sake. If he has the ability, he can naturally keep his title. If he doesn't, he can't blame other people for snatching it. There were directors of the different colleges and many instructors sitting at the spectator stand. They came today to see which students were more outstanding. Earlier, Peng Yuanshan had frightened the freshmen and asked the latecomers to run 20 rounds because he wanted to test them. At the same time, it allowed these directors to see the students' abilities. A diamond would shine wherever he was. These freshmen were like diamonds in the rough. They needed to go through a filtration process. To the teachers, an outstanding student was easy to teach. They would feel proud when they boasted about him. The effect was obvious. Among all the freshmen, there were around 30 who didn't get affected. Among these people, about 12 of them appeared more relaxed. Of course, among these people, Wang Teng's performance was the most conspicuous. He looked natural and relaxed, as if he didn't feel anything. Since he was able to act so indifferently, there was no denying his ability. But if they really wanted to test how powerful he was, they needed a knife-testing stone. Peng Yuanshan threw out the temptation of the military title to use it as Wang Teng's testing stone. Even if Wang Teng lost, it was all right. All formidable warriors had suffered defeat before. All these freshmen, especially the talented ones, were extremely arrogant, as they had never suffered the brutality of society. If he didn't take them down a peg, it would be hard to teach them in the future, but there was a limit. A martial warrior needed to have some personality. If they were too down to earth, that would be the end of them. Wang Teng, please come to the rostrum. I will confer you your title today, Peng Yuanshan said in Wang Teng's direction. Wang Teng felt his gaze landing on his body. Among so many students, Peng Yuanshan was still able to find him accurately. The president is looking in our direction. Could it be that Wang Teng is near us? I'm from Donghai. I have seen Wang Teng's photo, but I don't see him. Brother, are you Wang Teng? No, no. If you're not, why are you walking forward? Oh, someone behind farted. It's really smelly. It really is. Were you the one who farted? When the students around him saw Peng Yuanshan looking in their direction, a thought flashed through their minds. They started discussing. Is Wang Teng so shy? Peng Yuanshan teased. Wang Teng, to hell with being shy. Am I shy? If you hadn't put me in this position, would I be shy? He felt a little helpless. However, the situation had already developed to this, so he had no choice but to walk to the rostrum. Excuse me. The students around him were stunned. This person, who had remained silent the entire time, was actually Wang Teng. He's Wang Teng. He didn't say anything just now. He's really calm. Calm? I think that he's scared. Shh, don't say it out. Give him some face. This was what the male students were saying. As for the female students, their eyes were shooting threatening beams. Hey, Wang Teng is a little handsome. Tisk, why are you fawning over him? He's just a pretty flower. Ladies like us must not be too shallow. We can't get enticed by their appearance. That's right, men are soy sauce pig trotters. They are delicious, but they are flirty. Wang Teng was left speechless when he heard the conversations around him. Am I scared? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what's happening. I'm just following my heart. Also, that fat lady over there. What do you mean by soy sauce pig trotters? Are you sure you're not talking about food? Please stay on the same channel as me. He complained in his heart as he walked up the rostrum. There was an intense angry aura around him as he stood beside Peng Yuanshan. Cough, Wang Teng. You seem a little angry? Peng Yuanshan coughed awkwardly as he asked. Ha, I won't dare to. Wang Teng forced a smile on his face. At this moment, a pretty senior sister wearing military attire walked over with a set of military uniforms. All right, let's not waste any more time. The corners of Peng Yuanshan's lips twitched a little. How long had it been since a student dared to talk back to him? The last one seemed to be 9 years ago. That fellow was in an extremely high position now. However, whenever he saw him, he still acted like a mouse encountering a cat. As expected, he lacked some education. Memories flashed past his mind for an instant. Then he took over the set of military uniforms from the senior sister and said to Wang Teng, Wang Teng, it has been many years since the last conferment of a freshman. I'm delighted that you have appeared. However, your path is just starting. Your future is long. I hope that when you graduate in your 4th year, you will have more merits to your name. I also hope that one day I can see you wearing the general cloak. The senior sister beside them was standing quite close. When she heard this sentence, she widened her eyes. General cloak. What was a general cloak? Only a general could wear a general cloak. All the troops would bow down to him. The president had such high hopes for Wang Tang. The instructors behind them were shocked too. Was the president's expectation a little too high? The old students at the spectator stand were stunned when they heard this. Then they felt speechless. Some of them even started frowning. They were the favored child of God, but the president had never said these words to them. Yet today he said it to a freshman. Are we weaker than him? No one was convinced. The freshmen below were dumbstruck. Wang Tang is amazing. General Cloak. Wang Tang is my brother from now onwards. Brother Tang, you're the best, voice breaks. Boss, do you need lackeys? I want to be under your protection. Wang Tang raised his head abruptly, staring at the middle-aged man with white sideburns. A flash of astonishment flashed past his eyes. However, when he saw the corners of the other party's lips lifting slightly, Wang Tang was enlightened. He got fooled again. This sly old fox is so sinister. In the future, if anyone dares to say that I'm crafty, I will fight with him. Compared to this boss in front of me, I'm as pure as a newborn baby. Wronged Jop Japji. No, I can't let him control me. Wang Tang, come take this military uniform and you will be a sergeant. Peng Yuanshan retracted the expression on his face. It looked as though the sly old fox expression had never appeared. Indeed, he had purposely revealed that sly smile just now. So what if you know that I fooled you? This is a trap set by me. Even if you don't want to walk into it, you have to. Wang Tang could almost see his thoughts. The gears in his brain spun furiously. Why should I take it just because you ask me to? Where am I supposed to put my dignity? Since you want to talk about rules, I will walk within the boundaries set by the rules. The words the president said just now were unreasonable. Even after he got his title, other people could take it away by challenging him. This rule definitely didn't exist in the military academy. It didn't make sense. Thinking about this, Wang Tang smiled. Peng Yuanshan instantly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart when he saw the smile. Wang Tang said calmly, I'm not convinced. In Chinese, calling a man a pig-trotter means the man is flirtatious. Chapter 169, Brother Tang, nice to meet you. Brother Tang, you're amazing. I'm not convinced. Wang Tang's calm voice spread throughout the stadium. Everyone at the scene could hear him. At this moment, whether it was freshmen or older students or the directors and instructors behind, everyone got a shock. A hard student. This was the thought that flashed past the instructors' minds. Simultaneously, a mysterious smile appeared at the edge of their lips. A hard student was good. A hard student was interesting. They loved tough students. Interesting. The older students laughed. They were laughing at this overestimation of himself and his ignorance. Some people already understood what happened. The president seemed to be complimenting Wang Tang just now, and he did have high hopes for him. However, when he said it in front of everyone and placed Wang Tang on a pedestal, he was actually inviting more enemies for him. The freshmen had more respect for Wang Tang now. Retaliating when he got fooled, who else had this courage? My brother Wang is indeed impressive. Peng Yuanshan squinted and gave a dangerous smile. Wang Tang, you can tell us your concerns. Our military academy has strict discipline, but it's not an unreasonable place. If you have any unhappiness, I'll talk reasonably with you. I'll convince you until you are convinced. Wang Tang. Somehow he felt that he was being threatened. However, he was already riding a tiger. There was no point in thinking too much. Wang Tang summoned up his courage and said, just now, you said that everyone at the same level as me can challenge me. If they win, they can take my military title. Did this rule exist in the school in the past? It didn't, but it does now. I'm the decision maker in this academy, Peng Yuanshan said. Wang Tang, shameless. Does that mean that I can challenge others and snatch their military title too? Wang Tang asked. Peng Yuanshan remained silent for a moment. Good fellow, you're digging a hole for me to jump. If he really agreed to his words and said that he could snatch other people's military titles, the school would be in a mess. You can't do that with military titles. They have gotten their titles because of military exploits. You can't snatch it, Peng Yuanshan said. Wang Tang smiled and said, that's unfair. If I lose my title. If I win, I get nothing. President, do you think that's appropriate? What do you want? Peng Yuanshan looked at the young man in front of him and secretly muttered, Little fox. Very simple. Anyone can challenge me, but they will have to give up something of equal value. I heard that the school's credit can be used to do many things. I can accept school credits, Wang Tang said. Peng Yuanshan suddenly felt that he had stepped into Wang Tang's trap. He had dug a huge hole for Wang Tang, but when he turned around, Wang Tang had kindly returned the favor. This fellow wasn't willing to be at a disadvantage. The problem was he had no choice but to jump into the hole because of the situation. Okay. Peng Yanshan nodded and pretended to remain calm. But in his heart he was already cursing. But there has to be a limit. The number of credits per challenge is limited to 100. Yes, the value of the military title can't be weighed using this amount of school credit, but if you ask for too high a value, the purpose of having school credits will be gone. Peng Yuanshan finally agreed. 100 school credits? Wang Tang pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay. Peng Yuanshan didn't say anything. After completing the military title awarding ceremony, Wang Tang walked down the rostrum. Everyone's gazes landed on his body. This fellow is very confident. Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Tang's back and couldn't help but smile. All right, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning we will be choosing the different faculties at 8 o'clock. There are 5 faculties for you to choose from in the martial arts course. They are the battle faculty, the command faculty, the smithery faculty, the rune faculty, and the Dan faculty. You can learn the details from the school's official website or the forums. Remember, don't be late tomorrow. Also, the students who are supposed to run 20 rounds, don't be lazy. Don't think about having dinner until you finish running. There will be people watching over you. The students dashing on the track wanted to cry. Why do we have to suffer what we can't bear? President, we are in the wrong. Sob. No one saw the transparent bubbles they dropped behind them. Speed 5, Speed 4, Speed 7. Wang Tang sniggered in his heart. After picking up the bubbles, he left the stadium. Freshman gathering ended on the way back to his dormitory. Many freshmen came to greet him and wanted to cozy up to him. Wang Tang felt helpless. He could only leave this place as fast as he could. There were too many people greeting him, so he couldn't even remember their names. He couldn't differentiate them at all. Brother Tang? Brother Tang! Someone suddenly called for him again. He turned around and saw Ho Pinglang chasing after him. There were 3 other young men beside him. They should be his roommates. Brother Tang, it's still early and not dinner time yet. Let's go and take our daily necessities, Ho Pinglang said. Sure, but why are you calling me brother too? Wang Tang was speechless. Ha. Well, you are amazing. You even dared to talk back to the president. Ho Pinglang scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Then he continued, All right, let me introduce them to you. They are my roommates. One who looks like a gentleman. The one that you can tell isn't a good person with one look. His name is Song Shuhang. The muscular guy beside him is called Bailey Chingfeng, and the one with glasses is called Lu Shu. Fak Ho Zi, is this how you introduce me? Why am I not a good person? Song Shuhang rolled his eyes angrily. In the current society, anyone that looks like a good person is most likely not one, Lu Shu calmly chimed in. Bailey Chingfeng looked at Song Shuhang vigilantly. Muscles on his body tensed up. Bailey, what's with that gaze? Song Shuhang was shocked. He felt as if he was targeted by a wild beast. My third grandpa said that I must kill anyone that looks like a dangerous person and can harm a kind person like me. Song Shuhang took a step back uncontrollably. Hao Pingliang and Lu Shu quickly pulled him back. Calm down, your roommates. Well, they are really interesting. Wang Tang thought for a while, and finally found a tactful word to describe them. Ha ha! Ho Pingliang laughed awkwardly. Actually, they're not bad. Song Shuhang and the other 2 regained their senses and hurriedly greeted Wang Tang. Brother Tang, nice to meet you. Brother Tang, you're amazing. Then the 3 of them bowed simultaneously, as though they were greeting a mafia boss. Wang Tang, these 3 funny people? As long as you're happy, Wang Tang shook his head. He couldn't do anything. The group chatted casually as they headed to the logistics department of the school. The logistics building was like a neighboring service center. Many students were queuing on the first floor. The queue started from a room on the left side of the corridor. They joined the queue and waited patiently. After some time, they collected their daily training uniforms, their military attire, as well as the daily necessities. Everyone walked back to their dormitory carrying many different bags. When they reached the 4th section, Ho Pingliang bade farewell to Wang Tang. Brother Tang, we'll go and tidy up. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat at 5:30 p.m. later. All right, see you later. Wang Tang nodded and walked to the 3rd section. Chapter 170, 5 Faculties. Wang Tang went back to this dormitory and arranged the items. Then he logged in to the school's official website to check out the 5 faculties. Hanghai Military Academy's official website could only be seen using the school's internal network. There were detailed explanations of the various faculties as well as the instructors on the site. Wang Tang read through the site carefully. Gradually, he had a better understanding of the 5 different faculties. The battle faculty mainly groomed the students' combat ability. The martial warriors that came out of this faculty were the strongest and the main force on the battlefield. That was why it was called the battle faculty. The students of the battle faculty had to face more dangers, and its death rate remained at the top of the 5 faculties. If one chose the battle faculty, they had to be prepared to die. This wasn't just the case in Hanghai Military Academy. It was the same for the other universities, too. This was the norm. The battle faculty groomed battle machines. The command faculty nurtured talented commanders. There must be a commander in a war. They were the brains without the brain. All the soldiers would be in a state of disunity. They would be fighting their own battles, and they wouldn't be able to cooperate to unleash their greatest power. The Forge faculty, as its name suggested, trained forging talents. The smithery on Earth came from the Xingu continent. It became what it was today after they merged it with the Earth's smithery progress. Certain uniqueness of smithery was something that technology could achieve. Even for weapons like force guns, the higher the price, the higher its requirements for materials. Only blacksmiths were able to forge such weapons. In this martial warriors era, weapons were a necessity. Martial warriors were only able to unleash their true power if they had a suitable weapon. Because of all these reasons, smithery became more and more important. That was why the smithery faculty was formed. Dan faculty groomed talented alchemists. They specialized in teaching their students alchemy. To a martial warrior, Dan medicine was a vital resource. It could be used for healing purposes and cultivation. High-class Dan medicine was able to regrow dead cells and bones. Modern medicine couldn't be compared with it. Hence, the importance of the Dan faculty was obvious. The last faculty was the rune faculty. Rune study was a profound knowledge. It included many things and covered many areas. It could be used in almost everything. In forging, the making of Dan medicine arrays, and many more. Of course, students not from the rune faculty would be required to learn some rune knowledge too, in case they needed somewhere in life. Actually, the subjects taught in the different faculties would overlap with one another. This was the same as regular universities. For instance, science courses required one to learn advanced mathematics and physics. This was the basic knowledge needed in all the specialized courses. Rune studies had a similar existence in the martial arts course. But rune study was very profound. If you didn't study it in depth, it was very hard to get somewhere. That was why they needed to form a faculty. This was the basic information of the 5 different faculties. They heard that some universities had force chef faculty and plant faculty in addition. However, these faculties weren't common. Hanghai Military Academy didn't especially form a faculty for these specializations. Of course, if the students wanted to learn, they could. Hanghai Military Academy had related elective courses they could take as an interest. All in all, the martial warrior universities were used to serve martial warriors. This era would ultimately belong to martial warriors. Also, all the instructors from the different faculties were introduced, like their levels and their specialized weapons level. After Wang Tang read through everything, he knew what to expect. Of course, he had to see the person face to face first tomorrow to make his decision. After all, everyone's personality was different. If the instructor was difficult to interact with, no matter how strong he was or how well he taught, it was all useless. But can I choose all the 5 faculties? Wang Tang seemed to have thought of something. He touched his chin as he wondered to himself. All he needed to do was to pick up attributes. He could do it anywhere, capturing all the 5 faculties at the tip of his hands. It felt exhilarating just thinking about it. The doorbell rang. Who is it? Wang Tang got up and walked to the door. Never mind, I will look at the specific conditions tomorrow. He threw the thoughts he had to the back of his mind and opened the door. Hao Pinglang and his roommates were standing outside the door. Wow, Brother Tang, your living conditions are so good. Ho Pinglang stuck his head in and couldn't help but exclaim, I've heard that room. No one is more high class, looking at it now. It's the truth. Lu Shu nodded and said. Song Shuhang said jokingly, only someone as amazing as Brother Tang has the ability to live in such a place the moment he entered university. It's all right. With your family background, you should have lived in this kind of house before. Wang Tang rolled his eyes and let them inside. That's different. This is the school. All the freshmen live in 4-man rooms. Yet you live alone and have such a nice villa. We are really jealous of you, Ho Pinglang said. You can continue being jealous, Wang Tang sniggered and said. The 4 young men, what a stab to their hearts. They chatted for a while more before going to the cafeteria for dinner. It was a little past 5 p.m. There were already many people in the cafeteria, and many more were coming in. There were both older students and freshmen. Some older students went directly to the second floor. The forced dishes made by forced chef masters on the second floor were not free. You needed to pay for it. I wonder when we will get our student identity card. We can only use our school credit in school after we get our identity cards. However, I heard that freshmen will have some credits as our base. The best choice will be to use it in the necessary areas. We mustn't use it to exchange for food. Of course, we probably can't afford them. Ho Pingling looked at the students heading to the second floor and explained. They took their food and gathered around a table. They then started eating happily. It wasn't forced dishes, but honestly, the food in the cafeteria was delicious. It was the same as the dishes served outside in restaurants. Oh, right, the freshmen who were late are still running on the track. When a few students walked past their table, one of them laughed and said to his companion, "They deserved it. They could have arrived earlier, but they just wanted to display their presence." Another person said with contempt, They probably hadn't tuned their mindsets. They thought that they were still the babies of their high school teachers. They thought that the teachers here wouldn't scold them or hit them. Hanghai is a top university. The students here are all outstanding.
Let's talk about the freshmen.
All of us were the babies of our teachers, right? Sigh. I only know that there's always someone better than you after entering Hanghai. Let's talk about the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, Wang Teng. He's impressive. He received a military title the moment he entered university. However, he has enough trouble on his plate. I think that many people have laid their eyes on his military title. It isn't just the freshmen. Older students will probably look for him too. They didn't see Wang Teng on their way. They continued chatting as they walked out of the cafeteria. Chapter 171. Anyone that plays tricks has a dirty heart the next day, in the huge stadium of Hanghai Military Academy. The freshmen gathered here again. Some of them appeared a little tired. They were the students who got punished yesterday. After yesterday's lesson, no one dared to be late today, and no one dared to talk loudly. Voluntarily lined up in the stadium. In front of the lines, just below the rostrum, the field was segregated into 5 large areas. There were counters set up in each area. Behind the counters, more than 10 staff members from the academic administration office stood there, waiting for the freshmen to register. At this moment, the 5 heads of the 5 different faculties were standing on the rostrum. Below the rostrum, the instructors of the various faculties stood behind their area and looked at the freshmen in front of them. The registration of your faculty will affect the path you will take in the future. At the same time, it will have a significant impact on your future achievements. You should know which faculty is most suitable for your talent. I don't think I have to tell you how to choose your faculty. You should have already looked up the heads and instructors of the various faculties. They have their own specialization. All of you just have to consider carefully. Also, the heads and instructors can give suggestions or invite students, but they can't force anyone. The registration will be based on the student's wish. This is all I have to say. You can start your registration. The president, Peng Yuanshan, spoke calmly then. He sat in the middle seat and closed his eyes to take a rest. 5 heads on the rostrum exchanged glances with one another. Then a muscular man sitting on Peng Yuanshan's right stood up. He looked around 30 years old, but a martial warrior's actual age couldn't be predicted solely by his appearance. All the muscles on his body were bulging, and his bald head shone brightly under the sun. It was extremely eye-catching. "I'm the head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu." His voice was rough and powerful. It spread throughout the entire stadium. I won't waste your time. I just want to say one sentence. The people that enter the battle faculty are the most powerful martial warriors. Then he gave off an "I'm formidable" aura. The freshmen below were stunned by his presence. "Tong Hu, what you said isn't right. Your battle faculty might be strong, but that's just individual abilities. During group battle drill exercises, when did you ever beat my command faculty?" A refined-looking, middle-aged young man on Peng Yuanshan's left stood up and smiled. "Freshman, I'm the head of the command faculty, Su Jing. I'm not saying that a martial warrior should focus on his own ability, but your brain must be able to catch up with your body. There's a saying that a wise general is the same as 1,000 soldiers. Only talents who know how to use their brains are real formidable warriors. My command faculty is never weaker than anyone." Anyone that plays tricks has a dirty heart. Tong Hu sneered. Su Jing, who was acting refined and indifferent a moment ago, instantly turned furious. "Damn it. I used my ability to play tricks. Why are you talking about my heart?" "This is being smart. This is not playing tricks. How can you say that a commander's heart is dirty? Don't you know mapping out a strategy can help win a battle thousands of miles away?" Su Jing retorted. "Cough, cough." Tong Hu wanted to say something, but he snorted and kept quiet when he heard Peng Yuanshan's dry cough. Su Jing winked at him proudly. "Everyone, I'm the head of the smithery faculty. Wu Chang Song, you should know what my smithery faculty does." I just want to tell you that Smithery is an art. At the same time, it requires talent. Interested students can apply for our faculty. I'm the head of the Dan faculty, Kui Hang. I don't agree with what Head Wu said. Alchemy is real art. As for Smithery, it's just manual labor. I find it really difficult to link it to art. However, being an alchemist requires high talent too. If you think you have the talent, you can enter my Dan faculty after passing our faculty's test. Oh, right. My Dan faculty has many Dan medicines. If you want to eat one or throw one away, it's fine. Temptation. This was a blatant temptation as expected after the freshmen below heard this. Their eyes lit up. They looked excited. Eat one or throw one away. This was too extravagant. Bullshit, the head of the Smithery faculty. Wu Changsong glared at Head Kui and said furiously, making a Dan is just like a chef making a dish. No skills are needed. All you have to do is cook it in a pot. There's no difficulty in it. How dare you talk about art? Cook it in a pot. The freshmen were speechless when they heard this. Are you talking about making Dan pills or cooking? Also, are the two of you artists?
Why are you talking about art all the time? People who don't know you might think that you're both artists.
Just as the two of them were about to start quarreling, the last director, who hadn't opened his mouth, immediately said, I'm the head of the Rune faculty, Situ Yun. If you're interested in rune studies, you can come and join my faculty. Oh, Chang Song and Chui Hang were stopped just when they were about to start quarreling. They felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was something stuck in their heart. However, the president was here, so they couldn't really get into a fight. They could only glare at each other and fume silently in their seats. The five heads had introduced themselves, but the freshmen were even more stunned. None of the five heads seemed reliable. The freshmen were a little lost. There were a few seconds of silence. Yet no student went forward to register. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward. All the instructors wanted to cover their faces at this moment. Couldn't their heads appear more normal? Look, all the freshmen were frightened by them. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd and headed towards the battle faculty's area. Wang Teng. Everyone immediately recognized the figure. The head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu, laughed. He was delighted. The most outstanding freshman had chosen the battle faculty. This was just the start, but the rest had already lost. Su Jing sneered. He felt a little pity, but they weren't able to interfere with the student's decision. The other three heads felt pity too. All of them had high hopes for Wang Teng. Naturally, they wished that he would choose their faculty. An outstanding student represented many things. In the future, he might even achieve much glory for their faculty. This was a good thing. Unfortunately, there was only one Wang Teng. Only one faculty could get this advantage. However, they suddenly saw Wang Teng heading to the command faculty's area after he applied for the battle faculty. What is he planning to do? Everyone at the scene was slightly stunned. They looked at Wang Teng as he walked to the command faculty's area. Before the instructor in charge of the registration could react, he signed his name on the registration form. Then he continued heading to the next faculty. Soon he had finished applying for all 5 faculties. Everyone, chapter 172. Life is like a drama. You need to rely on your acting skill. Nonsense. Peng Yuanshan's voice came from the rostrum. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Ever since the Martial Arts Academy was founded, this was the first time such an atrocious thing had happened. Everyone had limited energy, especially in the martial arts course. Every faculty's modules were intensive. You needed a huge amount of time to practice and cultivate. In the past, some students had taken 2 majors, but most of them couldn't focus on both at the same time. Only a few extremely talented people managed to get high achievements in both majors, but they were just the minority, much less choosing all 5 faculties at the same time. Wasn't this nonsense? If it was another student, Peng Yuanshan wouldn't be so angry. However, Wang Teng was the most outstanding student in this batch. He might even be the most outstanding student in the recent few batches. The school had spent a considerable effort to snatch him from the other top universities. Everyone had high hopes for Wang Teng. How could they allow him to joke with his future? The other 5 heads shook their heads. They felt that this wasn't a reliable decision. Wang Teng heard the angry voice on the rostrum. He looked at the president's black face and got a huge fright. He didn't expect Peng Yuanshan to get so angry. Do you know what you're doing? You chose all 5 faculties? Who do you think you are? An unparalleled genius. You're destroying your own future. You're being extremely irresponsible to yourself. Peng Yuanshan leaped down from the rostrum with flames of anger burning in his eyes. His expression was stern as he closed in on Wang Teng. The 5 heads came down too. They persuaded Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you should choose again. We can take the previous choice as a joke and ignore it. That's right. You don't have so much energy. No matter how talented you are, you can't do it. If you're really interested in the other subjects, you can take them as elective courses. You don't have to. Their reaction is big. Wang Tang felt that they were just kicking up a fuss. After all, this was his decision. Why were they so nervous? However, when he looked at their concerned expressions, he wasn't able to refute them. Words got choked in his throat. He looked at them a little guiltily as he said, "The school didn't say that we can't choose all the 5 faculties. I thought that learning more things is always good." He couldn't expose his identity as a bug. At this moment, he could only act as a good student. Teachers loved this act. As expected, when they heard his reply, the expressions of the heads softened a little. At first, they thought that Wang Tang was a little insensible and had overestimated himself. A student like him, no matter how talented he was, his achievements would be limited. But listen to what he's saying now. He just wants to learn more. What a good student he is. He has a positive learning attitude. Even if he was a little rash, it's understandable. He just lacks some experience and needs the guidance and teachings of the instructors. He's talented, and his learning attitude is very positive. We must nurture him properly. Peng Yuanshan's expression softened a little, and he said, "It's good that you have this thinking. However, a person has limited energy. No matter how talented a person is, he can't learn everything. How about this? You can choose the battle faculty as your major and get an observer card for the other courses. If you're interested, you can listen to the other lessons, but the prerequisite is that it must not affect your martial arts cultivation." Many thoughts flashed past Wang Tang's mind. This seemed to be the best solution. Even if he chose all the 5 faculties, the heads couldn't do anything to him, but it would give them a bad impression. The loss outweighed the gain. All right, I will listen to the president. Once he made his decision, Wang Tang immediately revealed an obedient look as he spoke. Peng Yuanshan was extremely satisfied with his humble attitude. He was able to admit his mistake and listen to his teacher's advice. He was a good child. Indeed, all he lacked was a little common sense experience. "You can still listen to us. You're not that stupid." Peng Yuanshan nodded and patted Wang Tang's shoulder. His attitude became even more amiable. Wang Tang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, life was like a drama. You need to rely on your acting skill. The freshmen were looking at him with their eyes wide open. How is this possible? Looking at Peng Yuanshan's angry expression just now, they thought that Wang Tang was going to receive a scolding, yet in the end he seemed to value Wang Tang even more. Look at this amiable expression. He seemed to be looking at his nephew. Who else can receive this treatment? Amazing, impressive. Before Peng Yuanshan left, he said to the other freshmen, "What I said just now isn't just directed at Wang Tang. The same goes for all of you. Don't eat more than you can chew. Now you can register for your faculty." The freshmen wouldn't make the same mistake. They stopped hesitating and went forward to choose their faculties. Wang Tang chose the battle faculty in the end. After registering, he returned to his dormitory. After the freshmen finished their registration, the school distributed their student identity cards in the afternoon. Wang Tang also received an observer card. At night, when Wang Tang and Ho Pingliang's friends were eating, they talked about military training the next day. After the freshmen settled all the administrative matters, it was time for military training. The martial arts course was no exception. Normal universities and martial arts academies had no military training. However, military academies were different. Military training was a tradition here. At the same time, it was to let the students familiarize themselves with the various rules of the military academies. However, the military training of the martial arts course was different from the one at the normal university course. The intensity of the martial arts military training was stronger, and its content was more complicated. For instance, all kinds of actual battle training required students to go through drills in different environments. After they finished their dinner, Wang Tang and his friends headed towards the dormitory district. When they reached the 4th section, Wang Tang parted with Ho Pingling and his friends. He headed to the 3rd district room, number 1 alone. The instant he reached his residence, he saw a young man leaning beside the door. "Are you Wang Tang? I have been waiting for you for a long time." The person had obviously seen Wang Tang too. He turned around and spoke to Wang Tang calmly. "I don't think I know you," Wang Tang replied. "My name is Wei Hua. I'm a Year 2 student and a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. I heard that you entered the school as a 2-star martial warrior, so I'm a little curious about you. Hence, I came to see if you have the ability," the young man said indifferently. So you want to challenge me?" Wang Tang smiled. "Challenge? You can understand it that way if you want." Wei Hua scorned, but he still nodded and replied to Wang Tang. Wang Tang wasn't angry. He smiled and continued asking, Have you prepared the 100 credits? I just came to take a look at your ability. Wei Hua frowned. Wang Teng snorted. He walked to the door and opened it. Then he turned his head and said to Wei Hua, "If you haven't prepared the credits, don't waste my time. You." Wei Hua immediately got infuriated as though he was humiliated. Chapter 173. I'm truly as smart as a demon. Wei Hua was infuriated. He saw Wang Tang's look of disdain and felt that he was looking down on him. He knew that he needed to prepare 100 credits if he wanted to challenge Wang Tang. However, he just didn't want to spend these 100 credits. The purchasing power of 100 school credits was equivalent to 1 million RMB outside. Who would want to spend this 1 million anyhow, like this? To many students, the first year was used to break through to a martial warrior. The school had a mission-based system, and one could gain credits by completing them. However, if you weren't a martial warrior, you wouldn't be able to do many missions. You could only deal with some trifling matters. The credits you earned would just be enough for your cultivation. Wei Hua just became a second-year student. It had barely been a month since he advanced to a martial warrior. The credits he saved beforehand were all used on his cultivation. He wasn't able to fork out 100 credits now at first. He thought that Wang Tang was easy to fool since he was a freshman. He could just say that he wanted to have a duel with him. If he lost, naturally, he wouldn't need to give 100 credits. If he won, he could say that it was a challenge and take Wang Tang's military title away. What a good deal. He knew that many students who were more powerful and stronger than him coveted the military title. However, he couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to strike first while everyone was still spectating. Once he got the military title, no one else would be able to take it away from him. The president had already said that they could only snatch the military title from Wang Tang. This method wasn't effective on other people. If not, the entire system would be in a mess. They all knew that this snatching opportunity was once in a lifetime, since they had the chance even if they knew it was difficult and would cause trouble for themselves. Who could resist the temptation? Everyone said that a martial warrior needed to fight. In that case, he would show the new guy. Wei Hua gritted his teeth and said to Wang Tang, "Tomorrow noon, I will challenge you at the stadium arena. At that time, I will prepare the 100 credits." "Sure. Since you want to give me the credits, I won't reject it." Wang Tang nodded. "You're too arrogant." Wei Hua's face turned green with anger. Bang. Wang Tang closed the door on his face, completely disregarding this person. A one-star soldier-level martial warrior? If it wasn't for the 100 credits, he wouldn't even have answered him. Wang Tang was waiting for these people to look for him. They had their eyes set on his military title, but Wang Tang wanted their school credits too. Tomorrow I'll pretend to defeat him with difficulty. I mustn't scare everyone away at once. This will allow more people to challenge me. Wang Tang walked into his house and touched his chin as he wondered to himself. He felt a little excited, just thinking about it. I'm indeed as smart as a demon. The next day, military training started at 7 a.m. All the freshmen woke up at 6 a.m. They finished washing up and wore the fitting uniform. Then they hurried to the stadium to gather. The start of a new day in the new semester was here. The freshmen from the 5 faculties were all gathered in the stadium. The instructors lined up in a row. Each specialization had different numbers of students, so they were split into 3 to 5 teams. The class distribution for each specialization was completed yesterday. The freshmen had already received the news, so they were gathered in their class. After they lined up, the instructors led their teams away from the crowd. Each team chose an empty spot that was further away and started their talk. "Students, nice to meet you. I'm the instructor for your military training, Duchi. At the same time, I'm your 4th-year senior too. I will be the one training and guiding you for the next 15 days. Wang Tang's class was Battle Class 1. There were 32 students in his class. Hao Pingliang and his roommates were all in Class 1. Even Lin Shu, whom he met on the first day, was in this class. How fateful. Instructor was a young man around 20 years old. His back was straight and he looked upright. His aura alone made him stand out from the crowds. When they heard their instructor's words, everyone started muttering in low voices. Our instructor is a 4th-year senior. What's so strange about it? We are in a military academy. Our seniors are all well-trained military officers. We are not like other schools who need to invite people from the military to train their students. This senior is very handsome. We are going to train for 15 days. We can get to know him properly." "Silence." Duchi frowned and shouted coldly. "From now on, if I don't give you permission, you are not allowed to talk to each other. If not, you should know the rules of Honghai." Everyone immediately became quiet. "All right, now please introduce yourself. Let's start from the first student on the left," Duchi said. The student called out was a normal-looking young man. He was stunned for a moment, then he instantly opened his mouth and spoke under the gazes of the instructor and his classmates. "Hello, everyone." "Hello, instructor. My name is Hao Zhengye. I'm from Beixia City." Everyone started introducing themselves thereafter. "Hello, everyone. I'm Xie Tong." "Hello, everyone. I'm Yuan Jing." "Hello, everyone. I'm Ho Pingliang. I'm from Donghai. My father is currently serving in the army. Under the influence of my family, I strive to be someone like my father ever since I was young. My name is Lin Shui. I'm a Donghai local. My name is Wang Teng. I'm a Donghai local." Wang Teng's introduction was straightforward. He only said his name and his place of birth. "It's great that Wang Teng is in our class. I heard that the school will rank our classes based on competitions every month. With him around, our class will definitely come out on top." A classmate said, "We can't rely on Wang Teng for everything. We came to school to upgrade ourselves. If we just let him piggyback us, what's the point of learning?" Another student shook his head and said, "It was Bailey Qingfeng from Ho Ping Lang's dormitory." His words immediately gained the approval of everyone. Even the young man who spoke just now nodded. "You're right. I was taking things for granted. In the martial arts era, we must rely on ourselves." At this moment, Du Qi suddenly glanced at them. They had forgotten the instructor's warning. Cold sweat appeared on their bodies due to fright, and they immediately shut up. However, Du Qi didn't say anything this time. Very soon, everyone finished introducing themselves. He led them to the dormitory district. "Today, the first thing I will teach you is how to tidy your dormitory." Du Qi demonstrated to everyone when they arrived at the dormitory. It was here, the legendary tofu cube. Du Qi flicked his hands a few times, and just like that, a tofu cube appeared in his hand. It was orderly and neat. It was astonishing. Then it was time for the students to deck their tofu cubes. The process wasn't so smooth. In fact, you could call it miserable. The instructor taught every single dormitory and inspected all of them. Wang Teng was the last one. He lived in the third section, so Du Qi waited for everyone else to finish first before bringing them over. This treatment. Everyone looked around them and couldn't help but exclaim with envy. Even Du Qi, their fourth-year senior, was astounded. He lived in the third section before, but room no one won. That was another person's dormitory. Wang Teng had no time to care about his classmates and his instructor's expressions. He was focused on tackling the blanket in front of him. "Instructor, I'm done." Wang Teng heaved a long sigh as he got up. His head was full of sweat. Oh my God, this was so difficult. Everyone looked at Wang Teng's piece of art. They almost burst out laughing. "Are you sure this is a tofu cube? Are you sure it's not some special creature? Does he have the legendary Butterfingers?" Chapter 174. Bestow him with the title of a dignified-looking person. When they came out of the dormitory, the students from Battle Class 1 kept glancing at Wang Teng with weird expressions. You can't judge a book by its cover. Top scholar of the martial arts exam doesn't know how to deck his blanket. As expected, no one is perfect. How does that saying go? Oh, right. When God closes one door, he opens another window. They forgot if God really said this, but this was what they wanted to say. Wang Teng walked among the group with a black face. He was incredibly embarrassed. He didn't expect that he couldn't do such a simple thing. Damn it. 7:15 a.m. The instructor brought everyone to the cafeteria. The teams from the other classes had arrived too. Once everyone gathered, they entered the cafeteria together and started their breakfast. Their every action seemed to be emphasizing the word discipline. After they finished eating, they headed to the stadium. Before anything, they stood at attention for 20 minutes. The day of training started with standing at attention in the afternoon. After lunch, they had 2 hours of rest. Wang Teng came to the stadium as promised. The arena was a martial arts arena. It was a place especially for martial warriors to fight. Martial warriors were extremely powerful. If the defense ability of the arena wasn't strong enough, it would be damaged easily. Thus, the materials used to make the arena must be strong and durable. There were defense runes carved on the arena too. If not, it would be damaged from time to time. Maintenance fee was a piece of cake for these martial warriors, but it was too troublesome to repair it all the time. There were already many people in the stadium. There were older students and freshmen. When Wang Teng walked over from afar, he saw the crowd gathered over there. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. It was obvious that Wei Hua had spread the news of the battle. If not, there wouldn't be so many people coming to watch. There were always some people who had extravagant hopes for his military title. He's here. When Wang Teng's figure appeared at the edge of the stadium, someone noticed him immediately. Discussions were heard all around. He really came. Youth knows no fear. As the top of the freshman batch and someone whom the instructors and president have high hopes in, how can he reject a battle when someone came to look for him personally? Wei Hua just became a martial warrior not long ago. Wang Teng was already a martial warrior during the university entrance exam. Wei Hua might not be stronger than him. In high school, he didn't get to enjoy the university's resources. Be it his scripture or his battle techniques, the difference is huge. I don't know how Wang Teng became a martial warrior, but he can't be compared to a martial warrior groomed by our school.
You're right to these older students. The two candidates were both one-star soldier-level martial warriors, but the grooming of the military academy was their greatest reliance. In the martial arts era, it was widely acknowledged that university-groomed martial warriors had a higher status than self-taught martial warriors. This was the domination of resources.
Before they entered university, Wang Teng's method of becoming a martial warrior was most probably like those self-taught martial warriors. Thus, they felt a sense of superiority when they faced him. However, since Wang Teng was able to become a martial warrior at such a young age and gain the recognition of the instructors and president, he definitely had his merits. It was hard to determine who would win today. When Wang Teng came closer, the commotion disappeared gradually. There wasn't just a single arena in the stadium. Wei Hua stood on one of the arenas, and his gaze landed on Wang Teng, who was walking below. "You're late. I needed to go for military training. Why don't you talk to my instructor?" Wang Teng walked up the arena and stood opposite Wei Hua. Wei Hua's expression turned ugly. He scoffed softly and kept quiet. The instructors for the freshmen were mostly fourth-year seniors. All of them had been freshmen before. They knew how tough their fourth-year seniors were. Talk to them? He wasn't that bold. "Let's not waste any more time since you're here. Let's start. Everyone here will be our witness. If I lose, I will give 100 credits to Wang Teng. But if I win, his military title is mine," Wei Hua said to the crowd below. Cold smiles appeared on many people's faces. Some of them frowned uncontrollably, too. Many people had their eyes on Wang Teng's military title. Some of them were furious that they didn't act earlier and let someone else gain the upper hand. Others remained calm and indifferent. The Martial Arts Club will be the judge for this battle. When everyone was silent and waiting to watch a good show, a cheerful laugh was heard from the crowd. "The Martial Arts Club!" The spectators' expressions changed. They looked behind them. The crowd saw two figures slowly walking towards the stadium from outside. Everyone's gaze was attracted to them, as though they had a spotlight on them. It was a lady and a man. The man was handsome, and the lady was pretty. They appeared confident with striking auras. Third-year senior sister Yang Lin and senior brother Chen Su. It's them. Why are they here? Do they want the military title, too? That's impossible. Their ability has exceeded that of a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. They don't have the chance to challenge Wang Teng. Also, they seem to have military titles already. Do they want to invite Wang Teng into the martial arts club? The two of them walked below the arena. The man called Chen Su smiled slightly and said, "Let us be the judge. What do you think?" "I have no objection," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Wei Hua laughed awkwardly and said hurriedly, "It's my honor to have seniors as my judges." Yang Lin and Chen Su nodded. "Let's start. I'm using a blade. What's your weapon?" Wei Hua took out a blade from behind his back and asked, "Oh, I'm using this." Wang Teng thought for a moment. He searched in his pocket and took out a golden brick. The scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. At first, many people were secretly looking at Yang Lin and Chen Su, but at this moment all their gazes were alternating between Wang Teng's face and the brick. "Are you serious about using a brick as your weapon? Also, that was a bright and golden brick. Was it made using gold?" "Hey, isn't anyone curious about where he took the brick from?" someone asked awkwardly. "Did he hide it there?" A few people scanned Wang Teng's lower half of the body with strange gazes. "Cough, junior brother Wang Teng, are you sure you want to use this golden brick as your weapon?" Yang Lin couldn't help but ask. "Yes." Wang Teng looked at the brick in his hand and even weighed it. He felt that it was very comfortable in his hand. He asked curiously, "Can't I?" Chen Su secretly glanced at the lower part of Wang Teng's body when he heard the discussions around him. He said, "That's not it. I just felt that your weapon is a little unexpected." "Don't you think that this weapon is amazing?" Wang Teng asked seemingly seriously. Everyone, as long as you're happy. Wang Teng, are you looking down on me? Why are you using a brick as your weapon?" Wei Hua glared at Wang Teng. His expression was ugly. "I didn't. My weapon has always been a brick," Wang Teng replied humbly. "I don't believe you. You're too arrogant. Today I'll teach you what it means by there's always someone better than you." Wei Hua stomped his feet on the ground and charged at Wang Teng. He activated his Earth Force, and the battle blade in his hand formed an arc in the air. "Good move," Wang Tang shouted pretentiously. He waved his brick to receive the attack. He tilted his body and smashed the brick at the side of the blade, knocking it away. He then abruptly rushed forward. He aimed the brick at Wei Hua's face. Wei Hua's expression didn't change. He twisted his blade quickly and forced Wang Tang to defend himself. The brick and the blade collided again. Clang! Force exploded when they collided. The huge impact formed visible airwaves, forcing the two people apart. The next second, they stepped on the ground and shot towards each other again. This Wang Tang seems quite powerful. The people below turned slightly serious. They looked at the two youngsters fighting back and forth in the arena. They compared the difference in ability between the duo and realized that they seemed on par with each other. Many people were shocked by this. Wei Hua was a second-year student. He had been through more than a year of polishing, yet he was still roughly the same as a freshman. Was Wei Hua too weak, or was Wang Tang too strong? No matter what it was embarrassing for an older student. Those people that wanted to see Wang Tang losing didn't feel good. The more powerful Wang Tang was, the more obvious the difference between them would seem. Everyone here was a talented individual in their high school. No one wanted to be placed beneath others. However, some students accepted this fact readily. When they saw that an older student wasn't able to defeat Wang Tang, they suddenly felt honored. Wei Hua got more and more anxious as he fought. Wang Tang's ability was higher than expected. Challenging a freshman who just entered university wasn't a glamorous thing. If he lost, he would be greatly embarrassed. How would he raise his head in school in the future? The two parties exchanged blows many times, but no one was able to gain an advantage. Of course, Wang Tang purposely hid his abilities. If he were serious, Wei Hua wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him. This should be enough, Wang Tang thought to himself. At this moment, Wei Hua suddenly widened the distance between them. Then a strong yellow glow appeared on the blade of the battle blade. "I don't believe that you will be able to handle this attack." He gritted his teeth and exerted all his force into the blade glow. He released the attack. Boom! Ah, so powerful. Looks like I need to be serious, Wang Tang shouted pretentiously. His expression seemed a little stern. Ice blue force congregated on his palm as he slapped his palm at the huge yellow blade glow. Bang! The blade and the palm collided. Force exploded at the center region and spread to its surroundings. Wei Hua spat out a mouth of blood. He was stunned by the result. However, he still couldn't help but retreat. At this second, his pupils constricted. He saw a black figure breaking through the airwaves and dashing towards him. Wang Tang came in front of Wei Hua in a blink of an eye. He raised his brick and aimed it accurately at his head. Bang! One shot, one kill. Wei Hua felt his vision turning black. He staggered, but he persevered and didn't fall. As expected of a martial warrior. He has a high resistance to attacks. Wang Tang was slightly surprised. He raised his brick and whacked it on Wei Hua again. When the airwaves in the arena subsided, everyone finally saw the situation. Wang Tang was panting furiously, and his clothes were in a mess. Looked at his feet. A figure was lying flat with his face on the ground. He couldn't get up anymore. "Pant, he's so strong," Wang Tang panted as he emphasized once again. His expression was solemn, as if he had met his archenemy. However, he was actually picking up the attribute bubbles around Wei Hua. Earth Force 12, Intermediate Stage, Earth Talent 5, Spirit 8, Enlightenment 10. Fake, this is good stuff. The students in Hanghai Military Academy were indeed gifted. Look at the attributes they dropped. He even dropped the Intermediate Stage Earth Talent. There were 8 points of Spirit and 10 points of Enlightenment. It was quite a lot. People with higher talent would drop more attribute bubbles. Wang Tang was secretly delighted when he saw his gains. The crowd below the arena was stunned. The battle just now was terrific. At the same time, both parties' abilities were not to be underestimated. Wang Tang was even more impressive. He managed to defeat the second-year student. Wei Hua, Yang Lin, and Chen Su immediately jumped into the arena to inspect Wei Hua's injury. It was nothing serious. He was fine except for the huge bumps on his head. The two of them looked at Wang Tang's gold brick with a strange gaze. Suddenly they felt that this junior had a weird sense of humor. "I will give respect to all the talents that lose to me. I will bestow them with horns," Wang Tang explained seriously. Corners of their lips twitched slightly. Even with their many years of studies, they were unable to find a word to describe Wang Tang's shamelessness. The audience below heard his words and looked at the huge bumps on Wei Hua's head. In an instant, they could almost see the thick black aura gushing out of Wang Tang's body. If you cut this person's heart, it must be black. Wang Tang looked down on everyone. Since you want to create trouble for me, you must be prepared for my special attention. Seniors, I won this battle, right? He asked the two of them. The two exchanged glances with each other. Chen Su nodded. Yes, you win. That's good. I'll have to trouble you to monitor him for me. Don't let him run away from his 100 credits, Wang Tang said. Don't worry, since the martial arts club has interfered in this matter, no one will be able to run away from the agreement. Yang Lin and Chen Su were speechless. This Wang Tang was a money lover. Thank you. I have military training in the afternoon, so I will go and rest now. Can someone send this senior brother Wei Hua to the infirmary? If he has any side effects, I'd have greatly sinned. Wang Tang staggered down the arena as he spoke. Everyone, since you know that hitting the head will have repercussions, why did you still do it? The crowd again looked at the bumps on Wei Hua's head. It was painful, just thinking about it. Wang Tang walked down the arena while holding his waist. He kept muttering, "Oh, my waist, Senior Wei Hua is too powerful. He's so powerful, I almost lost." His voice was loud, as if afraid that other people couldn't hear him. Wang Tang, do you want to go to the infirmary?" Yang Lin couldn't help but ask when she saw his state. "There's no need for that. I'll be fine after a rest. Ouch. My palm, that attack at the end was really powerful. I almost couldn't handle it." Wang Tang emphasized how powerful Wei Hua was again and how he almost lost. Everyone looked at his back view as he walked away. Their gazes flickered, and they couldn't help but feel happy. Comparing their ability with Wei Hua's, if they challenged Wang Tang, they had a high possibility of winning. Only a few people found it strange, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong. Why was Wang Tang emphasizing how strong Wei Hua was? Was he sympathizing with him?
Chapter 175. Ah? Youth? Wang Tang returned to his dormitory. Once inside, he straightened his back and revealed a smile at the corner of his lips. He brought out his attributes panel. Enlightenment, Spiritual Realm, 16,100. Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 5.8100. He looked at his enlightenment and spirit first. Based on the ratio of 10 to 1, he had gained 1 point and 0.8 points. His beginner stage Earth talent had already changed to intermediate stage Earth talent.
Wang Tang felt his surroundings carefully. The Earth force around him seemed even more intimate now. Besides this, his Earth force had also increased by 12 points. Earth force 125-1000, 3-star. Now Wang Tang's Earth force had reached 3-star. If he wanted to upgrade to 4-star, he would need 1,000 points. There were so many talents in Honghai Military Academy, so his ability would rise very quickly if he interacted with everyone more often. Wang Tang was satisfied with the results today. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating. As for the tofu cube on the bed, he wouldn't touch it if he didn't need to. It was too difficult to fold. In the afternoon, the military training continued. Wang Tang enjoyed the gazes of all the freshmen. The news of him defeating a second-year student had already spread among the freshmen. Many were jealous of him, but there were people who respected him too. The instructors weren't here, so everyone chatted among themselves. The students around Wang Tang couldn't help but lean towards him and shower him with questions. Hao Peng Liang was weirder. He used his water bottle as a microphone and asked, "Brother Tang, let me interview you. How do you feel about defeating a second-year senior?" "The feeling is he's too weak." Wang Tang acted arrogantly. Lu Shu and his friends looked at him with contempt. They exposed him without caring about his dignity. "We all know that you managed to defeat him with much difficulty, but this is already impressive." Wang Tang didn't care. He laughed and happily chatted with them. However, in his heart, he was elated. He secretly respected his own acting. "Tisk, I think I can get an Oscar. The instructor is here," someone shouted. The noises disappeared at once, and everyone lined up as quickly as possible. "Everyone seems very free," Du Chi walked in front of Class 1 and said with a smile. They were dead. As expected, the next second, Du Chi's face turned cold. "Since you're so free, run 5 rounds around the stadium as a warm-up." Their expressions turned bitter. This was just the start, yet they already had to run 5 rounds. How were they supposed to survive the afternoon? "Why are you shouting? Run," Du Chi said coldly without any mercy. Everyone looked at their instructor's expression and their hearts sank. They didn't dare to bargain with him. Instead, they put their legs into action and started running around the field. The other classes were running too. In an instant, there was a bunch of hot-blooded youths running with all their might in the stadium. Youth. 6 p.m., all the freshmen dragged their exhausted bodies back to the cafeteria. They looked as though they had suffered inhumane torture. Their expressions were numb and they were walking like zombies. "Ouch! My leg! The instructor is so vicious! Bear with it." "Are you going to talk back to the instructor?" "I think there are blisters on my feet. I heard that sanitary pads are very useful." "Let's buy a few bags to try later." Me too. The freshmen were talking among themselves when they suddenly saw a person walking by casually. His relaxed footsteps made them want to beat him. Wang Teng, sigh, a martial warrior's physique is much better than ours. This amount of training did not affect him at all. Ho Ping Liang and his friends were filled with jealousy. Brother Teng, you're having such a good time. We are exhausted, yet you seem totally fine, Ho Ping Liang said. This is the difference between martial disciples and martial warriors. The instructor's training is targeted at martial disciples. It has no effect on martial warriors. Lu Shu pushed his glasses and said, but in the end, the military training is to groom our discipline. Cultivation is secondary. Real cultivation starts after military training, Song Shuhang said. If you use a scientific method for your training, the military training will be nothing to you, Bailey Qingfeng said calmly. Qingfeng, are you sure your method is useful? I think I saw your legs trembling just now, Lu Shu suddenly whispered. Bailey Qingfeng, life is already hard. Brother, you don't have to expose the truth. Wang Teng laughed and shook his head. The military training was a walk in the park for him. It wasn't difficult at all. The few of them took their food and gathered around a table. Then they started stuffing the food down their throats. They weren't the only people doing this. The other freshmen were eating the same way. After the afternoon training, everyone was tired and hungry. The best method was to eat heartily to replenish the energy they exerted. That way they would have the energy to continue their training tomorrow. Wang Teng was eating when someone walked over and sat down beside him. The person smiled and said, Wang Teng, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Kun from Year 2. When the military training ends tonight, let's have a duel in the arena. What do you think? Wang Teng was stunned. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded. Oh, all right. You just need to prepare your credits. Zhou Kun's face twitched. His tone was so irritating. He sounded as if he would definitely lose. However, he didn't say much and just nodded. No problem. I won't disturb your meal. I will wait for you at the arena tonight. This person was straightforward. After deciding the matter, he got up immediately and left. Lu Shu asked, this senior seems harder to deal with than Wei Hua in the afternoon. Brother Tang, are you confident? I will do my best. Wang Teng didn't know how to reply. He couldn't tell them that he was able to defeat him in a single move, right? But, Lu Shu, how can you tell that this senior is harder to deal with? Asked Song Shuhang. If he's not harder to deal with, will he come over to give credits to Brother Wang for free? Lu Shu looked at Song Shuhang in surprise. He seemed to be asking why he asked such a stupid question. Wang Teng and Bailey Qingfeng also looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Song Shuhang felt his face turning warm. He almost covered his face and ran away. Lu Shu, you're heartless.
You die or I die.
Song Shuhang glared at Lu Shu furiously. After they finished their lunch, the freshmen gathered again. There were still other activities and training at night. However, the intensity wasn't as strong as the afternoon's training. It was mostly practicing their marches and training their formation. Then they found some shades under the trees and sang the military song loudly with the dim school lights in the background. Once their military training ended, everyone gathered in the stadium. The duel between Wang Teng and Zhou Kun had also spread somehow. Although everyone was tired after a day of training, they were still extremely excited. Who do you think will win this duel? I think it will be our second-year senior. Wang Teng's ability is clearly seen after the afternoon battle. The senior must be confident, that's why he acted. Yes, it's a little hard, however, I hope that Wang Teng can win. That's right, we finally have a freshman who can fight with the second year. If he manages to survive a few more battles, it adds to our honor. Chapter 176. I almost lost again. The freshmen at the scene were more excited than Wang Teng. They cared about the result more than him. Half of the freshmen were even supporting him. This scene made Wang Teng a little astounded. He walked closer and saw Yang Lin and Chen Su standing at the side. These two seniors from the martial arts club were smiling at him. Wang Teng, do you mind letting us be the judge again? Chen Su smiled and asked. Of course not. I have to trouble you again. Wang Teng was surprised, but he still nodded and replied. The three of them chatted for a while before Wang Teng walked up the arena. He smiled at Zhou Kun opposite him. Zhou Kun said, Wang Teng, you managed to invite the two seniors from the martial arts club? Your face is so important. Will you believe me if I say that they came themselves? Asked Wang Teng. That shows how great your potential is. Zhou Kun was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and continued, Honestly, I regret inviting you for a challenge. If I snatch your military title, there will be a grudge between us. This means that I will have an enemy with great potential. But you still came in the end? Yes. Ever since I started practicing martial arts, someone told me that you have to constantly fight on the martial arts path. If you don't, you won't be able to achieve anything. Let's not waste any time then. If you want to fight, let's fight, Wang Teng said calmly. Zhu Kun was stunned once again. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect you to view things so clearly. Let's start then. As he spoke, his aura started to change. He retracted the smile on his face. He seemed to have turned from a tamed little cat into a ferocious tiger that attacked humans. He was fierce, powerful, and bloodthirsty. This aura, Wang Teng looked at the young man who was giving off a frightening aura. His gaze paused for a while. This was someone whose hands were stained with blood. This was an aura that could only appear on someone who had been through many battles. Wang Teng was very familiar with this aura. Zhou Kun lowered his body and wore a pair of boxing gloves. He got into his posture, ready to attack at any time. Wang Teng searched in his pocket and also took out a pair of boxing gloves. He wore them. Everyone. They all thought that he would take out the gold brick, but this time he took out a pair of boxing gloves instead. However, what was with his pocket? How was he able to stuff so many big items inside? This didn't make any sense. Wang Teng didn't care about the silent complaints of the bystanders below. His gaze turned slightly serious. No matter how weak his opponent was, he still gave him due respect. He wouldn't fight with all his might, but he should at least give him a proper fight. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Zhu Kun squinted when he saw Wang Teng taking out a pair of boxing gloves. Are you using your fists too? Interesting. The two parties didn't speak after that. The atmosphere tensed up in an instant, boring down on the spectators. Voices below disappeared uncontrollably. The next second, the two of them moved. Their speed increased exponentially, and they rushed towards each other in the blink of an eye. Bang! The two fists collided and force exploded in the center region. Energy surged all around, and their clothes flew up because of the wind. No one took any step back, though. They continued attacking each other with their fists. He's very strong. Zhu Kun's expression was stern. He immediately had a bad feeling. Wang Teng's ability was greater than expected. In the afternoon, he had observed Wang Teng's battle with Wei Hua. He shouldn't be so strong. Could it be he was hiding his ability? Hey, don't get distracted when you're fighting with me. Wang Teng forced Zhou Kun to step back with a single punch as he said calmly. He made sure that he only used the same power as Zhou Kun. He even suppressed his battle experience. If not, Zhou Kun would have been defeated within a few moves. Even if that was the case, when Zhou Kun got distracted, he could almost instantly catch a loophole and defeat him at once. But if he did that, his plan would fail. He must not appear too strong. What a headache. Zhou Kun didn't say anything. However, he became extremely serious. He released all his energy and raised his fist at Wang Teng. The sound of wind whooshing resounded in the arena. Every fist was aimed at the flesh, and the fists went back and forth. The bystanders were stunned by this fierce battle. They are so strong. The freshmen were looking at them with open mouths. Some of them were unconvinced by Wang Teng before they believed that they could catch up with him as long as they became martial warriors. But now all they felt was depression. Would they really be able to catch up with him? Some people started questioning themselves. Boom. The battle was drawing to an end. Zhou Kun panted heavily. Wang Teng, well, he was panting heavily too. The two of them stared at each other. The battle reignited, and their fists clashed with each other again. Wang Teng felt that it was almost time. He saw a loophole and grabbed the chance to appear behind Zhou Kun. Before the other party could react, Wang Teng had already taken out the brick from his pocket and slammed it on Zhou Kun's head. Let me give you some horns too. This was the sentence Zhou Kun heard before he lost consciousness. In an instant, the image of Wei Hua lying on the arena with bumps all over his head flashed past his mind. What the fick, didn't you say that you will use your fist to speak? Why did you take out your brick secretly again? Pant. I won again. Wang Teng pretended to be extremely tired. He kept the brick in his pocket and secretly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped beside him. Spirit 12, Wood Force 16. Intermediate stage, Wood Talent 15. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Intermediate stage, Wood Talent. He had 3 talents out of 5 elements: water, fire, and earth. Wood Talent was one of the talents he lacked. He didn't expect to gain a surprise present. However, only spirit attributes were dropped. There were no enlightenment attributes. Spirit, spiritual realm, 700, 120, 3-star. His wood force had also reached 3-star. It was heading towards the 4-star level. The attributes dropped by each challenger didn't look much when compared with the 1,000 points needed to upgrade his level. But many a little makes a mickle. It was just a little troublesome. Also, his greatest gain from these duels was the talents dropped by the student challengers. Indeed, aiming their heads was the right decision. As Wang Teng was thinking to himself happily, Chen Su and Yang Lin walked forward. They inspected Zhou Kun's injury and announced that Wang Teng had won. However, when they saw the huge bump on Zhou Kun's head, they were speechless. "Junior brother Wang Teng, we are all students. Can you not hit their heads next time?" Yang Lin said uncontrollably. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. "If I say that I didn't do it on purpose, will you believe me? I just whacked it because it was in the way." "Bullshit. Why will I believe you?" Yang Lin was furious. But on the surface, she could only say helplessly, "Please remember to control yourself next time." "I will. I will," Wang Teng agreed repeatedly. He felt that if he rejected her, the senior sister in front of him might explode in anger. He felt a little scared just thinking about it. "Oh yeah, Wang Teng, you amaze me. Your palm skill is not bad, but your fist skill is amazing too." Chen Su complimented him from the side. "You're speaking too highly of me. I was just lucky." Lucky. Wang Teng was humble. "Zhou Kun is really strong. I almost got defeated." For some reason, everyone felt that this sentence sounded a little familiar. In the afternoon, Wang Teng seemed to have said the same thing. Chapter 177, Folk. I'm not eating anymore. Wang Teng won again. That's right. It was a close call, but he's really strong. He deserves to be the #1 freshman. The freshmen were amazed. Wang Teng had defeated 2 second-year seniors, so he was in the limelight now. "Junior brother Wang Teng, are you interested in joining our martial arts club?" Chen Su said to Wang Teng in the arena. "You want me to join the martial arts club?" Wang Teng was slightly shocked. He looked at Chen Su in astonishment. "That's right. Why do you think the two of us came and stood as judges? We wanted to test your ability and character." Yang Lin stood at the side and said, "I thought that the martial arts club would appear wherever there's a battle," Wang Teng said. Yang Lin and Chen Su were rendered speechless. What did Wang Teng think the martial arts club was? The management of a market that appeared wherever there was a feud. No, they must correct the wrong perception this young man had towards the martial arts club. Our martial arts club is such a glorious presence. How can others look down on it? Even if they are just thinking in their heads, it's not right. Cough, Chen Su coughed awkwardly and said, "Wang Teng, you might have some misunderstanding. Our martial arts club is the biggest club in school. The students in our club are all outstanding students. We have the responsibility to help the school with their management of students' discipline." Wang Teng hesitated before asking, "Is there a difference?" Chen Su and Yang Lin felt their heads hurt, the veins on their foreheads almost popping out. Yang Lin took a deep breath to calm her emotions and said, "The responsibility of the martial arts club is to maintain the order of battles and prevent forced participation or unfair acts. However, this isn't our only responsibility and power. Our martial arts club is the biggest club in Honghae Military Academy. There are many powerful people inside. Many impressive alumni of the school came from our martial arts club. Our presence helps to keep things in check." Wang Teng was in deep thought. It looked like the martial arts club wasn't just an ordinary club. He finally started to have a different understanding of the martial arts club. Seeing that he understood, Chen Su smiled and said, "The two of us are in charge of the newbies' intake this year. We came to look for you first. If you agree, we will send your information to the club president and the vice presidents. They will be the ones making the final decision. However, there shouldn't be any problems," Yang Lin said. "If I join the martial arts club, what do I have to do? What benefits will I get to enjoy?" Wang Teng wondered and asked. "Your job will be to help the teachers take care of student disputes or watch over martial arts battles. As for the benefits, there are all kinds of benefits. Every student in the martial arts club can get 5 school credits every month. 5 school credits are equivalent to 50,000 RMB outside. If you use it sparingly, it can satisfy your daily cultivation needs. Also, there are some hidden benefits too. There are some 4-star soldier-level martial warriors in the club. If you say that you are a member of the martial arts club, no one will dare to bully you." Chen Su explained all the perks. Wang Teng had almost made his decision. There might be troubles after he entered the martial arts club, but the pros outweighed the cons. "I'll join." He didn't hesitate anymore and immediately gave his reply. "Very good. After I finish examining a few more freshmen, I will send all your information over together. I believe that the result will be out soon." Chen Su smiled and replied, "It's not early anymore. Go back and have a rest. We will take care of the matters here." Yang Lin immediately got more amiable when Wang Teng agreed to enter the martial arts club. "All right." Wang Teng nodded and walked down the arena. He was headed to the dormitory district. "Fek, What did I hear just now? Wang Tang has been invited by the Martial Arts Club. I'm so envious. I heard that the Martial Arts Club is the #1 club in Hwanghae Military Academy. The treatment of the club is quite generous. I want to join too. Forget it. Someone like you joining the Martial Arts Club? Are you serious? The students around them went into an uproar as they looked at Wang Tang leaving. Many freshmen wanted to get into the Martial Arts Club no matter what it took. But they couldn't find any way to get in. They could only wait for the Martial Arts Club to look for them and test them. If they passed, they would be invited into the club. But look at Wang Tang. He had entered university not long ago, yet the Martial Arts Club had already scouted him personally and invited him. Comparisons made people infuriated. Wang Tang and Ho Pinglang went back to their dormitory along the way. Ho Pinglang and his friends never stopped talking. Brother Tang, you defeated another second-year senior and even entered the Martial Arts Club. Good things come in pairs. You must treat us. Treat us. That's right. That's right. This time you must treat us, Song Shuheng said. Not only must you treat us, but you must treat us on the second floor of the cafeteria. Bailey Chingfeng agreed. You're so vicious, but I like this. Lu Shu pushed his glasses, a white light flashing across the mirror due to the reflection. It was hard to look him in the eye. Enough. I just got 200 school credits and you already want to take full advantage of me. Wang Tang was speechless. They shouted excitedly, "Ha ha! Take advantage of the rich. Take it all away." Wang Tang returned to his dormitory and walked straight to his bed. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. He had just received an intermediate stage wood talent today, so he wanted to see the effects. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the wood force in his surroundings. Green particles immediately surged towards him. These particles were full of vitality and extremely energetic. The plants in the room also got affected by these particles and became fresh and green. New buds were even formed. It was amazing. The effect is not bad. Unfortunately, I don't have wood scripture, so the absorption rate is very low. Wang Tang opened his eyes and shook his head. He had a sudden thought. The wood force in his body flowed out and congregated in his palm, slowly turning into a green ball. Then he went closer to the plant. The bud that just came out was growing furiously. Soon it turned into a new branch. This wood force has other uses. If I can match it with some special scripture, I can increase the production speed of spiritual herbs instead of just normal plants, Wang Tang thought to himself. Mind you, the price of spiritual herbs was quite high, especially for some rare spiritual herbs. They were hard to find. Some spiritual dan with special effects required all kinds of precious spiritual herbs as ingredients. These spiritual dans were rare because it was hard to find the spiritual herbs needed to make them. If he could speed up the growth of these spiritual herbs, the edge of Wang Tang's lips lifted uncontrollably just thinking about it. It was all money. The next day in the afternoon after military training, Wang Tang brought Ho Pingliang and his friends to the second floor of the cafeteria. He was a real man. It was just a treat. What was he afraid of? However, when Wang Tang saw the menu, he almost fell to the ground. What was this? Robbery braised pork ball in brown sauce, 2 credits. Braised prawns, 3 credits. Braised pork ribs, 3 points. Shredded pork with garlic sauce, 2 credits. Each one cost a few credits. If you converted the value, each dish cost a few thousand. I'm not eating anymore. Chapter 178, Wang Tang F. King won again. The dishes on the second floor were too expensive. Wang Tang wanted to leave immediately. But Ho Pingliang and his friends were looking at him with puppy eyes. Sigh, his heart was too soft. Since we are classmates, sure, let's eat. This will be the first and last time. In the future, I won't treat them again, even if they beat me to death. Ho Pingliang and his friends knew their limits, so they ordered 3 to 4 dishes and 1 steamed bucket rice. The steamed bucket rice was cooked using spiritual rice. If you consumed it every day, it would greatly benefit a martial warrior's cultivation. Even so, this meal cost Wang Tang 10 school credits. It was 100,000 RMB outside. After some time, the 4 chef masters in the cafeteria made the dishes and served them to the students. Wang Tang looked at Ho Pingling and his friends as they devoured their food. The edge of his lips twitched, then he hurriedly joined their gang. I'm the one treating today. Every mouthful I eat is worth it for me. Thus, at a corner of the second-floor cafeteria, this shocking scene played out. There were many seniors on the second floor. When they saw their actions, they gave them looks of disdain. Embarrassing. This was so embarrassing. They must be freshmen who hadn't seen the world. The next few days, Wang Tang went through military training and poured out his sweat and youth. At the same time, he had to deal with the challengers that came to find him occasionally. Although Wang Tang had defeated 2 second-year seniors, there were still many talented people hidden in the school. Many of them believed that they were more powerful than Wei Hua and Zhou Kun. They thought that they had understood Wang Tang's ability, so they were all very confident at the start. In the end, they realized that their dreams were just castles in the sky. The reality was cruel. It was all fake. Wang Tang refreshed everyone's perception of his ability again and again. He accepted all the challenges. And he always won by a hair's breadth. On the 10th night of his military training, Wang Tang defeated another second-year senior and left a Horn legacy. Wang Tang won again. The freshmen were numb. He had won so many times that it became a very natural thing. Some people gave Wang Tang a nickname, Formidable Wang. Of course, this was more of a joke. However, this nickname made many people unhappy. Formidable had an important meaning to martial warriors. Until now, no one dared to claim that they were formidable. Even the general stage martial warriors didn't dare to do it. Wang Tang was just a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Where did he get the face to claim that? Fortunately, the real powerful people wouldn't find Wang Tang just because of a joke. Also, this wasn't the only nickname Wang Tang had. He had other nicknames like Bestow You with Horns, Brick Wang, Black-Hearted Wang, etc. When these nicknames spread, no matter how unhappy these people were, they couldn't disturb Wang Tang because of his Formidable Wang nickname. On the other hand, Wang Tang was delighted with his Formidable Wang nickname. He felt that this nickname was very apt for him. Formidable Wang. Not bad. Not bad. One day I will be formidable. Of course, after so many narrow wins, everyone finally noticed that something was amiss. This Wang Tang was a wolf in sheep's clothing. A freshman who defeated almost all the second-year students, if he wasn't a wolf in sheep's clothing, who would believe it? Wei Hua and Zhou Kun, the 2 people who challenged Wang Tang, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This fellow was so scheming. His heart was so black that he didn't seem like a freshman at all. At this moment, Wang Tang clutched his chest and looked down at the young man lying beside his feet with a pale face. He muttered to himself, "This senior is so strong." "Hey, stop pretending. Everyone knows that you're faking it." It's useless to continue acting. Yang Lin and Chen Su were speechless. Wang Tang's expression was infuriating. They wanted to hit him so badly. "Why don't you believe me?" "I tried my best and almost got defeated." Wang Tang pretended that he was hurt. "Bullshit, let's go. I don't want to see this fellow anymore." Yang Lin pulled Chen Su and escaped from the scene in a hurry. "Sigh, outstanding people always get misunderstood. My life is so lonely." Wang Tang walked to the side of the arena and lamented softly. The people below, shameless. They had never seen someone as shameless as him. Everyone knew that he was acting, but when Wang Tang appeared half dead after every battle, they once again started getting confused. What was true and what was false? People began to wonder if this was really his bottom line, hence people started to get scared of him. Weren't confident, so they didn't dare to challenge him easily. Wang Tang had peace for 3 days. When he thought that no one would challenge him anymore, a surprising name appeared in his vision. However, this name was expected. Challenge letter, Zhu Tai. It was a challenge letter from Zhu Tai. Wang Tang had heard of Zhu Tai's name the moment he entered university. The room No. 1 he was staying in used to be Zhu Tai's dormitory. Wang Tang had taken over his position, so there was a grudge between them. At first, he thought that Zhuo Tai would be the first one to challenge him. He didn't expect him to lay low until now. Tomorrow at 12 noon, Wang Tang muttered to himself. Did Zhuo Tai come out now because he feels that he has 100% confidence? 100% confidence? Ha ha! The eerie laughter echoed in 3rd section, room No. 1. Wang Tang had defeated more than 10 challengers in the past few days. Many of them were distinguished second-year students. Naturally, their talent wasn't weak, so he gained a huge number of attribute bubbles from them. His 5 force elements had all increased. Wang Tang's ability was steadily heading in the direction of a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Also, his spirit and enlightenment attributes had increased quite a lot. Enlightenment, spiritual realm 28,100, spirit, spiritual realm 17,100. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel that all these challengers were good people. They gave him all kinds of attribute bubbles, doing what little they could to help. If it is possible, please let more challengers come. At the same time, a few second-year students were gathered together in room No. 2 of the 3rd section. The television screen in front of them was playing the battles Wang Tang had over the past few days. Someone had recorded Wang Tang's battle, so these students were studying them now. When they finished watching all the videos, their expressions turned serious and they remained silent. After some time, a young man with narrow eyes suddenly said, "Indeed, he has some ability." No wonder he's able to beat so many second-year students like you. Zuotai. Don't make such sarcastic remarks. This fellow is a little strange. His ability is definitely not like what he claimed. The other students had ugly expressions as they said. No matter how powerful he is, he's definitely a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. I can defeat him. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhuotai's lips. Are you really confident? If you lose, none of the second-year students will be able to beat him. At that time, we will be greatly embarrassed, a young man said. Wait and see? Zhuotai didn't say much. His expression was composed, and he was extremely confident. Chapter 179. Finish the year twos. Who was Zhuotai? Zhuotai was famous among the second-year students. Last year, when he entered the university as a freshman, he advanced from a martial disciple to a martial warrior in a short span of 3 months. He became the #1 freshman last year in a single leap. After that, many people followed his lead. Naturally, they weren't willing to stay below him. What happened if they were unconvinced? Fight it out. Challenges came one after another. However, Zhuotai remained undefeated. His situation was a little similar to Wang Teng's. For the entire first year, Zhuotai remained at the top of his cohort. He was the leader of this year's second-year students. If no accidents happened, he would probably maintain his status in the third and fourth years all the way until he graduated. At that time, Zhuotai would undeniably be the #1 of his batch. If he graduated with this identity from Honghe Military Academy and entered the battlefield or held a certain important position in important departments, his future was limitless. Thus, he wouldn't allow any mistakes to happen during this crucial period. However, no one expected the ultimate dark horse, Wang Teng, to appear among this batch of freshmen. First, he kicked him out of his third section room note 1 on the first day of school. This already gave him a sense of urgency. He felt that he was going to lose his position. Then Wang Teng defeated more than 10 second-year students. There were many outstanding students among them. Although these people were defeated by him too, times had changed. Wang Teng was just a first-year student, but he managed to achieve something he had only completed half a year after he entered university. This comparison caused his value to plunge down. Even a freshman was stronger than him. How could he remain the #1 of his batch? He felt that in the hearts of his instructors and President Wang Teng had a higher position than him. However, Zhuotai wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was able to suppress Wang Teng, the #1 of the freshmen. The collision between the #1 of the freshmen and the #1 of the second year. The news spread like wildfire. Hype was being built up to an all-time high. In the cafeteria along the paths, everyone was talking about this matter. It swept through the entire school like a tornado. In the martial arts club. The martial arts club took an entire building. There were many facilities inside, like training grounds, office areas, resting areas, and many others. Everything here belonged to the martial arts club. There were 5 levels in the building. At this moment, in a meeting room on the highest floor, a few young figures were gathered together. Old Zhuang, why did you gather us together when there's nothing? Asked a rough-looking young man casually. That's right. If you're free, why don't you go and complete a few missions? Another pretty young lady with a hint of viciousness in her gaze opened her mouth. A refined-looking young man wearing a pair of glasses tried to smooth things over. All right, the two of you, stop talking. Since old Zhuang called us over, he must have something to discuss. Tisk, that fellow likes to follow behind old Zhuang and bootlick him. The rough-looking Cheng Wu pouted in disdain. Pff, the people in the room tried their best to suppress their laughter. However, some of them failed in their attempts and burst out laughing. The young man wearing glasses, Fan Bowen, frowned instantly. His expression was ugly. Although he knew that Cheng Wu was a gangster and had a big mouth, flames of anger still flared in his heart when he heard his words. This bastard was so irritating. The young man sitting on the host's seat was resting with closed eyes. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Cheng Wu calmly. Cheng Wu shrunk his neck uncontrollably. Cheng Wu, if you don't shut your mouth, I will drag you to the actual combat room for a good training session. Hee. I think Cheng Wu has forgotten the past lessons. He wants to get a beating again, everyone teased. Damn it, you are the one who wants to get a beating. Your entire family is asking for a beating. Cheng Wu immediately flared up in anger when he heard this. However, the next second he looked at Zhuang He guiltily and scratched his head. Old Zhuang, I'm just joking to liven up the atmosphere. I won't do it again. Don't you have something to say since you called us all over today? Go ahead, Cheng Wu. Aren't you unyielding? Why are you scared now? The lady who spoke before didn't forget to poke a finger at him. Bullshit, I'm just following my heart. Don't you know what following your heart means? Cheng Wu started talking nonsense without blushing at all. Cough, cough. When he noticed that the people below were still bickering, Zhuang, he coughed. Hey, old Zhuang, you're coughing. Your body is a little weak. Why don't you train your physique with me? You can have a body full of muscles like me. Cheng Wu gave a bodybuilder pose and raised his eyebrows at Zhuang He. Disgusting. This was too disgusting. Everyone felt their hair standing when they saw Cheng Wu's expression. If they could, they wanted to push that disgusting face on the ground and rub it. Cheng Wu, when the meeting ends, stay back. It looks like I haven't educated you for too long. How dare you climb on top of me, Zhuang He said indifferently. The moment Cheng Wu finished speaking, he regretted it. He couldn't control his mouth. When he heard Zhuang He asking him to stay back, his heart dropped. He felt goosebumps on his body, and his eyelids kept jumping. He slapped his mouth and said hurriedly, Don't, boss Zhuang, brother Zhuang. You know my big mouth. I can't control myself. Please be benevolent and forgive me. Zhuang, he replied with a snort. Then he ignored the boorish fellow and glanced around the room. This time, I called you over to take a look at the freshman recruitment list done by Chen Su and Yang Lin. We will make a decision together. He pointed at Chen Su and Yang Lin with his chin. Chen Su distributed the photocopied versions of the name list to everyone. Everyone turned quiet. They started looking through the list together. Zhuang, he wasn't in a hurry. He sat on his seat quietly and placed his elbow on the handle. He rested his chin on the back of his hand and waited lazily for the people to finish reading. Around 10 minutes later, everyone put down the name list, one after another. These freshmen are all very talented. Fan Bowen was the first to speak. Chen Su said they are all students with good potential. Some of them are still a little uncertain, so we need to examine them again. There are many factors to consider for the recruitment of the martial arts club. We can't do things haphazardly. The two of you did a good job? Zhuang He nodded and said, However, is the top student of the freshman cohort really so impressive? Cheng Wu pointed to the first page of the list. It was Wang Teng's information. He has already defeated 16 second-year students. Soon, he will be challenging the number 1 second-year student, Zhuo Tai. I feel that he is strong enough to enter our martial arts club. There's no reason for us to reject the freshman with the most potential, right? Yang Lin asked. Look at how agitated you are. I didn't say that I don't want him. This is my first time seeing such a fierce freshman, so I'm a little curious. Cheng Wu shrugged. Xie Chue, the pretty lady with a vicious gaze, said, I recently heard of this freshman, and I'm a little curious too. Isn't he going to fight with Zhuo Tai? Let's go and take a look, shall we? Include me, Cheng Wu smiled. We want to take a look too. He's just a freshman. What's there to look at? Why don't we just go and do missions? That Zhuo Tai is looking for trouble out of nothing. Why is he challenging a freshman? Isn't he lowering his status? No matter who wins, he will be the one getting embarrassed. That's not true. Almost all the outstanding second-year students were defeated. If Zhuo Tai doesn't act, others might think that he's afraid of Wang Teng. This will harm his reputation even more. All in all, the second year couldn't resist the temptation of the military title. That's how things got to this state. In the end, they just couldn't take care of the matter and end it properly. Xia Chu said in contempt, If I was a one-star soldier-level martial warrior, I'd not be able to control myself either. I'd have challenged him too, Cheng Wu said. The president dug a bottomless pit for the second year. The president probably didn't expect things to end up in this state either. At the same time, at the dean's office, a similar discussion was ongoing. Tong Hu, Su Jing, and the other three heads, as well as the first-year instructors, were all gathered here. Everyone expressed their astonishment at Wang Teng's performance. They had never seen such an outstanding freshman who was able to defeat the second-year students until they couldn't retaliate at all. Zhuo Tai is the top second-year student of our battle faculty. Last year, he was way ahead of his batch. The appearance of Wang Teng is a huge threat to him. One of the instructors of the battle faculty said, Be content. Wang Teng belongs to your battle faculty too. He must be secretly happy that a freshman with such huge potential entered your battle faculty. An instructor from the command faculty said with jealousy. The instructor from the battle faculty sighed. That's why I find it a pity. When two tigers fight, one is sure to lose. If Zhuo Tai loses, the blow to him might be bigger, an instructor from the Dan faculty said. I don't think so. I feel that this is where Wang Teng's winning streak will end. He can't defeat Zhuo Tai, chimed in an instructor from the Smithery faculty. That might not be the case. The head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu, suddenly jumped in. A sly look flashed in his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He seemed very interested in Wang Teng. This Wang Teng hides his ability really well. He even fooled the president. The head of the command faculty, Su Jing, sniggered. Then he shook his head in pity. Don't mind me. Someone with such good potential should come to my command faculty. Look at how many people he fooled. It shows that he's full of wits and wisdom. He's really compatible with my command faculty. Then he couldn't help but sigh. The bitterness on his face showed how much regret he had for losing a talent. What do you mean by full of wits and wisdom? Do you mean scheming? The other four heads immediately scoffed. Ha ha ha. I like this fellow more and more. Good people have short lives, but bad people live much longer. The longer you live, the further you can go and the stronger you can become. He definitely belongs to my battle faculty. Tung Hu laughed loudly. His laughter was deafening and he sounded very proud. The next day past 9 a.m. Freshmen had just ended a round of training and were resting in the stadium. There were a bunch of students gathered around Wang Tang and were chatting continuously. Brother Tang, are you confident about your battle in the afternoon? Ho Ping Lang couldn't help but ask. This is not about having confidence or not. I defeated most of the second year. If I don't defeat their last hope, they won't let me go, Wang Tang said proudly. You're right. Ho Ping Lang realized that he didn't know how to reply to him. Many people said that Zhuo Tai is very strong. Ever since becoming a martial warrior, he has never suffered any defeat. Brother Tang, it might be a difficult battle for you, Lu Shu said. I'll only find out about that after I fight with him. There's no use thinking about it now. We will cross the bridge when we come to it. Wang Tang laid down on the grass and looked up at the sky. He was a little helpless. He felt that ever since he entered Honghai Military Academy, he was always led by the nose. It was frustrating just thinking about it. Do they really think that I'm weak? I don't care if you're the president or not. If you provoke me, I will flip the table you've prepared. Wang Tang thought furiously. All of this was happening because President Peng Yuanshan had dug a hole for him. He didn't know what the president's intention was, but he was very unhappy. Time passed. Soon it was 12 noon. The stadium was packed with people. This time, even more spectators had come. Zhuo Tai was a famous guy, and many people had high hopes for him. As for Wang Tang, he was a promising youth and was astonishing too. The battle between these two would definitely attract everyone's attention. It wasn't just the second-year students. Many third-year and fourth-year seniors were here. Cheng Wu, Xia Chu, and many people from the martial arts club came to the stadium. Occupied a corner of the spectator stand from above, they were able to see the situation in the arena clearly. Some instructors were also interested in this battle. They were at the stadium. It's Mr. Liu from the battle faculty. He came. That's Mr. Chen from the command faculty and Mr. Lin from the smithery faculty, huh? Is that Zhuo Tai's instructor? Which one? Which one? That one, the one in white who looks around 40 years old. I think he's Zhuo Tai's instructor. I heard that he spent much effort to groom Zhuo Tai since he was in his first year. He treated Zhuo Tai as the biggest glory of his instructor career. As they were talking, they turned to look at the middle-aged instructor walking over from outside the crowd. There were 3 other instructors behind him. They looked like they were here to create trouble. Why is Zhuo Tai's instructor here? One of the first-year instructors on the spectator stand frowned and said, It looks like he cares a lot about this battle. Even so, as an instructor, it's inappropriate for him to interfere with the battle between the students. Since he's already here, there's no use talking about this anymore. Zhuo Tai has already come. Why isn't Wang Tang here? Impatient voices were ringing in the crowd. Maybe he's scared? Nonsense. If you don't know what to say, then don't speak. Wang Tang defeated almost all your second-year students. Why will he be afraid? Are the freshmen now all so arrogant? Shall I teach you what respect is? Do you think that you can step on top of me just because you have Wang Tang? One second-year student frowned angrily. He glared at the freshman who just spoke. Why can't I say it? If you're so powerful, go and look for Wang Tang. Why are you targeting martial disciples like us? The freshman was a little guilty, but he still raised his chest and stepped forward. Even if he lost, he mustn't lose his dignity. Who was afraid of who? Chapter 180, Battle of Winning and Losing and Life and Death. The main party hadn't arrived, but the first-year and second-year students were already quarreling. Daggers were drawn, and a fight seemed imminent. Everyone quiet. Don't you know what's discipline? The instructors at the side couldn't stand it anymore and scolded them. The students from the 2 sides lost their air at once. The second-year students glared at the freshmen and turned around to leave. Why are they so arrogant? Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when Zhuo Tai loses later, the new students muttered softly. They were unwilling to back down. Look, Wang Tang is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone turned and saw Wang Tang strolling over from afar. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. In fact, the others were more anxious for him. Why are you so late? Our Zhuotai waited a long time for you, some second-year lady said angrily. That's right. You have no sense of time at all, another second-year lady complained. Zhuotai was actually quite popular. Wang Teng was a little dumbfounded. Isn't it 12 noon? He looked at the time on his wristwatch and said, There's still 1 minute before noon. I'm early, you know. You. The ladies didn't know what to say. Senior sisters, please don't block my way. Your idol Zhuotai is still waiting for me, Wang Teng said. The second-year ladies felt embarrassed when their thoughts got seen through by Wang Teng. They turned to look at Zhuotai's expression. As expected, they saw him frowning. He seemed a little unhappy, so they quickly cleared the path. Wang Teng took the chance and weaved his way through the ladies. No one stopped him anymore, so he reached the arena without any hiccups. Everyone was looking at him, and the atmosphere was tense. Wang Teng walked up the arena and scanned the place. He saw Chen Su and Yang Lin standing at the edge of the arena. They nodded at Wang Teng. Chen Su glanced at Zhuotai and said, Wang Teng, the battle today is different from the past. A challenge letter means a fight of life and death. Hence, I have to ask you one question. Are you willing to take part in this battle? Zhuotai has already reached the peak of 1-star soldier level, and his battle power is nothing to scoff at. He's more powerful than the challengers you faced before. You need to consider this carefully. As a freshman, you have the right to reject the battle. If you choose to give up now, no one will stop you. A fight of life and death? Wang Teng couldn't help but raise his head to look at Zhuotai. His expression was calm. He didn't seem to be taking this battle to heart. Wang Teng had agreed to this battle. My student wouldn't force anyone. The person who spoke was Zhuotai's instructor. Chen Su frowned. He looked at the middle-aged instructor below the arena as well as the instructors behind him. This seemed a little tricky. Seriously, why are the instructors interfering with the duels between students? Chen Su wondered to himself. He felt his head hurt. Instructor Chen didn't threaten anyone, but since he had opened his mouth, it meant that he was on Zhuotai's side. This implied something a little different. Wang Teng looked at the instructor unconsciously with no expressions on his face. While Chen Su was in a dilemma, a calm voice came from the spectator stand. Instructor Chen, are you interfering with the job of our martial arts club? When the voice was heard, the surroundings turned quiet. Zhuotai's instructor turned around and saw Zhuang He sitting on the spectator stand with a gentle smile on his face. His legs were crossed in front of him. The instructor also saw Cheng Wu and the others beside him. The sight made him frown uncontrollably. Zhuang He, you're really commanding. An instructor behind Instructor Chen sneered. He seemed a little unsatisfied. I don't have the guts to command you. But this is the rule. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can talk to the school or those bosses that have left the martial arts club. I think that they will give you a satisfying answer. Zhuang He replied indifferently. As the top club in Honghai Military Academy, many outstanding students had been in the martial arts club before. After these students graduated, most of them gained astonishing achievements. Many of them were real bosses in the world now. You could say that the martial arts club was an interest-based community. It acted as a vital link bonding the bosses of the different industries. When there was a need, everyone was on the same side, so they would naturally offer their help without stepping out of bounds. They couldn't let anyone break the rules of the martial arts club. Once that happened, the martial arts club would be an empty title only. The instructors knew this too. Talk to those bosses? Were they looking for a beating, Zhuang? He smiled. He didn't force them and instead looked at Wang Teng in the arena. He said, Wang Teng, have you thought about it? Don't worry, no one dares to force you. Thank you, Senior. Wang Teng knew that they had good intentions, so he nodded to express his gratitude. If you don't dare, go away. Don't waste my time, Zhuotai said calmly. Enough. Zhuotai, don't get overboard. Chen Su knew that he couldn't offend the instructors, but he could suppress this second-year student. Hence, he immediately shouted coldly, Senior, I'm a member of the martial arts club too. Aren't you being too biased? Zhuotai looked at Chen Su. He wouldn't take it lying down. You know clearly whether I'm biased or not. If this was a fair battle, I wouldn't have said anything, Chen Su replied. Talk is cheap, Zhuotai snorted. He shouted at Wang Teng abruptly. Wang Teng, are you fighting or not? Don't play these small goading tricks on me. It's useless. A hint of contempt flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He continued, but since you want to fight, let's fight. Wang Teng, have you thought about it carefully? Yang Lin asked anxiously. Zhuotai's battle record was too astonishing. Honestly, most of them felt that Wang Teng didn't have any chance of winning. Seniors, thank you for your concern. I have given it enough thought. Wang Teng smiled at Yang Lin and Chen Su. Yang Lin and Chen Su exchanged glances. They were in a neutral position, so they couldn't speak anymore. They sighed in their hearts before saying, "Punches are blind and blades are merciless. Both of you, good luck." The two left the arena, leaving only Wang Teng and Zhuo Tai on the stage. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. I just learned that a challenge letter means a battle of life and death. Wang Teng looked at Zhuo Tai, who was standing opposite him. Senior, Zhuo Tai, I don't think that we have any grudges between us, right? This is at most a battle of dignity. Why do you have to choose a battle of life and death? When the other seniors challenged me, I could feel that they had no killing intent. They only wanted the military title. I thought that in university, this was how fights between students were like. Today, I finally learned how naive I am. Zhu Tai's gaze was sharp. He replied in a merciless tone, "The battle of martial arts is a battle of winning and losing as well as a battle of life and death." Wang Teng looked at his expression and turned silent for a moment. He shook his head. Then he smiled. "All right, I understand." Chapter 181. I accidentally break through too in the arena. Wang Teng and Zhuo Tai stood facing each other. Zhuo Tai held a battle sword in his hand. His aura was strong and his gaze seemed to be shooting daggers. It was extremely sharp. On the other hand, Wang Teng didn't carry any weapons. He stood there in a relaxed manner, his posture seemingly full of openings. Why isn't Wang Teng taking out his weapon? Someone frowned. Where is his brick? Where are the boxing gloves? The audience was confused. His opponent was obviously very strong, but why wasn't Wang Teng bringing out any weapon? The first-year students were especially worried for him. Chen Su looked at the duo. He was puzzled why Wang Teng didn't carry a weapon, but looking at his expression, this seemed to be his plan. Feeling helpless, he shouted, "Start!" Bang! The moment he spoke, Zhuo Tai stepped on the ground like a lone wolf that had been staking out for a long time. He pounced on his prey right away. The moment he attacked, he formed an extremely sharp golden sword glow in the air. Clang! The sword glow pierced through the sky and rubbed against the air. A shrill metallic sound was heard. It slashed towards Wang Teng at a tricky angle. Boom! The sword hit Wang Teng's body. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. He got defeated by a single blow? They were in disbelief. "No, that's just his after shadow," someone shouted. The Wang Teng that got hit slowly disappeared. It was just a lingering shadow. The real Wang Teng had already shifted less than 2 steps away. When everyone moved their attention to him again, he had turned into after shadows again and dashed towards Zhuo Tai. What a fast speed. His footwork has exceeded the realms of a basic battle technique. What level is his footwork at? Mastery? Presence? Enlightenment? Could it be some footwork force battle technique? In the spectator stands, the members of the martial arts club had slight changes in their expressions. They found it hard to believe. Zhu Tai's pupils constricted viciously. His speed increased as he retreated. At this moment, Wang Teng was giving him an extremely dangerous feeling, but he didn't know that Wang Teng only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Wang Teng waved his fists. His basic battle technique was merged in every single attack. He started slamming his fists at Zhuo Tai without stopping. Clang! Zhuo Tai raised his sword to block the attack. But his entire body kept retreating because of the enormous force. His expression changed again and again. Why is he so strong? His face turned black and he was filled with disbelief. The entire stand was silent. Everyone was flabbergasted. Wang Teng is so strong that it's unrealistic. The second-year students turned pale and their earlier swelled egos deflated. Even Zhuo Tai couldn't defeat Wang Teng. Damn it! Zhu Tai's face turned green and his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. He had acted aggressively and thought that he could suppress Wang Teng to prove his position and reputation as the top of the second-year cohort. In the end, this was the result. He got beaten by Wang Teng until he almost couldn't resist. How was this possible? Zhu Tai was furious. He had already lost control of his emotions and mentality. He didn't hide his ability anymore. The force suppressed in his force nucleus exploded in an instant. Boom. His aura rose exponentially. He seemed to have overcome a certain barrier. What is this? The members of the martial arts club and the first-year instructors on the spectator stand had a slight change of expression. Zhuo Tai suppressed his level and breakthrough during a battle. The members and the instructors had more experience than the other students, so they understood Zhuo Tai's plan at once. Is this where you get your confidence? This is one of the possibilities, I guessed. Wang Teng stopped. He didn't choose to attack at this moment. Instead, he watched the other party as he broke through. In a short span of time, Zhuo Tai completed his breakthrough. He completed his transformation from a peak 1-star soldier-level martial warrior into a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Actually, this process was extremely short. Normal martial warriors might not be able to react in time. However, Wang Teng had the time to interrupt Zhuo Tai's leveling up process. He just didn't choose to do it. Wang Teng, I admit that you are very strong, but I am at 2-star soldier level now. How can you fight with me? Although Zhuo Tai's aura was still unstable, he was delighted. He laughed uncontrollably. Zhuo Tai achieved his breakthrough. This is great this time. We can finally keep the reputation of our second year. The second-year students were elated. They started cheering loudly, however, at this moment. Boom! Another aura belonging to a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior rose in the arena. In fact, it was slightly stronger than Zhuo Tai's. This presence came from Wang Teng. Gasp! The cheers stopped abruptly. The second-year students were like ducks who got strangled by their necks. Their mouths were open, but they couldn't make any sounds. Zhu Tai suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. His laughter got cut off halfway. He seemed to have choked himself, and he started coughing uncontrollably. His entire face turned red because of the coughing fit. I'm sorry. I accidentally broke through too, Wang Teng said innocently. Since both of us advance, let's continue fighting. As he spoke, he didn't give Zhuo Tai any time to react. With a loud explosion, he shot out like a cannon and flew towards the other party. Come on! Zhuo Tai's expression turned distorted as he clutched his battle sword tightly. Force congregated on the sword, turning into a frightening and sharp sword glow. I don't believe that my breakthrough after a long period of accumulation will lose to yours. He unleashed his attack. He attacked later, but it arrived first. The golden sword glow engulfed Wang Teng. Boom! In the end, it slammed on the ground and created a loud explosion. White airwaves swept through the entire arena. Even the spectators below the arena had to retreat because of the strong gale. The sword aura that leaked out hurt the people's faces. In the spectator stand, the members of the martial arts club and the first-year instructors stood up hurriedly with changed expressions. Would a talent with great potential suffer a disastrous defeat just like that? The first-year students had pale faces. They were frightened by this powerful attack. Wang Teng still lost. Wang Teng, don't blame me. At this moment, Zhuo Tai calmed down instead. He said softly, It isn't just about the fight of dignity between us. It's a battle of martial arts paths. Your appearance didn't just make me lose my third section room. No, one dormitory. For an ordinary student like me with an ordinary background, the school's resources are everything I have. Today, if I lose to you, my resources will dwindle. At first, the resources that are enough for me to become a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior will be cut to less than half. At that time, it will be hard for me to even become a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. My life will be limited by my breakthrough. I will never allow this to happen. Zhuo Tai looked up and was preparing to enjoy the feeling of victory he hadn't felt in a long time. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged out from the airwaves. Wang Teng's expressionless face zoomed in continuously in his eyes. Boom! Zhuo Tai was dumbfounded. It was as if his chest got hit by a mountain and the battle sword in his hand was snatched. He couldn't help but fly back. What resources? I don't care. However, if you want to step on me to move forward, then I'm sorry, I will make sure you fall into an abyss. Oh, right. Your blade isn't sharp enough. Let me show you what sword skill really is. Wang Teng held Zhuo Tai's battle sword and spoke in a calm tone. Show some mercy, instructor, Chen shouted anxiously. Wang Teng ignored him. He stood on the spot and waved the sword casually. The sword glow rose into the sky as he doled out his attack. Didn't you say that it was a battle of winning and losing as well as life and death? Chapter 182. Sword Presence. When the sword glow shot out, everyone's expression changed. What a powerful sword aura. Wang Teng is skilled in sword skills too. That is a lethal attack. Is he too ruthless? What you said isn't right. Once Zhuo Tai gave the challenge letter, it wasn't a simple matter of winning or losing anymore. It's about life and death. There's no such thing as ruthlessness. You're right, Zhuo Tai's instructor's expression changed abruptly, and he uncontrollably took a step forward. He knew that Zhuo Tai couldn't withstand this attack. However, the 3 instructors behind him pulled him back. Old Chen, you can't interfere. This is taboo. Do you want to get thrown out? Instructor Chen's friends persuaded him hurriedly. They were afraid that he would make rash decisions. Boom! A loud explosion came from the arena. A figure landed and stumbled back. It was Zhuo Tai. At the moment, an aura was gushing out of his body. It looked like a sharp sword. It collided with Wang Teng's sword and blocked his attack. He didn't get hurt. The audience was dumbstruck. sword presence. Some experienced students immediately realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Zhuotai actually comprehended sword presence. The instructors were shocked too. Zhuotai was full of surprises. He managed to comprehend sword presence under the threat of death. Ha 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 ha! Instructor Chen's emotions turned from despair to astonishment to happiness. This fight was a roller coaster ride, and he was laughing uncontrollably now. Good, 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 as expected of my disciple. The members of the martial arts club were also amazed. Zhuang He complimented Zhuotai. He's indeed the top student of his batch. He does have some ability. But Wang Teng is in danger now, Xia Chu scoffed. Both of them advanced to 2-star soldier level not long ago. Sword presence will be the ultimate deciding factor. Whether they have comprehended sword presence or not makes a huge difference, Fan Bowen said. Hao Ping Liang and the freshmen turned pale. They felt that Wang Teng had no chance of winning anymore. The tides had turned too quickly. A second ago, it was a definite win. How did it become like this in a blink of an eye? He could still admit defeat now. Lu Shu gasped and said in a low voice, "Based on the current situation, Zhuotai won't show any mercy. The only method is to admit defeat." Song Shuhang said with a serious expression. Unfortunately, they couldn't affect Wang Teng's decision. No outsiders were supposed to interfere with a martial arts duel. Just now, when Zhuotai's instructor shouted he had already crossed the line, someone would definitely look for him after this duel. In the arena, Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. He sized up the sword presence on Zhuotai's body with interest and muttered to himself, "Interesting." Zhuotai looked at Wang Teng. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his force of presence soared into the sky. "Wang Teng, you should feel proud for forcing me to this state." He then shouted, "I've already experienced your sword attack. Now, it's my turn to return the favor." He fixed his gaze and placed his palms together. Sword presence around him congregated slightly. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp longsword filled with battle intention. He charged towards Wang Teng. Sword presence, Wang Teng sighed. "You forced me to reveal my trump cards again and again. You should be the one feeling proud." The moment he finished talking to himself in his heart, a scorching and sharp aura exploded out from his body too. Sword presence. It was sword presence. With a wave of the battle sword in his hand, a fiery red sword presence shot out like a cannon. Boom! When the fiery red sword presence collided with the golden sword presence in midair, sword aura spilled everywhere. It almost engulfed the entire arena. Although Wang Teng's sword presence was only half formed, it was still more powerful than Zhuotai's sword presence. Zhuotai's sword presence was at most 1/3 of Wang Teng's sword presence's power. It was difficult to understand the presence of the sword. An inch of difference in understanding could cause a massive difference in the result. Immediately, the fiery red sword presence devoured the golden sword presence. No, Zhuotai couldn't believe what was happening. He was appalled and terrified as he roared loudly. Boom! However, the sword presence didn't subside, not even a little. It swallowed Zhuotai completely. Everyone was stunned. Instructors and the seniors of the martial arts club couldn't sit still anymore. Zhuotai's enlightenment of his sword presence just surprised them, but Wang Teng had astounded everyone. It was hard to believe. Wang Teng was just a freshman. Ever since the country founded martial arts faculties, very few people had managed to achieve what he had. They were undeniably the cream of the crop. Now they were already standing at the top of the world. Was Wang Teng on par with those people? The spectators below the arena were dead silent. The gale caused by the sword presence finally disappeared in the arena. Zhuotai laid horizontally on the ground without moving. He showed no signs of breathing. Silence. The surroundings sunk into an eerie silence. Many people were gathered around the arena, yet it was so quiet that they could hear their own breathing, but very soon an uproar erupted. Zhuotai lost. Wang Teng understood the presence of the sword, too. "This is too scary. His talent is frightening. What kind of monster did our school recruit?" The students were dumbstruck. They were speechless when they looked at Wang Teng. There was a hint of respect and fear in their eyes. "This Wang Teng has exceeded my expectations." Cheng Wu from the martial arts club had his mouth wide open. It took a while before he could find his voice. "I almost got frightened to death." Jia Chu patted her chest. It was trembling furiously. "Did you notice that he used the fire force just now?" Zhuang, he took a deep breath before he spoke abruptly. The remaining members were shocked. They were too amazed by Wang Teng's sword presence, so they only regained their senses after Zhuang He's reminder. Double element martial warrior. That's right. Before this, he kept using the ice force. Now, it looks like he has been hiding his fire force all this while. In fact, his fire force is stronger than his ice force. Zhuang He said with a bitter smile. This fellow hides too well. A 2-star soldier-level martial warrior specializing in fist and palm skills has comprehended his sword presence and is a double-element martial warrior to boot. Cheng Wu and the others started counting on their fingers. Then they looked at each other and gasped. This fellow is a monster. The heads must have been alerted already. Zhuang He said slowly, let them have a headache. This monster-level babe is enough to make old Tiger Tong lose his sleep. Ha ha ha. Cheng Wu laughed at his faculty head's plight. Zhuang He and the others burst out laughing too. It was a happy thing that Honghai Military Academy had managed to recruit this amazing talent. However, the higher authorities of the school would have to worry over many things now. The greater the potential of a talented student, the greater the number of their enemies. Wang Teng's path would be even more difficult. It wasn't just their enemy factions. The enemies hiding in the dark in the Xingu continent would pop out to kill the genius in his womb. This was what they had always been doing. Both parties were like this. They maintained peace on the surface, but did many evil things in the dark. Ever since the martial arts era dawned, there were many geniuses that had shocked the world. However, why were there so few powerful martial warriors? This was because most of the geniuses had turned into a pile of ashes. Chapter 183. Who's threatening who? The martial arts battle had already ended, but the people at the scene were unable to calm down for a long time. Zhuo Tai was the top student of the second year, but he had been forgotten by everyone at this moment. After some time, the second-year students that supported Zhuo Tai finally regained their senses, looked at the unconscious Zhuo Tai on the ground, and started to get anxious. How is Zhuo Tai? Is he dead? The winner is out. Hurry up and let the doctors take a look. Chen Su shouted coldly. Silence. No one dared to say anything anymore. They knew that Zhuo Tai was in critical condition, so they shut their mouths immediately. Doctors, Chen Su shouted at the medical personnel waiting at the side. The medical workers immediately went forward to look at Zhuo Tai's injury. A few seconds later, the doctor shook his head and said with pity, he's dead. This, Chen Su glanced at Wang Tang uncontrollably. This fellow showed no mercy. The second-year students turned pale. Zhuo Tai, whom they placed all their hopes in, got defeated by Wang Tang. Not only that, he even lost his life because of this battle. A talent like him didn't die on the battlefield but was killed in school instead. Mind you, this was really sarcastic. Was it worth it? No one was able to answer this question. Some people started regretting it, but what was the use of crying over spilled milk? The person was already dead. It was useless to say anything now. An uproar erupted around the arena. The second-year students glared at Wang Tang furiously. Zhuo Tai's instructor leaped onto the arena and rushed towards Zhuo Tai. Get off! The force around him pushed the medical workers away. The poor fellow stumbled onto the ground. Medical workers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They retreated down the arena. Instructor Chen personally checked Zhuo Tai's injury. There really was no hope. He raised his head and coldly glared at Wang Tang. You're good. Are you threatening me? Wang Tang suddenly smiled. I have more than one disciple. When you killed Zhuo Tai today, you became the arch enemy of my line. We won't let you go. There will be other people challenging you in the future, Chen Xiangming said ruthlessly. Enough. Zhuang He led the members of the martial arts club and walked in the arena. He glared at Chen Xiangming sternly and said, Instructor Chen, this is too much. The martial arts club. Zhuang He, Chen Xiangming gritted his teeth and said indignantly, Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Try it. Usually, Zhuang He was a gentle person. But now there was killing intent on his face as he stared at Chen Xiangming, unwilling to back down. Chen Xiangming was fuming in anger. His words might appear stubborn, but he wouldn't dare touch the martial arts club, no even if he had an extra pair of balls. However, he couldn't back down either. If he did, he wouldn't have the face to continue teaching in the school. The instructors who came with Chen Xiangming hurriedly stepped out to be the mediator. Zhuang He, Instructor Chen, just cares about his disciple. He doesn't want to be at loggerheads with the martial arts club. Please understand each other. That's right. Zhuo Tai was Instructor Chen's beloved disciple. Now that he got beaten to death by Wang Teng, it's normal that he won't feel good. That's why he lost control of his emotions. Zhuang He didn't harp on the matter, he replied calmly. I can understand Instructor Chen's feelings. However, he has threatened a student in the martial arts arena. This makes things very difficult for the martial arts club. I hope that he can control himself in the future. We don't care if it happens in other places, but when my martial arts club is maintaining order, I wish that everyone will cooperate with us. His tone was calm, but he didn't hide the dominance in his words. We will. We will. The instructor didn't seem to feel anything. They just smiled and nodded. Chen Xiangming snorted. He didn't speak anymore. He just carried Zhuo Tai's corpse and walked down the arena. When he walked past Wang Teng, he glanced at him eerily. Instructor Chen, right? Wang Teng suddenly called the other party out. Chen Xiangming stopped walking. He turned his head to look at him. I won't wait for your disciples to challenge me. After I look up the situation of your disciples, I will send them challenge letters one by one. Wang Teng looked at him and smiled. I'm at 2-star soldier level now. I will challenge your 2-star soldier level disciples first. When I reach 3-star, I will challenge your 3-star soldier level disciples. When I reach 4-star, I will continue to challenge your 4-star disciples. I will challenge them until I kill all of them. There was a smile at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. However, his words were ruthless and cold. How dare you? Chen Xiangming was furious. Everyone was flabbergasted. They didn't expect Wang Teng to say this. The members of the martial arts club were also astounded by Wang Teng. Zhuang he had just sent Chen Xiangming off, but Wang Teng threw another bomb again. Did he think that the trouble was not big enough? You will know whether I dare or not after trying. I never accept threats. If anyone threatens me, I will kill him. Your disciple, Zhuo Tai, is an example. Look, he's a corpse now, Wang Teng said indifferently. Impertinent. You're too impertinent. Some second-year students were filled with righteous indignation. If you're not convinced, prepare your school credits and continue to challenge me. I won't reject anyone as long as we're at the same level. Wang Teng looked down at the second-year students below and shouted. The students' expressions turned complicated, however, they stopped talking. Wang Teng sneered and spoke to Chen Xiangming. Instructor Chen, you're a 5-star soldier level martial warrior, right? When I reach 5-star soldier level, I will challenge you and kill you too. Impudent, Chen Xiangming shouted furiously. Do you really think you're invincible? Whether I am invincible or not is another thing. However, I will definitely challenge you, Wang Teng said. I can kill you now. Chen Xiangming suddenly calmed down and looked at him coldly. Wang Teng wasn't afraid at all. He even took a step forward and glared at Chen Xiangming with his eyes wide open. He then let out a bellow. Come, kill me. You. Chen Xiangming's face turned red. He didn't move, though. When Chen Xiangming left, his face was so black that it felt as though the ink was going to seep out. He really wanted to kill Wang Teng on the spot, but he couldn't and he didn't dare. He knew that if he killed Wang Teng, he would be killed by someone the next second. No, the situation might not develop to that point. He might even be suppressed by the other instructors before he could kill Wang Teng. They wouldn't stand there and do nothing. At that time, he would die first before he could touch Wang Teng. The loss outweighed the gain. He had reached this stage of life, so he wasn't an idiot. Wang Teng dared to threaten him because he had thought of this too. But did he think that there would be others protecting him once he stepped out of school? A chilling gaze swept past his eyes. Wang Teng stared at Chen Xiangming's back as he walked further and further away. He knew that he had provoked this person today, but if he had a choice to do it again, he would still do the same thing. The other party had already threatened him. There was no room for mediation. In that case, he'd rather strike first to gain the initiative. Also, he was a bug, and he was at 3-star soldier level now. How far could level 5 be? When he thought about this, Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. He had already picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped by Zhuo Tai. Chapter 184. Gains and Disposal. Spirit 24. Enlightenment 30. Intermediate Stage Metal Talent 5. Metal Sword Presence 8. Metal Force 25. These were the attribute bubbles Zhuo Tai had dropped just now. Wang Teng had almost figured out the pattern of how the attributes were dropped. Normally, if the person died directly, the greatest number of attribute bubbles would be dropped. If it was just a practice or a normal fight, or if he injured his opponent, there would be relatively lesser attribute bubbles. But Wang Teng wasn't a serial killer. He couldn't kill people for no reason, hence he relied on normal fights to accumulate his attributes. Besides this, the talent of the person who dropped the attributes would affect the number of attributes dropped. People with greater talent would drop more. It was like a wealthy person who carried money around all the time. If he accidentally dropped some money, it would definitely be a large note. Zhuo Tai had dropped a lot of good stuff in his attribute bubbles. There were Spirit, Enlightenment, and Metal Force attributes, and the numbers were sizable. He had picked up many of these attributes ever since he got his bug, so he was able to maintain his composure. He could proclaim loudly that he wasn't a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. However, the last two attribute bubbles surprised Wang Teng, intermediate stage metal talent. Wang Teng only had water, fire, and earth talent. A while ago, wood talent was added to his arsenal. Now he had gained another metal talent, completing his collection of all 5 elements. The most important thing was all the 5 talents were at the intermediate stage. This was a little scary.
Zhuang He and the other martial arts club members were already amazed when they thought that Wang Teng was a double-element martial warrior. If they knew that Wang Teng had collated all the talents of the 5 elements, and even had the 2 rare mutated talents of the wind element and poison element, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. They weren't the only ones whose jaws would drop, though. If others knew about this, their reaction wouldn't be any better.
Then there was sword presence. Metal sword presence. 8 points of metal sword presence in total. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't even 1/10 of 10%, but it allowed Wang Teng to understand the metal sword presence. Wang Teng had cultivated sword presence personally, so he knew how difficult it was to comprehend one's sword presence. That was why everyone was dumbstruck when they saw Zhuo-Tai understanding his sword presence. But Wang Teng had received Zhuo-Tai's attribute bubbles and immediately got enlightened. One step to success. The fight ended with one party dead. Everyone in the stadium had different thoughts in their minds. They didn't stay any longer and left one after another. Wang Teng returned to his dormitory. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to feel the metal sword presence. There seemed to be a frightening golden sword glow spinning in his mind. The sharp aura cut his consciousness, making him feel as though he was personally at the scene. Sigh. Half an hour later, Wang Teng heaved a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes. There was an extremely sharp golden sword glow in his pupils. It felt real fire and metal. The fire element's sword presence is scorching and vigorous. On the other hand, the metal sword presence is exceptionally sharp. It is able to cut through any matter. If I have to compare them, the metal sword presence is more focused on a certain point of attack. If Zhuo-Tai had managed to enlighten his sword presence to the halfway mark and we were both on the same level, my fire element sword presence might not be able to suppress him. Wang Teng pondered to himself. Then he smiled. But in the end, I won. I took over the metal sword presence. The starting is always hard. I'll just have to work harder in the future and slowly deepen my understanding. Naturally, my metal sword presence will get stronger and stronger. Wang Teng and Zhuo-Tai's battle came to an end. At the same time, the curtain also drew on the fights between him and the second-year students. The second-year students did want to regain their reputation, but the outstanding ones had already been badly defeated by Wang Teng. Temporarily, they were unable to find someone on par with Wang Teng. Based on the ability Wang Teng had displayed so far, a normal 2-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be his match. Even if the third-year 2-star soldier-level martial warriors wanted to fight with him, they had to think about it carefully. Zhuo-Tai's ending was a warning for them. Also, Wang Teng even dared to talk back to an instructor without fear. He was obviously a hard nut to crack. If they wanted to challenge him with evil intentions in their minds, they would suffer severe consequences. When they discussed how Wang Teng had talked back to instructor Chen Xiangming, even the third-year and fourth-year seniors raised their thumbs and said, "Amazing," and their voices would break. After this event, Wang Teng's popularity among the freshmen exploded. No one could take over his position anymore. The situation rolled bigger and bigger like a snowball. All the students and instructors were talking about it. This matter was being discussed in all the huge forums of the school, the WeChat groups of the various classes, and other messaging apps. Many people even started worshiping Wang Teng. Wang Teng had killed Zhuo-Tai in this battle, and many people couldn't bear with this. However, as martial arts students, their thinking and perspective were different from ordinary people. This was a fair battle to begin with. Once you stepped into the arena and the battle of martial warriors started, you had to take control of your own life and death. For martial warriors, the ability was the most important thing. Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, he already had a group of fans in the afternoon. In a certain office in the dean's office, the president Peng Yuanshan, the 5 heads of the faculties, and the higher authorities of the school were all seated inside. They were discussing the life and death battle that took place in the afternoon. Peng Yuanshan was having a headache now. He rubbed his eyebrows and sighed secretly. This stupid brat, Wang Teng, has created such a huge and troublesome matter for me. He had tricked Wang Teng and used the military title he promised him as the reward of the challenge because he wanted to suppress Wang Teng's arrogant personality. He wanted Wang Teng to know that there were people stronger and more powerful than him. This was the norm. Most of the schools would think of ways to fool their freshmen. They would take special care of the specially gifted ones to prevent them from overestimating themselves and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. This was to prevent them from offending people they shouldn't when they went out to explore the world and getting crippled or beaten to death by these people. Even if Wang Tang's military title got snatched, Peng Yuanshan wouldn't let him suffer. He would definitely compensate him in the future. Who knew that Wang Tang was so outrageous? He was also sly and evil. He revealed his ability little by little, making a fool of the second-year students. They only knew how powerful Wang Tang was after all the outstanding students got beaten by him. By this time, the matter had already gone out of hand. Also, Zhuotai and his instructor. "I feel pity for Chen Xiangming," someone exclaimed just at the right moment. "After all these years, he still hasn't overcome that obstacle." Another school leader shook his head and said, he got scared out of his wits on the battlefield that year. After he returned, he couldn't walk out of it. Instead, his martial arts willpower got worn away gradually. This is why he's stuck at the 5-star soldier level and needs to rely on his students to snatch resources. Someone was angry at his uselessness. His martial arts path is gone. If not, he wouldn't have allowed Zhuotai to go for a life-and-death battle. Chen Xiangming might have added fuel to the fire, but if Zhuotai hadn't agreed, it would have been useless. All in all, it was Zhuotai's own choice. It was rare to see life-and-death battles in school, especially in a military academy. Many students would enter the battlefield in the future, so they might be comrades. Hence, it was rare for them to face each other in a life-or-death battle. The second-year students that challenged Wang Tang at the start were more logical. They only wanted to challenge him and had no intention of killing him. Instructor Chen Xiangming was an exception. When he returned from the battlefield, back then he had experienced some things that broke down his mentality. Over time, his martial arts willpower was sanded off gradually. All these years, he had been immersed in his crooked ways, unable to extricate himself. This wasn't illegal, but it just wasn't that upright. He relied on loopholes to seek resources. This time he was probably forced into a corner by Wang Tang. He had spent many resources on Zhuotai to groom him into who he was today. He had placed all his hopes on him. Also, he used his own fortune to get half of these resources. Zhuotai didn't disappoint Chen Xiangming either. He displayed outstanding talent, so the school also distributed many resources to him appropriately. He had benefited greatly in the end, but for a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, these resources weren't enough. However, based on Zhuotai's progression, his future would have been glamorous. He had a bright future ahead. Once Zhuotai attained a high position in society, Chen Xiangming would then receive the real return of the favor. Unfortunately, his plan got disrupted by Wang Tang. Hence, Chen Xiangming became angry from shame and lost control of his emotions on the spot. He even threatened Wang Tang. You could say that as humans, anyone could make mistakes. But the other instructors in the school wouldn't do this. If they didn't even have this tolerance level, they didn't have the right to become instructors of Honghai Military Academy. Also, people who had reached their stage in life mostly had strong martial arts willpower. They had their own pride and wouldn't fight with the students for their own interests. As for the life-and-death battle, there was nothing to say about it. There would always be someone getting injured or killed in a martial warrior's battle. There's no right and wrong in a martial arts battle. If you lose, you can't blame anyone. Everyone understood this logic. Hence, they didn't think that Wang Tang had done anything wrong when he killed Zhuotai. Peng Yuanshan looked at the people below who were discussing without a conclusion. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, please tell me your opinions of how we should deal with Chen Xiangming's problem." The leaders of the school turned quiet. "Why don't we abolish his instructor's title?" One of the leaders hesitated and said, "It seems a bit too much to abolish his title instantly, right? Chen Xiangming has been our school's instructor for many years. He at least deserves to be credited for his effort." Another school leader couldn't bear to go ahead with this suggestion. "He has threatened a student in public. This matter can be big or small. On a more serious note, it gives our instructors an awful image. It has pulled down the credibility of our instructors. This isn't a good thing for the entire teaching faculty in our school," the dean of students said slowly. "Aren't you exaggerating a little?" Old Qian's words make sense. "On my way here, I've already heard many freshmen questioning our instructors." Everyone sighed. They knew that there was no turning back for Chen Xiangming's punishment. As expected, Peng Yuanshan said, "How about this? We will keep Chen Xiangming's instructor title and send him to the Xingwu continent's battlefield for half a year. His punishment half a year later will depend on his performance. The meeting has ended." After he finished speaking, Peng Yuanshan stood up immediately and left the office room. The leaders at the scene wanted to ask Peng Yuanshan how he was going to deal with Wang Tang. After all, Wang Tang had displayed extremely frightening talent. The school should place high importance on him. "Oh, right, I have already informed the principal about Wang Tang. We will calm him down first and decide how to deal with him after the principal returns." Peng Yu and Shan turned around and said to them when he reached the door. Then he left in huge strides. He has already informed the principal. Everyone was dumbfounded. They discussed in low voices before getting up to leave. All of them had different thoughts in their minds. At 5 p.m. that day, the school announced its punishment for Chen Xiangming. Many students saw Chen Xiangming leaving the school in a military pickup truck. His face was as white as a sheet as he drove away. Xingwu Continent Battlefield? This was the first time many freshmen heard these few words, much less seeing the battlefield with their eyes. Battlefield. They knew what kind of place it was just by hearing the word. Also, from Chen Xiangming and the seniors' expressions, it wasn't difficult to tell that the Xingwu Continent battlefield was more dangerous and frightening than they had imagined. The school actually gave Chen Xiangming such a massive punishment. At first, many freshmen were questioning the credibility of the school's instructors. They felt that Chen Xiangming broke the teacher's ethics when he threatened a student. Many people felt worried. But now, the freshmen had witnessed the school's attitude towards this issue firsthand. He was sent to the Xingwu Continent battlefield. Wang Teng was in deep thought as all kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. The school had interfered in this matter and sent Chen Xiangming to the Xingwu Continent battlefield. They gave Wang Teng an answer. At first, Wang Teng said that he wanted to challenge Chen Xiangming's students. But now it was a bit difficult for him to do that. If they don't offend me, I don't have to give them a challenge letter. But I'll still challenge them. If not, they will think that I'm easy to bully, Wang Teng thought to himself. If they still come and offend me, the school can't blame me for having a life-or-death duel with them. The next day, the last day of the military training, ended. The freshmen were exhausted. They dragged their tired bodies as though they were tortured viciously. Fortunately, the school gave them 2 days of rest to recuperate. The official lessons would only start after that. Hanghai Military Academy had close management. The freshmen could only stay in school. They couldn't go out. Fortunately, there were many entertainment facilities in school to allow the students to enjoy themselves in adversity. Also, many freshmen had already started cultivating. They didn't waste any time. They were probably stimulated by Wang Teng, so many of the freshmen silently decided that they must become martial warriors as soon as possible. Even if they couldn't be on par with Wang Teng, they mustn't lag by a huge distance. Hence, the small number of credits the freshmen received after their military training were all used in various training rooms. The school had many high-class training facilities, and they were very specialized, offering great help for a person's cultivation. Besides the fact that credits were needed for each use, there was nothing to complain about. Wang Teng was happy too. When the freshman went for training, he would go and pick up attributes. He could save his credits and get a huge number of free attribute bubbles. What a good life. Brother Teng, you are already a 2-star martial warrior. Can you rest a little? Can you give us a chance? That's right. Why don't you go back and sleep for 2 days? Give us some time to catch up with you. Ho Pingliang and his friends looked at Wang Teng, who was heading to the training rooms with them. Their expressions were bitter, feeling as if their lives were hopeless. What was the scariest thing on earth? The people more outstanding than you working harder than you? Wrong. The scariest thing was you thought that he was a genius. You thought that he worked very hard, but he was actually a bug. Chapter 185, Many Attributes. The actual combat training building in Hanghai Military Academy was stocked with all types of equipment. It had different kinds of training rooms, including gravity rooms, machinery combat rooms, reaction testing rooms, and many others. Once you became a martial warrior, you would have to face dangers all the time unless you chose not to walk on the actual combat path. The dangers wouldn't consider your feelings. They could come from anywhere and appear in any form. Thus, martial warriors had to train in multiple aspects. The rooms in the actual combat training building were designed according to the different dangers. Of course, there were pros and cons of the training room. The benefit was that repeated practice could increase muscle memory to a great extent. The disadvantage was evident too. This kind of robotic practice was too rigid. It wasn't as flexible as a fight between two martial warriors. During a fight, anything could happen. Some martial warriors fought with their lives. At that time, it would be a battle of who was the most vicious. What would you do then? This robotic training wouldn't teach you how to think on your feet. Most of the freshmen were martial disciples. Hence, the training building had assigned martial disciples training areas. It was on the first floor. When they reached there, Wang Teng separated from Ho Pinglang and his friends and went to the second floor. Ho Pinglang and his friends felt emotional when they saw him entering the lift. All of us came out of the 9 years of compulsory education. Why is he so outstanding? Song Shuhang sighed. Maybe our 9 years of compulsory education was fake? Lu Shu said. Wang Teng. The atmosphere turned awkward as the students stared at each other speechlessly. Let's go for our practice. When Wang Teng came up to the second floor, he noticed many students around him. They were mostly second-year students. They all frowned when they saw Wang Teng. The fight did have a significant impact on him. Among the second-year students, less than half, maybe around 40% of them, were unhappy with him. They felt that those challenges were a humiliation, turning them into a joke in everyone's eyes. Now, when the other students and instructors in school talked about their batch, they would shake their heads uncontrollably. Sometimes when you were in the same batch, you would experience the same glory and humiliation, especially for major issues of principle. Naturally, some people would be filled with a common hatred. However, many second-year students didn't care about this. In fact, they looked down on Juotai's actions. If he hadn't been blinded by his greed, this series of events wouldn't have happened. You couldn't solely blame Wang Teng for what happened. They had already knocked on his door. Why wasn't he allowed to retaliate? Wasn't this a double standard? Some people had their focus on missions, rather than participating in these unpresentable events. Wasn't it better to do more tasks and earn more school credits? The school credits could be used to level up their ability. This was the right path. They wouldn't usually have internal strife. At most, it was just usual challenges like duels to learn from each other by exchanging blows. That was it. The school didn't forbid life or death battles because the martial warriors' world wasn't as peaceful as the environment in school. Outside, your opponents or enemies wouldn't care whether you were a student or not. They would fight with all their might during a battle, and it was hard to stop punches. Getting beaten to death during a battle was a normal thing. In the life or death battle in school, even if there were casualties, there wouldn't be too many people dying. However, if the school sent all their students out at once, that would just be throwing them to their deaths. The life or death battle was to let the students in school understand the fear of death. The school hoped that they could change their mentality as early as possible so that when they went out, they would naturally be more careful. Wang Teng didn't care about the gazes of the second-year students. He walked directly to the first training room that was right in front of the corridor. Gravity room. When Wang Teng wanted to enter the room, the system reminded him in a mechanical voice, "Please scan your student card. 2 credits for 1 hour." Wang Teng. He realized that he was too naive. It was impossible not to spend any credits. The strength room was an entirely enclosed training room. The entire training room was a gravitational field. If he wanted to go in, he had to scan his student card. Fortunately, Wang Teng had accepted more than 10 challenges before this, so he had plenty of credits now. He had more than 1,000 school credits. Wasn't that enough to be a millionaire among the freshmen? Ho Pinglang and his friends kept eyeing his student card all the time. They wanted him to treat them to the second floor of the cafeteria again. In your dreams, once was already painful enough. Did they think that he would treat them a second time? However, he had to go into the gravity room. Ah, well, since it was 2 credits, he would just bear the pain and give the 2 credits. There wouldn't be any gains without losses. Wang Teng took out his student card and scanned it on the system. Beep, student card. The door was unlocked. Wang Teng wanted to push the door and enter, but he suddenly frowned. This door was actually hard to push. At first, he only used his normal strength, but he couldn't move the door at all. He had to increase his power. Wang Teng was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior now. His physical body had changed after the cleansing of the force, so his strength had increased exponentially. Also, during military training, there was strength training too. The freshmen dropped many strength attribute bubbles. Wang Teng would pick them up whenever he was free. The number was quite sizable. Now his strength had all turned into battle power. Hence, Wang Teng didn't know exactly how high his strength attribute was. He slowly increased his force. He felt that he only managed to push the gravity room's door open after exerting more than 1,000 kilograms worth of force on it. This is a little interesting. He needed more than 1,000 kilograms of force to push the door open. How heavy was the gravity in the room then? When Wang Teng stepped foot inside, he instantly felt an immense pressure boring down on his shoulders and head. This was a standard gravity room. Most of the students trained here. However, there were individual gravity rooms too. You could alter the gravity according to your wishes as long as you could bear with it. Of course, those required more credits. Okay, this gravity doesn't possess any difficulty for me. Wang Teng felt the weight pressing down on him and took some time to get used to it. Then, he was able to walk around carefreely. There were many students working hard in the gravity room. All of them had a force glow around their bodies. They used their palm, fists, swords, or blades to practice their battle techniques. In an instant, Wang Teng suddenly felt the atmosphere of the martial arts faculty firsthand. This was what a martial warrior should do. Of course, his gaze was soon attracted by the rows and rows of attribute bubbles floating above the ground. Wood Force 3, Fire Force 5. Earth Force 3. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. They were all forces of the 5 elements. It was a pity that there weren't any mutated forces, but he needed to learn to be content. There were so many attribute bubbles, he continued picking them up. Water Force 2. Metal Force 1. Slowly, Wang Teng realized a problem. Damn it, they are all practicing force battle techniques, but none of them dropped any battle techniques attributes. Why? Wang. Wang Teng felt depressed. At first, when he saw so many people practicing force battle techniques, he thought he would be able to pick up a few attributes in the end. There was nothing, it was all his wishful thinking. Obviously, force battle techniques attributes wouldn't drop so easily. The system was raising its difficulty, damn it. Wang Teng stayed in the gravity room the entire morning. The number of attribute bubbles dropped by each person was limited. They would drop bubbles when they were training, but it wasn't an endless stream. Wang Teng didn't waste his time. He practiced his battle techniques as he used his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles over and pick them up. In the afternoon, he met with Ho Pinglang and his friends and went to the cafeteria to have lunch. Then Wang Teng went to another training room, the machinery combat room. When Wang Teng entered the machinery combat room, his eyes turned wide in shock. At first, he thought that the machinery combat room was a place where he could fight with robots. He didn't expect the pieces of machinery inside to be rune dolls that looked like real humans. Wang Teng suddenly remembered the steel dolls he saw in the Xingwu continent. This was obviously a rune technique passed down from the Xingwu continent. It was a good idea to use it for students' training. The rune dolls were made entirely of steel. Their actions weren't as agile as humans, but they were extremely resistant to hits. Also, their explosive power was strong. They were also able to initiate some force attacks. One could increase their experience when they fought with these rune dolls. Wang Teng scanned the room. Fire Force 2. Wood Force 3. Metal Force 1. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles happily. Suddenly, he saw a student flying out after getting hit by a rune doll. 2 attribute bubbles dropped from the student. Earth Force 5, Raging Bull, Skill 1. Wang Teng, he was stunned for a moment. Then he was elated. An Earth Force skill scripture. F, you can do this? This operation is a little unexpected. Wang Teng hurriedly picked up the bubble. A little yellow figure appeared in his mind. The figure bumped into a huge rock with his body, allowing his body to get beaten. At the same time, the circulation route of the force appeared in his body. This was a physique training scripture also. It was a dark-level, high-class scripture. Wang Teng looked at the muscular young man who climbed up from the ground and continued attacking the rune doll in front of him. The rune doll didn't blink. Its eyes were shimmering brightly. The rune dolls had a good point. They would only retaliate if someone attacked them. Once the other party stopped fighting, it would remain still. Now, when the muscular young man started attacking, the rune doll started moving too. The muscular young man kept colliding with the rune doll. He used his physical body to attack the doll and let the rune doll hit him directly. Their fight resulted in frightening bangs. Just the sound alone was enough to make someone feel the pain. However, the young man gritted his teeth and didn't make any sound. He forcefully bore with the beatings of the doll. Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim, "Good fellow," in his heart. Then he picked up the attribute bubbles dropped on the ground. Earth Force 3, Raging Bull Skill 3. When luck came, it came in droves. Wang Teng stood at the side and looked at him for a long time. He watched until the young man couldn't bear with it anymore and stopped voluntarily. "Rat, don't you know that you can't look at a person when he's cultivating?" The muscular young man turned around and looked at Wang Teng. He spoke to him with a smile. "Oh, I really didn't know that," Wang Teng replied casually. Cheng Wu didn't mind. Actually, no one was able to see anything from this kind of training. If he had something to hide, he wouldn't have chosen to train in a public training room. He chuckled and said, "Good fellow, you're really gutsy. You even dare to talk back to an instructor." The muscular young man was Cheng Wu from the martial arts club.
"You are?"
Wang Teng felt that the other party seemed to be quite familiar with him, so he asked him in confusion, "I like your temper. Let's be friends. I'm Cheng Wu from the martial arts club. I'm in my 3rd year, and I'm a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior." Cheng Wu smiled and said, "Cheng Wu," Wang Teng repeated in his heart. He smiled and wanted to introduce himself. "I'm Wang Teng," however, Cheng Wu interrupted him directly. "I know. You are the king of the freshmen. There's no need to introduce yourself. You're really famous now. I think that everyone in school knows who you are." "I think I'm notorious," Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Ha ha ha. You are indeed interesting. Cheng Wu laughed and punched Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't evade, though. This caused Cheng Wu's eyes to light up. He said outrightly, "You're not notorious. However, powerful people will gain respect and fear from others. You are the most powerful one among that bunch of weaklings. So there will be people who don't like you. The path of becoming strong is like this. Look at me. Many people hate me, but unfortunately they can't do anything. In the end, your own ability is the most important thing. Whether other people scold or dislike you doesn't matter at all. All right, I'm leaving. Your application to the martial arts club should have been accepted. Once you enter the martial arts club, you won't be an outsider anymore. I will wait for you to become stronger. At that time, let's have a duel." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. From his way of doing things and the way he spoke, it wasn't difficult to see his temper. This Cheng Wu seems like a rough-looking and happy-go-lucky young man, but he's actually broad-minded and open-hearted. He's stronger than people like Zhuo Tai. But if he knew that I secretly learned his Raging Bull skill, would he get angry at me? Wang Teng wondered with a weird expression on his face. He continued walking around the training room. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get any other battle techniques or scriptures. He only picked up force attributes. 2 hours later, Wang Teng went to the reaction testing room. "Beep, student card." He entered after scanning his card. The appearance of the reaction testing room widened Wang Teng's perspective again. Without a doubt, this was a place to practice your speed, footwork, and reaction speed. There were many sections in this area, and people were already training. There were many wooden posts erected in the sections, all arranged in different arrays, including quincunxal stakes, 8 trigram stakes, dugong stakes, and many more. There were all kinds of difficulty levels. These stakes were the inheritance left by their ancestors. After entering the martial arts era, this inheritance suddenly had great uses. Wang Teng observed the stakes. He noticed that these wooden posts weren't stuck to a single spot. There was probably some device under the ground that allowed the wooden poles to keep changing positions. This increased the difficulty to a whole new level. There were even plastic bullets shooting out from the front. Once the student got hit, the device would record it and use the number of bullets that were hit to evaluate the reaction level of the student. Speed 5, speed 3. A huge number of speed attributes were dropped on the floor. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to gather them all and pick them up. In an instant, he felt his body turning lighter. "Let's play one round." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He walked to an empty wooden post section, Dugong stakes. Difficulty. The difficulty was split into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and nightmare levels. Wang Teng chose the advanced level. The wooden post started spinning instantly. He took a deep breath and stepped into the section. Whoosh! He didn't use his steps of Gale. Instead, he executed his basic footwork and his entire body started flying. He shuttled back and forth between the wooden posts, leaving only his lingering shadows. A plastic bullet was suddenly fired out of the wall in front of him. Wang Teng had to be aware of the changes in the wooden posts while dodging the high-speed bullets. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Teng walked out of the Dugong stakes. The advanced level is still all right. He passed the level successfully. While clearing the level, he didn't touch a single wooden post. However, he got hit by 3 bullets. His reaction ability was evaluated to be 94 points. Wang Teng didn't use his real strength, so he felt that this result was expected. However, the students that walked past him were stunned. This is Wang Teng. This fellow managed to get 94 points for the advanced level Dugong stakes. Oh my God. Vic, is he still a human? You couldn't blame them for kicking up a fuss. The advanced level was hard to begin with. The highest record by the 2-star martial warriors in school was 91 points. Wang Teng broke the record just like that. Chapter 186, Should I Play Hard to Get? The machine announced the result using the sound system. The moment Wang Teng's Dugong stakes result came out, it attracted many students' attention. At first, it was nothing, but he had broken the record in a single try. This was extremely surprising. Suddenly, a lady walked over and looked at Wang Teng's test result. She sized him up with interest after confirming that the machine wasn't malfunctioning. "Little Junior, Wang Teng, you're really astonishing. Even 3-star soldier-level martial warriors who are not well-versed with speed will not be able to achieve this result." She continued, "I'm Ning Ziyu, a 3rd-year student and a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Are you interested in having a duel? It's senior sister Ning Ziyu. I heard that senior Ning Ziyu's footwork is quite good. She actually asked Wang Teng for a battle. This Wang Teng is quite powerful. He just defeated our 2nd year, and now he has attracted the attention of our 3rd-year senior sister." The 2nd-year students around them couldn't help but start discussing. Some 3rd-year seniors were slightly shocked for a second. Then they looked interested. They were about to leave, but they stopped and decided to stay back to watch the battle. 3-star soldier level, Wang Tang thought to himself. This was a good chance for him to test his speed. He nodded and agreed. Good little junior Wang Tang is very decisive. Ning Ziyu tied her hair in a ponytail and smiled. There's no need to look for other venues. Let's use this Jugong stake. Okay, Wang Tang nodded and replied. Based on our speed, the advanced level is nothing. Shall we try the nightmare level directly? Ning Ziyu asked again when she went over to choose the level. All right, I wanted to give it a try too. Wang Tang smiled. The students around them looked at each other. These two were really fierce. They chose the nightmare level directly. The wooden posts would change at a faster speed, and there would be many changes to their formation at the nightmare level of the Jugong stake. The speed at which the plastic bullets shot out was frightening too. Even a 3-star martial warrior would feel pain when he got hit by the bullets. The third-year seniors got even more interested. Is Ning Ziyu planning to bully our junior? Someone laughed. Wang Tang has never tried the nightmare level before. He doesn't know that its difficulty is much greater than the advanced level. He's extremely gifted, but it's time to display the power of the third-year seniors. We can't be looked down on. As they were happily discussing, Wang Tang and Ning Ziyu stood at the starting point of the Jugong stakes. They looked at each other and moved in unison without needing other people to shout start for them. They dashed into the Jugong stakes almost at the same time. Wang Tang continued to use his basic footwork as his foundation. However, he increased his speed. Ning Ziyu had the thought of pushing Wang Tang down, so she used around 70% of her ability. She even executed her proudest footwork battle technique. Once a professional acted, you knew that they had the ability. A moment ago, everyone wanted to see Ning Ziyu demoralizing Wang Tang. But now, Wang Tang was almost advancing at an equal pace with Ning Ziyu. His speed was incredible. This is basic footwork? The third-year students exchanged glances with one another. They were honestly a little astounded. It wasn't just because of how fast Wang Tang's speed was. It was also because he didn't execute any battle technique. He was able to remain equal to Ning Ziyu using just his basic footwork. Ning Ziyu's expression changed slightly when she noticed Wang Tang chasing her relentlessly. She got serious, and her speed skyrocketed. When Wang Tang saw this, he increased his speed too. He moved his feet irregularly as he dodged the bullets and shuttled at high speed between the wooden posts. Slash, slash. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them shot out of the Jugong stake almost simultaneously. Before this, Ning Ziyu had already changed the mode of the Jugong stake to double player mode. After they cleared the level, the machine immediately displayed their results. Ning Ziyu, 83, Wang Tang, 86. The machine announced the results. There was a huge commotion. Wang Tang's result was 3 points higher than Ning Ziyu's. Senior sister, Ning Ziyu actually lost. How can Wang Tang's speed be so fast? Even a third-year senior sister can't defeat him. What is this? The jaws of the second-year students dropped. They were flabbergasted. No wonder Zhuo Tai lost to him. He lost for a good reason. This brat is really hard to understand. The third-year seniors shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Sigh. Ning Ziyu couldn't help but heave a long sigh. She gave a forced smile and said, Little junior Wang Tang, I really embarrassed myself today. I was just lucky. Wang Tang picked up the speed attribute bubbles. Ning Ziyu had dropped as he waved his hands. Don't be humble. Your ability is enough to gain everyone's recognition, Ning Ziyu said earnestly. There seemed to be another meaning behind her sentence. She glanced at the second-year students around them. I noticed that you were using basic footwork just now, right? Ning Ziyu asked. Yes, Wang Tang replied. I didn't think that I'd lose to basic footwork. You have my respect for practicing your basic footwork to this level? Come, senior sister will treat you today. We can discuss what we have learned from practicing footwork along the way. Ning Ziyu pulled Wang Tang down the stairs without giving him time to react. Wang Tang, the group of young men who were left behind, stared at them with their mouths wide open. Senior sister Ning invited him for a meal. Look at this treatment. Sob, why can't I be that person? You bastard. Let go of my senior sister Ning. Ah, Wang Tang is just fairer and a little more handsome. Ning Ziyu, you can't succumb. Ning Ziyu's popularity in school was very high. She was strong and pretty, and her figure was amazing. Many people wanted to pursue her, but no one had succeeded so far. Yet today, she actually invited Wang Tang for a meal voluntarily. This wasn't scientific. It didn't make sense. At this moment, Wang Tang was also in a daze. Didn't she say that she just wanted a duel? Why did you suddenly have other thoughts towards me? You're making things difficult for me. Should I resist a little now? Although Ning Ziyu is pretty, And her figure, yes, it's not bad, but a person should have his principles, especially a man. I can't just do whatever she wants and have a meal with her, just because she asked. No matter what, I should play hard to get. I heard that the effects are outstanding. Ladies always fall for this trick. Senior sister Wang Tang wanted to say something to show that he had his principles and morals. What? Are you not willing to give me face? Ning Ziyu frowned. She thought that he was unwilling to eat with her. Oh, no, I feel that I should be the one treating today. My mother said that it's not good to let a lady treat. Wang Tang spouted nonsense with a serious expression. Was it important whether Li Shumei had said this before? Mom, this is a critical moment. It's time for you to appear. Your mother is extremely right. This is how you can get a girlfriend. Ning Ziyu smiled secretly as she said, Cough, senior sister, I think you misunderstood me. I'm a good student who views studies and cultivation as the most important things. I won't find a girlfriend, Wang Tang said awkwardly. All right, at first I wanted to give you a chance. However, from the looks of it now, you have great aspirations, so you might not want me, Ning Ziyu said. Wang Tang, Chapter 187, Naughty Tang, let's go. Wang Tang and Ning Ziyu went to the cafeteria on the second floor. Ning Ziyu wasn't polite to him at all. She took the menu and started ordering with ease. Please, give me a ginseng black-bone chicken first. Wang Tang's heart turned cold when he heard the first dish. Ginseng black-bone chicken. He had glanced at this dish the last time, and it required 10 school credits. It was enough to order a few more dishes. This wastrel. And 1,000-layer sea cucumber, Ning Ziyu continued. Wang Tang glared at her. This was another expensive dish. After the purification of the force, the living creatures in the sea had also mutated. It was hard to catch them without professional equipment. The cost increased significantly, so naturally, the price followed suit. Ning Ziyu didn't plan to stop here. She ordered another 2 dishes. Senior sister, isn't this too much? Wang Tang's heart was bleeding as he asked cautiously.
Not really. Not really. My appetite is really good.
Ning Ziyu looked at Wang Tang curiously as she said, Are you unwilling to pay? Ha ha ha! How is that possible? Besides being generous, I have no other merits, Wang Tang said as he laughed awkwardly. After some time the dishes were served. 4 chef masters were indeed amazing. The dishes were pretty fragrant and delicious. You would start salivating when you looked and smelled the dishes. Your appetite would increase tremendously. It was pricey for a reason. Maybe I should learn some forced cooking skills in the future? I could rake in a lot of money, Wang Tang thought to himself. After that, the 2 of them started eating and discussing. Wang Tang's basic footwork was at the highest presence enlightenment stage. His steps of Gale had reached the perfected stage too. Thus his understanding of footwork was as strong as Ning Ziyu's. Both of them benefited greatly through this mutual exchange. After they finished eating, Wang Tang saw Ning Ziyu touching her stomach in satisfaction without caring about her image. Ning Ziyu's appetite is indeed not small, Wang Tang thought to himself. He couldn't afford to raise her. The edge of his mouth twitched slightly as he prepared to get up and scan his student card to pay with his school credits. However, Ning Ziyu had already passed her student card to the waiter in the cafeteria before him. She said, It's my treat this time. I'll give you a chance to ask me out next time. Wang Tang was stunned for a moment. Then he said shyly, This isn't very nice. I'm not such a casual person. Ning Ziyu's pretty face turned black. She rolled her eyes at Wang Tang. You're a little naughty, Wang Tang. Oh, naughty Tang. Let's go. Ning Ziyu got up and went down the stairs. Wang Tang. After they left the cafeteria, Wang Tang parted with Ning Ziyu. He wanted to go back to his dormitory, but suddenly he felt chills on his back. He turned around and saw 4 bitter gazes staring at him. Dates before mates, Ho Ping Lang and his friends said simultaneously. Go away, Wang Tang replied angrily. Brother Tang, you've changed. In the past you treated only us to the 2nd floor for a meal. Now you're treating ladies. Ho Ping Lang looked as though he had been forsaken by his parents. Vif, you're so disgusting. Wang Tang felt goosebumps all over his body. He raised his leg and kicked him. Ha ha ha! Ho Ping Liang chuckled and dodged, but he soon realized that Song Shuhang and his friends were looking at him with a weird and vigilant gaze. What's with that look? Ho Ping Liang's face darkened. How Z? I didn't expect your sexual preference to be so advanced. Yes, advanced, Song Shuhang said slowly. Don't worry, we won't ostracize you, Lu Shu said calmly.
I'll still treat you as my brother.
Bailey. Ching Feng patted his shoulder and then quickly stepped to the side. Ho Ping Liang was stunned. He felt as if he had dug a hole for himself to jump. He was left frustrated. He said anxiously, I'm not. I didn't. Don't frame me. Wang Tang burst out laughing when he saw his agitated look. Song Shuhang and the others also bent down and laughed. You're so evil. Ho Ping Liang knew that they were laughing at him, but he couldn't admit this. If not, they might stick this title to him forever in the future. The 2 days of holiday passed quickly. On Monday, the students started their official lessons. There were more lessons in the Martial Arts Academy compared to the normal academy. Not only did they have to take martial arts courses, but they also had to take the normal courses. The martial arts courses were split into theory and actual combat courses. It wasn't hard to understand. Martial arts theories were taught in theory classes, while actual combat classes were where the instructors guided the students' cultivation of their scriptures and battle techniques. Why were martial warriors from school able to have higher achievements than self-taught martial warriors? That was because the martial warriors from schools had been through systematic learning, which helped them lay a strong foundation. Also, there were instructors guiding them in their theory and combat skills. Once there was a mistake, it would be corrected immediately. It prevented them from taking too many wrong turns and helped them save a lot of time unknowingly. Wang Tang was getting used to his new student life. He was finding his routine. Every morning he would go for lessons. When he was free, he would go to the actual combat training building to test his attributes. He also competed with Ning Ziyu a few more times. He held back a little, so both of them won and lost a few times. He gave Ning Ziyu some face in a blink of an eye. 1 week passed. On Friday, after the last lesson ended, Wang Teng, Ho Ping Lang, and their friends were heading to the cafeteria. I heard that the Dan faculty have started teaching their students how to rub medicine pills. Song Shuhang said, "Rub medicine pills?" Wang Teng was puzzled. "Ha ha, this is the phrase the Dan faculty students gave. It's just a simple concoction of herbs with little skill required. Thus, it came to be known as rubbing medicine pills." Song Shuhang smiled and replied, "You're really well informed." Wang Teng glanced at him in surprise. "I always look at the school's forum and messaging groups." "Naturally, I know more information," Song Shuhang said proudly. "This is his only interest and hobby," Lu Shu said with disdain. "Can you get the lesson schedule of all the faculties?" Wang Teng had a sudden thought and asked, "I can, but why do you need it?" Song Shuhang asked in surprise. "I'm interested in alchemy. I want to take a look," Wang Teng answered. "Oh, right. You wanted to choose all the faculties at the start of school, but you got scolded by the president." Lu Shu remembered this scene. "Brother Tang, don't take more than you can chew. You're really talented. Won't it be a waste of your time and talent if you learn those things?" Ho Ping Liang hesitated, but he still spoke in the end. "That's right. A master of one is better than a jack of all." Song Shuhang and his friends tried to persuade Wang Teng. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wang Teng knew that they had good intentions, but he couldn't tell them that he was a bug, right? Hao Ping Liang and his friends didn't continue. They only hoped that Wang Teng would learn his lesson after he tried and knew how difficult it was. They felt that Wang Teng didn't have the energy to learn so many things. "I'll ask the students from the other faculties for their lesson schedules," Song Shuhang said. "Thank you, Shuhang." Song Shuhang was really efficient. The next day he passed the lesson schedules of the other faculties to Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked at the lesson schedules of the other 4 faculties in his hand and sniggered. He could almost see all kinds of attribute bubbles waving at him. He was already restless. However, some of the lessons overlap with each other. "I can only hurry over after my lesson ends and see if I can snatch the last batch of bubbles," Wang Teng thought to himself. Fortunately, the faculty buildings were all quite close to each other. With his speed of a martial warrior, 1 minute was enough. "I will try it next week." Chapter 18.8, Receiving School Missions, the Logistics Department. In the school's logistics building. On Saturday, Wang Teng had some free time, so he came to the logistics building. First floor of the logistics building was responsible for the school's internal miscellaneous affairs. You could also check your school credits and consult your questions here. The second floor was the transaction area. The school had a credit exchanging system. You could use your school credits to exchange for Dan pills, weapons, and many other resources. The third floor was the mission receiving area. Today, Wang Teng's destination was the mission receiving area. He had long heard that there was a mission system in the Martial Arts Academy. Usually, you could only leave school after you had received a mission. It was very troublesome for Wang Teng if he couldn't get out of school. Thus, immediately after he finished his first week of classes, he decided to take a look at the mission receiving area. The students could earn school credits from doing missions. His ability was enough for him to complete 3-star missions. Wang Teng went straight to the third floor. When he walked out of the lift, he saw a counter directly opposite the main door. There was school staff standing at the counter. Behind the counter, there were rows and rows of machines that looked like ATMs. The machines were as tall as a person, and they were all automated. At this moment, many students were operating the automated machines. The staff at the counter glanced at Wang Teng and ignored him after that. However, some students recognized him. They were slightly stunned, then they understood. Other freshmen might be unable to receive missions, but Wang Teng had more than enough ability to take missions. Wang Teng disregarded everyone's gazes. He was already used to the different kinds of looks people gave him. They couldn't kill him anyway. He walked to an empty automated machine. These automated machines were really easy to use. The operations were direct and obvious. He followed the steps written on the machine and took out his student card, pushing it into the card slot. Beep. Student card. A few windows appeared on the screen. Military mission, police mission, City Protection Bureau mission, the Xingwu Continent mission, school mission. Wang Teng thought for a moment and clicked a window randomly. City Protection Bureau mission, mission description, help the staff of the City Protection Bureau to investigate the strange occurrences at Yanshui Village. There's a suspected appearance of a snake-like high-level mutated beast. It's very aggressive and is poisonous. Requirement 1-star soldier level reward. 5 school credits. The City Protection Bureau missions were mostly about mutated beasts and star beasts monitoring the country and stopping any appearances that would threaten humans. Police mission. Mission description. Capturing and killing a 1-star wood element soldier level martial warrior who has escaped to Donghai. The criminal specializes in long blade skills and he has 5 lives on his hands. He's extremely cruel. Requirement. At least 1-star soldier level peak. Reward 15 school credits. Mission description. Help the City Protection Bureau to protect the oldest daughter of the CEO of the Longhai Corporation from the cutthroat competition in the business world. Currently, we know that 3 martial warriors from overseas have sneaked into Donghai. Requirement 2-star soldier level. Reward 20 school credits. School mission, mission description. Head to Mount Chunhua to pick 10 illusion grass. This spiritual plant has illusion effects, and there will be high-level mutated beasts guarding them most of the time. Requirement 1-star soldier level. Reward 10 school credits. Wang Teng looked at every window. There were all kinds of missions for the students to pick. These missions came from many different official organizations. There were many martial warriors in each organization. However, there might be a shortage of manpower, or the organization couldn't do the mission due to special reasons. Hence, they entrusted the students from the different schools with these missions. Of course, one of the reasons was to groom the martial warriors in the schools. After all, if the martial warriors in schools didn't have any actual combat experience, they wouldn't be able to get used to the environment after graduating. They wouldn't be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities. In his past life, many people had used the ivory tower as an analogy for schools. A student who just came out of school was like a piece of white paper. They didn't know anything. Their experience was so low that it made people speechless. After entering the different organizations, they still had to undergo training at work. Martial warriors were different from normal students. No one would give them on-job training. When normal students made mistakes, they could change. However, once martial warriors made mistakes, they might lose their lives. The consequences were huge. Also, the missions had different difficulty levels. However, the lowest requirement was to be at the 1-star soldier level. Wang Teng stuck out his tongue. Indeed, after entering university, the circle was different. Only a martial warrior was able to receive the missions. Before he entered university, it was hard for him to even meet a martial warrior. It had to be said that the ordinary people's world was indeed very far from the world of martial warriors. What they understood was just the surface. The martial warriors' world that normal people had in mind wasn't the real martial warriors' world at all. From these missions, it wasn't hard to see that the normal people were able to live a peaceful life because there was a huge number of martial warriors taking care of all sorts of dangers in many unknown places. The machine even introduced some information they needed to take note of. For instance, they could receive the missions individually or as a team. However, once they accepted the missions, they couldn't reveal any relevant information to other non-related people. For instance, if they felt that they couldn't finish the mission and gave up halfway, or failed the mission for all kinds of reasons, school credits would be taken away from them based on the punishment system. Wang Teng took half an hour to study the missions. He then made his decision. He wanted to take a short-term mission for this weekend. That way he could leave school and take this chance to get used to the flow of the missions. Wang Teng chose the school mission, the one that required him to head to Mount Chunhua to pick the illusion grass. Mount Chunhua was a 2-hour journey from Donghai. One day was enough for him to travel back and forth. As for the illusion effect of the illusion grass and the mutated beasts guarding them, Wang Teng didn't care. With his ability, he was confident of any trouble heading his way. Wang Teng accepted the mission and walked out of the logistics building. Then he headed to the martial arts club. 2 days ago, the martial arts club had informed him to report to them. Today was the agreed date. He arrived at the martial arts club building and went straight to the 5th floor. He walked in front of a meeting room and pushed the door open. The room was already filled with people. When they heard the sound of the door opening, everyone turned their heads. "Wang Tang, you are the last to arrive," Zhuang He, who was sitting in the host seat, smiled and said calmly. "I'm sorry, this is my first time coming to the martial arts club, so I got lost." Wang Tang started talking nonsense. Everyone was speechless. "Who are you trying to fool?"
1. All right, Wang Tang, take a seat. Since everyone is here, let me say a few simple words, Zhuang He said. Wang Tang nodded and sat down. Zhuang He opened his mouth. "The president and vice presidents of the club are away on a mission. They won't be back so soon. I'm the only one left, so I will be organizing the meeting of the new and old club members today. Let's get to know each other."
After everyone greeted each other, Zhuang He introduced the job of the martial arts club and its benefits. It was the same as what Chen Su and Yang Lin had told Wang Tang. "That is all for today. Yang Lin, you can bring the juniors for a tour of our martial arts club building." Then Zhuang He looked at Wang Tang. "Junior Wang Tang, stay behind. Let's talk for a while." The other new members couldn't help but look at Wang Tang. Then they followed Yang Lin for a tour. Wang Tang remained in his seat. There were senior brothers and sisters all around him, looking at him with smiles on their faces. When more than 10 pairs of eyes stared at him, his head turned numb. "Seniors, I might have joined the martial arts club, but I won't sell my body." Chapter 189. Extremely Sly Translator, Henie Translations Editor, Henie Translations. When they heard Wang Tang's words, everyone was speechless. His values seemed a little crooked. "We are the martial arts club, not human traffickers. Why will we need you to sell your body?" Even Zhuang He was triggered by Wang Tang and glared at him furiously. He was starting to wonder whether it was the right thing to invite this fellow with crooked values into the martial arts club. "Then why are you all staring at me?" "It's frightening," Wang Tang said innocently. "We want to see if you have 3 heads or 6 arms. We want to see why you're such a monster," Jia Chu said. "Hey, enough. Is this how you ridicule others?" Wang Tang said furiously. "Ha ha ha ha!" Everyone burst out laughing when they saw him suffering a setback. "All right, enough. Stop teasing him. Give our king of freshmen some face." Zhuang He smiled too. Half an hour later, Wang Tang walked out of the martial arts club. He shook his head uncontrollably. The seniors of the martial arts club were easy to interact with. However, they were a little naughty and liked to tease him. "But this martial arts club is really not simple. I saw many 3-star soldier level martial warriors today. Most of the students who managed to reach the 3-star soldier level were in their 3rd or 4th years. They had gone through many missions. Wang Tang could also feel extraordinary auras from these people. Birds of a feather flock together. Powerful people will only team up with powerful people." Wang Tang lamented in his heart. It was already evening. He went to the cafeteria to eat before going back to his dormitory to cultivate. The next day, bright and early on a Sunday morning, Wang Tang finished his breakfast. Then he took his weapons and went out of school. When he reached the main entrance, he took out his student card and scanned it on the card reader. He had already accepted the mission, so it was recorded on his student card. Hence, he was able to exit the school without any worries. Entrance guard was very familiar with this situation. He knew that this student was going out to do a mission, thus he didn't stop Wang Tang. He nodded at him and said, "Young lad, be careful and come back safely." Wang Tang was stunned. Then he immediately smiled and replied, "Thank you, uncle." The entrance guard looked at Wang Tang's back view. As he walked further away, he muttered to himself, "These children are the hope of our future." Wang Tang left the university town. He took a taxi and headed straight to Mount Chanhua. During the 2 hours' journey, Wang Tang closed his eyes and rested in the back seat. It made the driver in front extremely curious. However, he noticed that Wang Tang didn't have any intention of speaking, so he remained quiet too. 2 hours later, the car arrived in a village at the foot of Mount Chanhua. Mind you, this place was really a little secluded. If Wang Tang didn't pay a high price, the driver wouldn't be willing to drive here. "You can wait for me here. I will come back before the sun sets," Wang Tang reminded the driver. "Don't worry, brother. Since I promised you, I will only drive you around today. I will not accept any other customers." The driver patted his chest and promised. Come on, the money this youngster gave him was equivalent to him working the entire day. Even more, he didn't have to run around and tire himself out. This good opportunity might not even come once a year. Only an idiot would reject him. Wang Tang nodded and got out of the car. He pulled a villager who was passing by and inquired about Mount Chunhua. "You want to go up the mountain?" The villager Wang Tang was a middle-aged woman around 40 years old. When she heard that Wang Tang wanted to enter the mountain, she looked at him in astonishment and said, "Young lad, the mountain is not safe now. You're really young. I feel that you should go home." The middle-aged woman blatantly sized up Wang Tang. She noticed that his skin was delicate and soft. Then she looked at the taxi beside them. It was obvious that he came from the city. She was puzzled. What was wrong with these people? They didn't want to stay in a safe place and wanted to go to dangerous places instead. Did they feel that their life was too peaceful? "I have some matters to settle, so I need to go up the mountain. I can't return empty-handed." Wang Tang smiled and said, "Auntie, don't worry, I prepared myself mentally. I won't joke around with my life. City dwellers like you don't listen to our persuasions. Yesterday, 3 youngsters wanted to go up the mountain too. I wasn't able to stop them no matter how hard I tried. They haven't come out yet. I wonder how they are." The middle-aged woman shook her head helplessly. "Oh? 3 youngsters?" Wang Tang was surprised. "There were other people who came here?" he asked in a composed tone. "How were they dressed? Did they say why they wanted to go up the mountain?" "Why are you asking?" The middle-aged woman was puzzled as she asked. "I'm just curious." Wang Tang took out 200 RMB and stuffed them into the middle-aged woman's hand. "How can I take this?" The woman's eyes lit up. Although she spoke politely, her hands were extremely honest. She clenched the money tightly, afraid that Wang Tang would take them back. "Auntie, keep it. You deserve it." "Nowadays, the information requires money too." Wang Tang smiled and said nonchalantly. "City people are really refined and generous." The middle-aged woman chuckled. She then said in a soft tone, "Those 3 young men were dressed like you. Their attire was clean and tidy. I think that they also brought weapons. They said that they are going into the mountain to look for something and even asked the Risa Thomas to lead the way. However, I don't know if they found anything."
Are they looking for illusion grass too?
Wang Tang wondered curiously. "Am I going to fail my first mission?" "No, I've already come. No matter what, I have to go into the mountain to take a look. I just need 10 stalks of illusion grass. There might not be a conflict of interest." After pondering to himself, Wang Tang made his decision. He said to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, are there any other rhizotomists in the village?" "Nope, only that family. Very few people are willing to go up the mountain now." The middle-aged woman hesitated. She only continued because of the money Wang Tang gave her. However, Old Bai is the rhizotomist. His daughter often goes up the mountain with him, so she's familiar with the scenery there. You can ask her." "All right, thank you, Auntie." Wang Tang nodded. He stuffed another note in her hands and asked her for the address of the rhizotomist. It had to be said that money was really powerful. Middle-aged woman needed to farm, but she sent Wang Tang to Old Bai's house personally. "Xiao Kao, are you home? Open the door. Someone is looking for you." The middle-aged woman knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened. A young lady around 17 years old walked out and asked, "Auntie, what's the matter?" The middle-aged woman pointed at Wang Tang and said, "There's a young man from the city. He wants to go into the mountain and needs someone to guide him. Why don't you chat with him personally?" "Enter the mountain?" Bai Xiaokao frowned. She hesitated for a moment. Then she thought of something and nodded. "All right, ask him to come and talk to me. Okay." The middle-aged woman was delighted because she felt that she had facilitated the deal. She whispered to Bai Xiaokao, "Xiaokao, let me tell you, people from the city are all stupid and rich. If you want to bring him up the mountain, you should ask for more money. Don't lose out." Wang Tang was caught between laughter and tears. This auntie was really sly. Chapter 190, Picking the Illusion Grass. Wang Tang looked at the lady serving tea for him and thanked her. The lady appeared to be around the same age as him. She might even be younger. Her clothes were simple and plain, not as glamorous as what the city ladies wore. Her figure was petite and skinny, and her face was also similar. However, when she faced him, she didn't seem scared at all. In fact, she was pretty calm. Her house was a self-built civilian house. Actually, when Wang Tang was walking to her house, he had noticed that the other houses here were similar too. Wang Tang secretly sized up the condition of the house. From its simple and shabby appearance, he understood her family's situation. He drank the water and twirled the cup in his hand. "You look like my age, don't you need to go to school? My family condition is a little special, so I dropped out of school." Bai Xiaokao sat down opposite Wang Tang. She shook her head and didn't want to explain any further. Instead, she asked, "Aunt Lee said that you want to go up the mountain?" "Yes." Wang Tang nodded. He asked again, "I heard that your father brought other people up the mountain." "Yes, 3 young men," Bai Xiaokao said. "Are they looking for this too?" Wang Tang took out his phone and showed her the photo of the illusion grass. "The illusion grass? Are you also looking for this?" Bai Zhaokao exclaimed in surprise. You actually know about it? Wang Teng was shocked for a moment. He nodded and said, That's right, I came for this plant. It looks like those people have the same motive as me. Do you know where to find this? I do. My dad told me before, but I've never been there, Bai Zhaokao replied. Wang Teng frowned. He contemplated and said, Do you have a map of the mountain? No. We rely on our experience to go up the mountain. Bai Zhaokao shook her head and replied. Wang Teng immediately got a headache. If he were to enter the mountain himself, he would be searching aimlessly. He wasn't worried about the dangers, but he would definitely have to waste a lot of time. At this moment, Bai Zhaokao said, Although I have never gone there, I know the path. I can bring you there. Oh! Wang Teng glanced at the lady. He didn't expect that she would voluntarily suggest bringing him up the mountain. Wang Teng had no reason to reject her, but he knew that the young lady wasn't doing it out of kindness. Thus, he asked calmly, What is your requirement? I need money, and I want to look for my father, too. They have been in the mountain for a day and a night. Based on my father's experience, they shouldn't have been gone for so long. They must have met with some accident. Bai Zhaokao bit her lips and said, This was reasonable. Wang Teng nodded and said, Okay, name your price. 3, 5,000. Bai Zhaokao gritted her teeth. At first she wanted to ask for 3,000, but changed it to 5,000 at the last moment. She looked at Wang Teng with a palpitating heart. In the past, she wouldn't have asked for such a huge sum. However, the mountain had been becoming more and more dangerous. Entering the mountain wasn't an easy task. She had to take some risks, too. Illusion grass was in a deeper region of the mountain. If her family didn't need money urgently, her father wouldn't have agreed to bring those people into the mountain to look for the illusion grass. Wang Teng thought that Bai Zhaokao would ask for a higher price. He didn't expect it to be just 5,000. As a result, he was stunned for a moment. Bai Zhaokao thought that he found it too expensive. A hint of disappointment flashed past her eyes. She hesitated and said, 3,000 is fine, too. I'll give you 5,000. If you bring me to the place before noon, I can give you more. Wang Teng waved his hand nonchalantly. Bai Zhaokao gave a look of astonishment. Immediately after that, she said happily, No problem. I know a shortcut. I will definitely bring you there by noon. All right, shall we go now? Wang Teng said. Wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes and bring some tools. Bai Zhaokao got up and ran into her room. A few minutes later, Wang Teng heard a faint conversation coming from inside. One of the voices sounded a little weak. If martial warriors didn't have good hearing, he wouldn't have heard what they said clearly. Mom, I'm going out with my friends to do something. I will ask Auntie Lee to send you some food in the afternoon. Don't worry, go and do your things. You don't have to worry about me and no need to trouble Auntie Lee. I can cook some simple things to eat. Okay, I should be able to come back before night. Bai Zhaokao was really fast. She changed into a convenient set of clothes and held a chopper in her hand. There was a bamboo basket on her back as she walked out of the room. Let's go. Wang Teng sized her up. Then he got up and followed her out of the house. They left the village. The middle-aged woman that spoke to them just now was working hard in the field outside the village. Bai Zhaokao shouted at her from afar, Auntie, I'm bringing him into the mountain. My mom is alone at home. Can you help me look after her? Okay. The middle-aged woman raised her head and shouted, Be careful when you enter the mountain. All right, Bai Zhaokao replied. They walked past the main road. Bai Zhaokao led Wang Teng into a small path at the side. After walking for some time, they went up the mountain. Mount Chunhoa's natural environment was maintained quite well. After the purification of the force, it went back to its state as a primary forest. The number of wild animals in the mountain increased too. The trees around them were tall and dense. There were many dried branches and leaves piled on the ground. Clearly, there weren't many signs of human intervention. It looked like the nearby villagers didn't enter the mountain often. However, Wang Teng was someone who had witnessed the primary forest in the Xingwu continent. Mount Chunhoa was almost the same as those primary forests. Nothing was shocking. Be careful, there are poisonous snakes and bugs here. Bai Zhaokao walked in front and used her chopper to chop the bushes and brambles at the sides. Very soon she cleared a small path wide enough for one person to pass. You just have to take care of yourself, Wang Teng said indifferently. Bai Zhaokao frowned. She sighed in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She just diverted some of her attention to Wang Teng. The two of them walked for more than an hour. During this time, they didn't have any accidents. Bai Zhaokao managed to evade all the dangerous areas. At this moment, Bai Zhaokao stopped to take a rest. She drank some water and pointed to her left. We will head in that direction later. Last time, my dad brought me there. It's a little difficult to walk, but the journey will be much shorter. We will definitely be able to arrive before noon."
Okay.
Wang Tang nodded. He sat down on the rock at the side and continued. "Let's rest for a while." Bai Xiaokao sat down on another rock. She took out something that looked like dried meat and asked, "Do you want some?" "I'm not hungry. You can eat it." Wang Tang shook his head and replied. Bai Xiaokao didn't force him either and ate alone. At the same time, she sized up Wang Tang out of curiosity. Suddenly, she was shocked. She noticed that Wang Tang didn't show any hints of tiredness after traveling for so long. He didn't sweat and he wasn't panting. He looked as if he was taking a stroll in a park. Does he practice martial arts? Bai Xiaokao wondered to herself silently. Anyway, they came to look for the illusion grass. This means that the illusion grass must be worth a lot of money. I hope I can get a few of them, Bai Xiaokao thought. After resting for 10 minutes, the two of them continued on their journey. "I don't think my father walked this way," Bai Xiaokao said as she cleared the path. "I found it a little strange on the way up just now. I couldn't notice any signs of other people along the journey," Wang Tang said. "They should have taken another path." Bai Xiaokao was a little puzzled. She said, "I haven't followed my father into the mountain for some time. Could they have found another path?" A sudden thought flashed through Wang Tang's mind. Bai Xiaokao found the answer too. From each other's expressions, they could tell that they had the same idea. Unless this path is dangerous? "Be careful, your dad wouldn't give up this familiar path for no reason," Wang Tang reminded. Bai Xiaokao nodded. She immediately heightened her vigilance and became even more careful. They walked for another half an hour, but they didn't meet any dangers as they had imagined. Bai Xiaokao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Crack! Suddenly, she seemed to have stepped on something. Bai Xiaokao's entire body froze, but she didn't dare to act blindly. She slowly lowered her head to take a look. She noticed that she had stepped on an ant nest that looked like a pile of dried grass. It had almost merged with the dried branches and leaves on the ground, so it was highly inconspicuous. Thus, when she relaxed and let down her guard, she stepped on it. Wang Tang saw this scene too. When he noticed that she was frozen on the spot, he hurriedly pulled her back. Buzz, the next moment, a dense buzzing sound was heard. A bunch of black flying ants instantly flew out of the ant nest. They swarmed towards Wang Tang and Bai Xiaokao. Not only that, but a pile of black ants also crawled out from the ground. These ants were bigger than normal. If you observed them carefully, you would realize that their heads were extremely big and their mouths were ferocious. They moved swiftly as they surged towards Wang Tang like a swarm of bees. "Oh no, these are mutated beasts." Bai Xiaokao's face turned white. She had been notably cautious along the entire journey and thought of many possible dangers. But she didn't think that there would be ant-like mutated beasts. If there was only one ant-like mutated beast, it didn't have any attacking power. However, they always gathered in groups. There would be more than 1,000,000 or even a few million ants in a single nest. The numbers were frightening. Once you met them, you wouldn't be able to run away. At this moment, there were a bunch of them in the sky and a pile of them on the ground. The black patch of ants was charging at the two of them. It was very chilling. "I'm sorry, I implicated you, Bai," Xiaokao said apologetically. "We're not dead yet." "Why are you apologizing?" "It's just a nest of ants," Wang Tang said calmly when he noticed that she was truly frightened out of her wits. The fire force surged out of his body. A ball of scorching heat welcomed the ants in the sky and on the ground. Boom! The black patch of ants immediately turned into 2 balls of fire. In an instant, they were burned completely. All that was left was a pile of ashes. The flame didn't spread to the trees around them under Wang Tang's exquisite control. It was extinguished in a blink of an eye. Bai Xiaokao looked at him with her eyes wide open. "Martial warrior!" She thought that Wang Tang was at most a martial disciple. She didn't think that he would be a martial warrior. What a young martial warrior? Bai Xiaokao felt that her perspective had widened. "Let's go." Wang Tang's voice pulled her back to reality. She walked forward subconsciously, but she was still a little absent-minded. "It's time to concentrate. Don't step on anything you shouldn't. If you meet a poisonous snake and it bites you instantly, I won't be able to save you," Wang Tang said. Bai Xiaokao shuddered. She immediately regained her senses and became extremely alert. She didn't dare to drop her guard anymore. Finally, when it was almost noon, the two of them came to the side of a cliff. "This is it." Bai Xiaokao stopped. She observed the environment around her and said, "My dad saw the plant around here in the past. You can look around to see if you can find any." Wang Tang scanned the surroundings, but he didn't see any signs of the illusion grass. He frowned uncontrollably. He walked to the cliff and looked down. Here you are, he smiled and leaped down. The cliff was filled with all kinds of herbs and vines. There were more than 10 plants growing among the common grass. It was the illusion grass. When Wang Tang leaped down, he grabbed a vine with his hand. Along the way, he picked 3 stalks of illusion grass that were the closest to him. Then he swung lightly and came to the area where the other illusion grass was. Just when he was about to pick them, a green shadow shot out from the bushes and attacked Wang Teng. "Be careful," Bai Xiaokao, who was on top, shouted in shock. "I've been waiting for you." Wang Teng smiled. He waved his hand, and the fire force spurted out, engulfing the green shadow's body. It hissed as it dropped down the cliff. It was a small green snake. Its color was similar to the grasses and bushes, so it was hard to see it. It's just a mutated beast, not a huge threat. Wang Tang thought to himself. Suddenly, a few more green snakes shot out. They opened their mouths in midair and wanted to bite Wang Tang. Wang Tang took care of them easily. Then he picked the other illusion grasses on the cliff. As for the illusion effect, with his spiritual power, it just felt like a mosquito bite. It was unable to affect him at all. Wang Tang stepped on a protruding part of the cliff with his left foot and arrived on the cliff. He landed lightly beside Bai Xiaokao. "Done. Let's go back." Wang Tang kept the illusion grass and turned to speak to Bai Xiaokao. "You're done?" Bai Xiaokao wasn't able to react in time. This was too fast. She thought that there would be a hard battle, but Wang Tang killed all the snake-like mutated beasts easily with a few moves. These snake-like mutated beasts were extremely dangerous to these ordinary villagers. "This fellow seems to be really powerful." Bai Xiaokao was flabbergasted. She wondered to herself in envy, "If only I could be as powerful as him. I will be able to earn big bucks easily." "What are you thinking about? Let's go." Wang Teng smiled and returned the same way they came. Suddenly he stopped again. "Why did you stop walking?" Bai Xiaokao was puzzled. "Someone is here," Wang Teng said. "Someone is here. Could it be my father?" Bai Xiaokao exclaimed in surprise. Very soon a few figures appeared in another direction. When the middle-aged man among them saw Bai Xiaokao, he was shocked for a second. He exclaimed, "Xiaokao? Dad, it's me. I'm so glad that you're fine. Mom and I were worried the entire night," Bai Xiaokao said happily. "You little girl, didn't I say that you can't enter the mountain? Why did you come?" The middle-aged man reprimanded her. Someone gave me money to be a guide, so I accompanied him here." Bai Xiaokao laughed awkwardly. She pointed at Wang Teng and said, "But you don't have to worry. He's very strong. Look, I'm totally fine, right? You brought someone in?" The middle-aged man's expression changed. "Why is he here?" "He came to pick the illusion grass." "We just picked them, so you came a little late," Bai Xiaokao said proudly. After all, even if it was Wang Tang's merit, she still managed to arrive before her dad. However, when the middle-aged man heard this, his expression turned ugly. He carefully turned to look at the 3 people that came with him and apologized hurriedly. "I'm really sorry. My daughter is insensible." The 3 people snorted. They didn't even finish listening to him. Instead, they frowned and looked at Wang Teng. "Did you come to pick illusion grass, too?" Chapter 19:1. What did you say just now? Wang Teng turned to the 3 young men when he heard them. The trio seemed to be around the same age as him. They were in tight clothes and they were holding weapons as they looked at Wang Teng intently. Looking at their faces, they were most probably martial arts course students from another school. "I have already picked the illusion grass. You came late." Wang Teng suddenly felt a little lucky. What happened today indeed had some element of luck in it. Bai Xiaokao and her father didn't know these people's abilities. Also wouldn't explain to Bai Xiaokao and his father how powerful they were. Thus, Bai Xiaokao's father chose the path he thought was the safest based on his own thinking. He brought these 3 young men a huge round around the mountain before they finally arrived at this place. As for Bai Xiaokao, she was a naive person. She didn't know that this shortcut was dangerous. That was why she dared to bring Wang Teng here. If it wasn't for Wang Teng, the ants would have already eaten her until only her bones were left after she stepped on the ant nest. The 3 young men probably never expected someone with the same intention to come here. By the time they arrived, Wang Teng had already beat them to the draw. They were too late. In summary, this was a series of coincidences. If any coincidence was lacking, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to pick the illusion grass successfully. When they saw Wang Teng admitting it, the young men's expressions instantly darkened. This was the first school mission for them. They didn't have any experience, so to be safe, they formed a team of 3. They thought that this mission would be a piece of cake, but they didn't expect this accident to happen at the last moment. If they failed their first mission, their schoolmates would tease them to no end. Also, not only were they unable to get the school credits, they would even get school credits deducted. Hence, it was expected that they were in a bad mood. Bei Zhaokao and his father immediately felt the tense atmosphere between the two parties. They were on tenterhooks now. They had just wanted to earn some money and had no idea that the situation would end up like this. "Dad, did I cause trouble?" Bei Zhaokao's face was pale as she asked worriedly. "Sai, it's my fault that I didn't remind you. There's no point in saying anything now, though. It looks like both sides are not easy to deal with. I wonder if they will vent their anger on us later," Bai Zhaokao's father whispered worriedly. The young man among them with a crew cut said, "Friend, I think that you're a university student too, right? Is your mission collecting illusion grass?" The school mission was different from the missions of the police, City Protection Bureau, and other government organizations. The police and City Protection Bureau missions were sent to the different mission platforms simultaneously. Once someone accepted the mission, they would take the mission off the various platforms so that there wouldn't be any repeats. As for the school missions, the rule was that every school would upload the mission internally. Usually, the missions were given to the students through the mission system because it was inconvenient for the instructor, heads, and other leaders of the school to do it themselves. In this case, it was normal that the same mission would appear in the different schools. Wang Tang and the three young men were an example. "That's right." Wang Tang nodded. He didn't want to explain too much, so he said, "If there's nothing, please make way. I'm in a rush." He was really in a rush. His main purpose in accepting the mission was to give himself time to leave school and deal with his own matters. He had already wasted half a day here. He needed time to go back to Donghai, too. There was a time limit for the missions. For missions like this that were nearer, the time limit was a day. The school's rule was that the students needed to go back to school by 8 p.m. There wasn't much time left for Wang Tang. Wait, our school's instructor released an illusion grass mission, too. If you pick them all away, we wouldn't be able to fulfill our mission, the young man with the crew cut said. "Is that any of my business?" "You need to complete your mission, but I have to complete my mission, too." Wang Tang looked at the three young men blocking his path and stopped in his tracks. He frowned and continued. "Also, if you came first and picked the illusion grass, would you have given them to me?" The young man with the crew cut didn't know how to reply to him. Just like what Wang Tang said, if they came first and picked the illusion grass, they wouldn't hand it to others. The mission explicitly stated that if you had already picked the required number of herbs, you would get more credits the more you picked. All of them were embarking on the path of martial arts. Resources were tight and scarce, so who would deny having more credits? "Fick, there's three of us and one of him. Are we afraid that we will lose to him? In a situation like this, we can only fight. There are no other choices." Another young man with a terrible temper cursed instantly. He pointed his battle blade at Wang Tang. The young man with the crew cut and the last student knew that this matter wouldn't end peacefully after they saw this scene. They prepared to snatch the herbs, too. The atmosphere tensed up like a taut string. A fight was on the verge of breaking out. But the next moment, the three of them suddenly stared with wide eyes behind Wang Tang. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. There's no need to play these kinds of small tricks. Your expressions are not to the point. I'll give your acting skills a low review. Wang Tang was speechless. Suddenly, he felt a shadow coming down from above his head. Wang Tang slowly raised his head. A giant python was spiraling up from the cliff. Its body was extremely thick, and it was looking down on everyone with its cold and vertical pupils. Wang Tang was the closest to it, so he would get attacked first. "There's a one-star beast here, damn it. I thought that I was smart." Wang Tang felt a little awkward. This was the first time Bai Zhaokao and her father had seen such a huge snake. Their faces turned pale with fright, and they weakly sprawled on the ground. The three young men had serious expressions on their faces. They started retreating slowly. Hiss. The huge python hissed to the sky and then plummeted down. As expected, its first target was Wang Tang. A ferocious aura surged towards him along with a pungent stench. "Hurry up and run!" Bai Xiaokao plucked up her courage and gritted her teeth as she shouted. Wang Tang didn't move. He stood on the spot and looked at the giant python falling on him. He shook his head and sighed. He had to say that this huge python was very unlucky. No matter who it provoked, it wouldn't need to die immediately. Yet it chose to provoke him. It must die now. The huge head of the giant python was almost right in front of him. However, there was no change in Wang Tang's expression. He congregated his force and pushed his fist out. It was a serious punch. 2. Bang! In an instant, the giant python's head exploded from the impact. It turned into a blood rain as it dripped down from the sky. The other half of its body fell to the ground. It twitched a few times, and then it stopped moving. Wang Tang, for a moment the entire place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Xiaokao and her father, as well as the three young men, had all lost their voices. They just stared absent-mindedly at Wang Teng and the half of the giant python's body on the ground. The impact was huge. It was only one punch, yet he managed to kill a one-star star beast directly. What kind of power was this? Bai Xiaokao and her father couldn't wrap their heads around it. The three young men couldn't understand either. However, they finally knew that Wang Teng wasn't someone they could offend. Wang Teng had killed the giant python with a single punch, but there wasn't even a drop of blood on his fist. He turned and looked at the three young men. "What did you say just now?" The three young men's expressions froze. Bad-tempered young man who wanted to fight earlier had sweat all over his forehead. There was a smile at the edge of his lips, a smile uglier than a cry. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I think that there's a misunderstanding between us." Chapter 192, Attack. The three young men were extremely depressed. They looked as though there was shit stuffed in their mouths. Where did this person come from? He looked really young, but he was so strong that he seemed like a bug. Also, picking illusion grass was a relatively simple mission that didn't have much difficulty. Why did this monster take it? They didn't understand. They didn't understand at all. Misunderstanding? Wang Teng looked at them with an ambiguous smile. He continued, "Somehow, I remember that this wasn't what you said just now. No, 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 this is exactly what we meant. Since you picked the illusion grass, it's yours. We are the good youths of this era with comprehensive development in morals, intelligence, sports, aesthetics, and labor. How can we do something like snatching your gains?" The trio shook their heads frantically, denying anything of the sort. Bullshit. They wouldn't admit it, even if they died. The person in front of them was a powerful presence who could burst apart a one-star star beast with a single punch. They had just become one-star martial warriors not long ago. If they fought with him, they wouldn't even be able to take one of his punches. What if he got unhappy and beat all of them to death? Their mothers told them before that when they followed their hearts, they must follow it decisively without any hesitation. Bai Xiaokao and her father were stunned a moment ago. The three of them were still furious and determined. Now they were so frightened. This was something new. "Don't you want to fight for a chance?" Wang Teng asked, entrapment. This was definitely an entrapment. No, no. The three of them continued shaking their heads. In their hearts, they were filled with contempt. They weren't stupid and wouldn't be fooled so easily. "I was planning to give you some herbs, but since you don't want it, forget it." Wang Teng shook his head as though he was feeling pity for them. The edges of their lips twitched a little. They exchanged glances with one another and laughed awkwardly. "You must be kidding. We still have things to attend to. We will leave first." Then they carefully retreated, afraid that Wang Teng would suddenly attack them and force them to stay behind. However, they were obviously thinking too much. If they didn't attack him, Wang Teng was too lazy to care about them. Wang Teng's gaze shifted to the dead python, blank attribute 5, wood force 6. He picked up the 2 attribute bubbles before inspecting the giant python's body. He didn't see any star core or star bone. But the scale armor on the giant python was worth some money. He peeled it off and stuffed it into the backpack he was carrying. "The meat and blood of this giant python will benefit you greatly. If you don't find it troublesome, you can carry it down." Wang Teng took some meat for himself and then got up to speak to Bai Xiaokao and her father. Bai Xiaokao and her father were a little scared of Wang Teng. However, they were elated when they saw that Wang Teng was willing to share the giant python's meat and blood with them. "Is this really for us?" Bai Xiaokao hesitated and asked. She still couldn't believe it. "If you don't want it, you can leave it here for the wild beasts," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Yes, we want it." Bai Xiaokao nodded hurriedly. What a joke. This was the blood and meat of a star beast. To normal people, it was extremely rare. Eating it would not only benefit their health, but they could also earn some money if they sold them away. How was it possible that they didn't want it? On the other side, the 3 young men rushed down the mountain, not daring to take even a moment of rest. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, the trio looked behind them. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief when they noticed that Wang Teng didn't chase after them. "Ha, ha, ha, I almost got frightened to death." The young man with a crew cut laughed awkwardly as he patted his chest. "Ha, ha, ha, I almost peed my pants," the hot-tempered young man said in embarrassment. "Let's go. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. I don't mind getting my school credits deducted. I will take it as a lesson learned. I just became a martial warrior, so I got a little proud. In the future, I must keep a low profile when I come out," the last young man said with lingering fear. Let's go. The 3 of them left without turning back. It was as though there was a ferocious monster chasing after them. However, you could still hear faint noises in their direction. Anyway, which school did that person come from? He was so scary. Is he from Donghai University? He might be from Honghai Military Academy. Monsters like him will only appear in these two schools. He should be participating in the national #1 martial arts competition this year. At that time, we will know who he is. You're right. Their conversation couldn't be heard anymore after they walked further away. On the other side, Wang Teng finished settling his business and returned to the village. He bade farewell to Bai Xiaokao and her father and went back to Donghai in the taxi. Don't look anymore. You don't live in the same world as him. Bai Xiaokao's father sighed when he saw the absent-minded Bai Xiaokao beside him. I know, Bai Xiaokao said dejectedly. Wang Teng didn't go back right away. Instead, he went back home, in his house in Deer Garden. Li Xiamei was a little surprised when she saw Wang Teng. She asked, Son, why are you back? Did you make some mistake and got expelled by the school? Wang Teng, hey. He didn't expect that when he came back. Instead of feeling happy, Li Xiamei would be worried that he had caused trouble in school. Mom, do you have so little trust in me? Can't you think of something good? Wang Teng said angrily. Haha, it was just a casual comment. Have a seat and play with Dodo. I will cook more dishes tonight. Let me go make some nice food for you. Li Xiamei knew that she was thinking too much, so she smiled in embarrassment and hurried into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wang Teng shook his head. He walked to the living room and carried the little girl who was watching cartoons on TV. He smiled and said, Dodo, did you miss your brother Teng? Yes. Dodo shifted her gaze away from the cartoon unwillingly and looked at Wang Teng. She nodded her head firmly. So obedient. Wang Teng tapped her nose and smiled. Past 6 p.m., Wang Shengguo knew that Wang Teng was home, so he threw away his work and rushed home earlier to have dinner. Wang Shengguo looked at the array of dishes on the dining table and smiled. Look, when you come back, your mother makes all these delicious dishes for you. Normally, we don't get to enjoy this treatment, right, Dodo? Yes. Dodo gradually became more familiar with Wang Shengguo and Li Xiamei after interacting with them for some time. She started to be more outspoken, too. At this moment, she was stuffing her face in the rice bowl. When she heard Wang Shengguo's question, she raised her dirty face and nodded her little head furiously. Ha ha ha! Wang Shengguo and Wang Teng burst out laughing. You greedy little cat! Li Xiamei smiled and wiped Dodo's dirty face. Then she took out some food for Dodo. She didn't forget Wang Teng, though. She piled his rice bowl until it looked like a small mountain. Eat more. Look at you. You just left for a few weeks, but you've become so skinny, Li Xiamei said. Wang Teng was speechless. Indeed, coming home was a wrong decision. After he finished dinner, Wang Teng went to his rented house in the university town. The crow egg hadn't hatched yet. Wang Teng prepared to bring it to his school's dormitory in case it suddenly hatched without him knowing. He hurried his way back and finally managed to enter the school gates right on the dot at 8 p.m. This little brat. The guard looked at his back view as he ran away. He smiled and shook his head. In the logistics building. It was already 8 p.m., but the building was still brightly lit. Many students were entering and leaving the building. It seemed no different compared to daytime. Wang Teng went directly to the 3rd floor to hand over his mission. He passed on the stalks of illusion grass, and his mission was deemed as completed. Wang Teng's first mission ended with a perfect ending. Well, although there was a small accident, it didn't matter. Then he went back to his No-But-1 dormitory in Section 3. The moment he stepped through the main door before he could even turn on the light, he felt a gust of wind attacking him. Who is it? Wang Teng shouted coldly. He was shocked. The other party attacked exceptionally quickly. He couldn't dodge in time and could only use his fist to return the attack. Chapter 193. Is he dead? Bang. Wang Teng could feel his fist hitting someone's palm, then the sound of an explosion was heard. The huge force pushed him back and caused him to retreat continuously. Huh? The person in the dark exclaimed in surprise. Wang Teng took a step back. The floor below him cracked when he stepped on it. He then dispelled the force pushing him back. Wang Teng finally had the time to look in the dark intently. Who are you? The other party snorted. Then the person attacked him without saying any words. There was a faint glow on his palm. It was the force, but it was extremely dense. The glow was contained. If you weren't extremely powerful, you wouldn't be able to reach this state. The other party was a silent and vicious person. Their attacks were ruthless and deadly. Faint green flow on their palm had congregated into the shape of a blade. It was extremely sharp. Every single punch, every single palm, and every single kick felt like weapons with frightening power. They were all aimed at his vital points. Wang Teng's expression was extremely solemn now. Who on earth did I provoke? Who sent such a powerful person to kill me? He cursed in his heart. However, he didn't dare to waste any time. He evaded a few attacks that were extremely lethal and turned around. He ran away. The attacker outside was his school. Wang Teng believed that if he was able to escape and shout for help, the powerful warriors inside the school would hear him and come to his rescue. No matter how powerful this killer was, they would be seized without any resistance and die on the spot. His plan was good, but the reality was cruel. When he charged to the door at a fast speed, he realized that there was an invisible energy wall blocking his path of retreat. Damn it, why are you creating such a huge scene just to kill me? Is there a need to do this? Wang Teng cursed in his heart. He didn't even need to think to know that the other party had set a rune array beforehand. The moment he came back and stepped into the dormitory, the array would be activated and he would be stuck inside, silently. When the powerful warriors in school discovered him, his corpse would have turned cold. What a scheme of catching the turtle in the jar. Since the other party had set this trap, they definitely had the confidence to kill him before the powerful warriors in the school noticed anything. Wang Teng felt that he was going to die. All I did was boast a little in the afternoon. Why are you forcing me to die at night? God, you're so heartless. Who on earth wants to kill me? Chen Changming Ren Ching Chang. Wang Teng's mind was working furiously. The entire dormitory was enclosed and sealed off by the rune array. Even if he shouted, it would be useless. Even if the entire interior of the house was destroyed, no one would be able to hear a single sound outside. At this moment, another powerful gust of wind was felt behind him. The attacker attacked him from the back once again. Wang Teng felt a piercing pain in his heart, and his expression changed. Damn it, freak! I'm going to give it my all. Wang Teng increased his speed to the maximum and executed his steps of gale. His entire body seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. He disappeared on the spot. The person in the dark gave his second exclamation. The person seemed shocked. However, the person didn't stop attacking. Feeling that Wang Teng's speed had increased exponentially, they also increased their speed. The attacker chased after Wang Teng relentlessly. How powerful is this person? Wang Teng immediately activated his spiritual sight. A ball of extremely glaring light entered his vision, almost blinding him. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Important things must be emphasized thrice. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. This was the first time he saw such a huge force glow. What level of power is this? He didn't know. However, a cornered rabbit would still struggle. Waiting to die was never his choice. At this moment, he couldn't care about hiding his ability anymore. He released all his power in a single explosion. Instead of retreating, he attacked. The battle sword appeared in his hand and drew a dazzling sword glow in the air. He used his most powerful attack directly, one gold and one red. Two sword presents intertwined with each other and surged out. Bang, huh? A third exclamation was heard amidst the loud explosion. Wang Teng didn't care about this voice. When his sword presence collided with the other party, he used the impact to quickly shift back to the edge of the invisible wall. Boom, boom, boom. Within 2 to 3 breaths, Wang Teng released more than then palm attacks. When his life was in danger, his potential erupted like a volcano. At this moment, his hand speed was astonishing. One, he knew that he wasn't the other party's match, so the only way was to destroy the array and escape. Crack Wang Teng was elated when he heard this sound. Under the bombardment of his all-out force attacks, there were finally cracks on the invisible wall. The other party probably didn't expect Wang Teng's hidden ability to reach 3-star soldier level. Due to the addition of all the different forces, his ability could even be on par with a 4-star soldier level martial warrior. When he attacked with full power, he was able to break the rune array. Just as Wang Teng was planning to break the wall with one final effort, the invisible wall in front of him disappeared without a trace. His fist hit the air. He stumbled forward. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. The sound of explosions behind him had disappeared. Then a crisp sound was suddenly heard in the room. Slap! The lights in the living room were turned on by someone. The sudden light caused Wang Teng's vision to blur. His expression changed. Suddenly, he heard a sound.
All right, stop creating a scene.
It was the lazy voice of a lady. But Wang Teng didn't dare to let down his guard. He turned his head to take a look. The entire living room was in a mess. Many places were damaged, and there were holes and cracks all over. It was unbearable to look at. A young lady who looked around 27 years old was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She was looking at Wang Teng with interest. "Who are you?" Wang Teng looked at her and asked vigilantly. The lady smiled gently. Guess? Wang Teng, guess your head. What do you mean by guess? You barged into my house for no reason and started killing me without a single word. I almost got killed by you. Yet you're pretending that nothing happened now? What are you trying to do? Look, you're angry. The lady saw Wang Teng's extremely black face and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Wang Teng said with a black face. You look quite interesting when you're angry. You seem like a 3-year-old kid who got bullied by the older child next door. You want to go back and find your mom now? The lady said jokingly. Min, who are you calling a 3-year-old? You are the one who needs to look for your mom. Wang Teng's eyebrows jumped furiously. He was indignant. Now, he finally understood that this lady wasn't here to kill him, although he didn't know what motive she had. He was at least safe. Wang Teng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down the flames of anger that got ignited by the lady. He said calmly, Since you said that I'm a 3-year-old child, aren't you admitting that you're the older child next door? The moment he finished speaking, the lady suddenly disappeared from the sofa and appeared beside Wang Teng. Then knock. She knocked his head with her fist. Wang Teng's pupils constricted. He couldn't dodge the attack at all. He had to suffer. Hiss! She had exerted much force in her attack. It hurt so much that he grimaced in pain. You are the one who said it. Why are you hitting me? Wang Teng rubbed his head and glared at the lady. At the same time, he took a few steps back and kept his distance from the other party, even though it was useless, no matter how far he retreated. She was too frighteningly powerful. I can say it, but you can't. The lady smiled ambiguously. Chapter 194. A Lady with a Bad Temper. In the living room, Wang Teng and the lady sat opposite each other. Wang Teng remained exceptionally vigilant, though. He was on tenterhooks. He really hoped that this lady would leave soon. However, the other party didn't seem to have such intentions at this moment. Because they were relatively closer, Wang Teng could finally look at her carefully. The lady's face was stunning. No one could beat her in looks among all the ladies that Wang Teng had seen so far, not even Lin Chuhan. Also, her aura was outstanding. Her aura was lazy, noble, handsome, and even dignified. Many different auras merged together, yet it didn't feel contradicting at all, or rather, she was a paradox on her own. Hence, no matter how contradicting her aura was, it wouldn't seem out of place. It would only leave a deeper impression on other people. This was a lady who would be in the spotlight no matter where she went. Thinking about this, Wang Teng was suddenly stunned. His full-force attack just now didn't hurt this lady at all. It didn't even leave any traces on her clothes. This ability was really astonishing. Wang Teng couldn't see through her. He took a deep breath and said, Sister? Huh? Do I look very old? The lady smiled and looked at him gently. No, no. Wang Teng shuddered and shook his head hurriedly as he replied in an awkward tone. I will give you one chance to reorganize your words. If you have anything to say, you can say it now. The lady crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the sofa lazily. She was swinging her long legs lightly. They were extremely beautiful. Wang Teng's gaze was almost attracted to her legs. However, he sat upright, stiff as a poker, and looked straight ahead. He gave a dry cough and said, Young miss, may I know what you want? Oh, actually, I don't want to do anything. Old Peng said that there was an amazing talent in our school and asked me to come back quickly to take a look. Hence, I wanted to see what kind of talent you are. I wanted to see the person who has the ability to make me rush back from the battlefield. The lady replied calmly. There was a lot of information here. Just came back from the battlefield. Who on earth was this lady? Also, the old Peng she mentioned, Wang Teng, hesitated before asking, Are you talking about President Peng? Who else is there? The lady picked her nails and replied casually, And you are? Wang Teng asked carefully. This lady had called Peng Yuanshan Old Peng. She must have a high status. Me? The lady raised her head and looked at Wang Teng. She replied in a playful tone, I'm your principal, WTF? Wang Teng was dumbstruck. Principal? He looked at the relaxed lady in front of him. He wasn't able to link her with his image of a principal no matter how hard he tried. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Wang Teng asked curiously. The lady didn't open her mouth. Instead, she turned to look at the door. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. That's right, she is the principal of our school, Dan Teixuan. President, Wang Teng was shocked. At this moment, Peng Yuanshan strode in and nodded at him. He looked at the messy scene and smiled bitterly. Dan Teixuan, can't you find a different place to test Wang Teng's ability? No, Dan Teixuan replied indifferently. Peng Yuanshan, when he saw even Peng Yuanshan suffering a setback in front of this lady, the frustration in Wang Teng's heart immediately subsided. Anyway, looking at this situation, this lady was really the principal who had never revealed herself before. But this was a little unimaginable. He looked at the lady who was lying sideways on the sofa lazily. She didn't look like a principal at all. The corners of Wang Tang's lips twitched a little. He shook his head. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. Now, Peng Yuanshan also felt helpless. He turned and said to Wang Tang, "I came over to tell you that she's indeed our principal. She just wanted to test your ability. I hope that you won't take it to heart. There's no need to worry either." Wang Tang didn't know what to say. It was impossible that he had no worries. In the fight just now, he had exposed all his ability in front of Dan Teixuan. In the life or death situation, he had revealed too many things. Now, in front of this beauty, he had no secrets. This made Wang Tang a little uneasy. He wasn't able to let go of it easily. "All right, old Peng, stop wasting time. Don't loiter around the area. Don't you have many things to take care of in school? Hurry up and go back to do what you're supposed to do. Quick! I will take care of this fellow's business." Dan Teixuan waved her hand impatiently and said, "Wang Teng." Peng Yuanshan, who was chased away for no reason, felt his veins popping out of his forehead. His top was going to burst soon. "So you know that there are many things to take care of in school. Where were you before this? As the principal, you disappear all the time and leave everything for others to handle. Don't you feel ashamed?" What a strong resentment. Wang Teng stared at Peng Yuanshan with wide eyes. As expected, Dan Teixuan was a lady with an evil character. Even President Peng got so angry at her. What a poor thing. In the end, Peng Yuanshan snorted furiously and left with a stomach of hidden bitterness. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at Dan Teixuan. "Why are you looking at me?" Dan Teixuan felt a little guilty. She said awkwardly, "Look at old Peng. He's not young anymore, but he's still unable to control his emotions. I give him more responsibilities because I have high hopes for him. If it was others, I wouldn't trust them so much." "He has to thank you then," Wang Teng said insincerely. He was snorting in his heart. "Of course, I appreciate his ability and helped him in his career." Dan Teixuan nodded and replied without any self-understanding, "President Peng is gone. If there's nothing, please leave too. I still need to tidy up and sleep." Wang Tang didn't want to chat with her, so he changed the topic. "Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't talked about serious business." Dan Teixuan rolled her eyes. "Then you can speak now. The author has nothing more to write to increase the words for this chapter," Wang Tang said helplessly. 5. Cough, all right. "Let me see, where shall I begin? Well, let's talk about your ability first. Among the younger generation, you are indeed outstanding. Young fellow, you hid really well. You're at 3-star soldier level, and your battle ability is on par with 4-star. Also, you are a multi-element martial warrior. Let me count. Ice, fire, metal, wind. Are there any more?" Dan Teixuan counted with her fingers. At the end, she turned to Wang Teng and asked him. "No," Wang Teng replied expressionlessly. He had only used these 4 elements just now. Even when he was breaking the invisible wall, he didn't have the time to use his other forces. Hence, he wasn't worried that Dan Teixuan would notice something. 4 elements were enough. If he exposed his other elements, he was worried that Dan Teixuan wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of sending him to the laboratory for research. In that case, let's take it as 4 elements. Dan Teixuan gave Wang Teng a meaningful glance. "Every martial warrior has their secret, big or small. You don't have to worry about me probing further. Actually, this is nothing. Although multi-element martial warriors are rare, there are still some. I met some 4-element martial warriors in the past, but unfortunately I killed them so they couldn't mature. It's nothing." Chapter 195, Capturing A. You killed a few 4-element martial warriors. Wang Teng's heart pounded furiously and his head turned numb. He had a deeper understanding of his principal again. Not only was she evil, but she was also brutal. Damn it, based on what she said, he would be one of her targets too. It was too scary. He trembled uncontrollably. Wang Teng instinctively shifted away from her a little. He tried his best to keep a distance from this frightening and vicious lady. "You seem scared of me?" Dan Teixuan seemed to understand what he was thinking. A chilling smile appeared on her beautiful face as she spoke in a composed tone. "Ha, ha, ha, Principal, you are mighty and unsurpassed in your generation." "I admire you and am in awe," Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. "Damn it, if I could beat you, I wouldn't need to swallow this humiliation and force myself to smile and bow down in front of you." "Oh, not bad. You have a glib tongue." Dan Teixuan gave him a look of acknowledgement. There was a faint and mesmerizing smile at the edge of her lips. Suddenly she said, "Okay, let's not waste time. Kneel and kowtow to me." "Huh?" Wang Teng was stunned. "We are just talking. Why do I have to kneel and kowtow?" Does she want me to beg for mercy? This woman is indeed ruthless. Should I kneel or not? Although they say that a man shouldn't kneel in front of others, there was another saying that a man could take temporary setbacks. Educated people were amazing. They say everything, whether you go forward or back, it made sense. If he kneeled, he would seem a little timid, but if he didn't, based on how vicious she was, he might really get beaten to death. What should he do? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Maybe I should just kneel? If dignity is an attribute, I can just pick it up and get my dignity back, right? Dan Taishuan noticed that Wang Teng was in a dilemma, and his expression kept changing. She snorted. Why? You're not willing to? As a general stage martial warrior, don't I have the right to be your master? What? Wang Teng was dumbfounded once again. Then he finally reacted. General stage? Master? This lady was unreasonably powerful. Also, based on what she said, she was a general stage martial warrior. She had no problem being his support. He could accept acknowledging a general stage martial warrior as his master. Also, he had exposed most of his ability already. He couldn't beat her. So the next best method was undoubtedly to turn her to his side. Yes, a teacher would be on his team. Many thoughts went through his mind. Wang Teng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead.
Oh, you're talking about being my master? You should have told me earlier. If you had said that, I would have kneeled immediately. You're a little mischievous. Dan Taishuan glanced at him sideways. I don't have the guts. The cold sweat on Wang Teng's forehead started pouring down again. Are you kneeling or not? Dan Taishuan asked. In principle, it's the 21st century martial arts era now. Shouldn't our way of acknowledgement keep up with time too?
Since there were no threats to his life, Wang Teng thought about it and didn't want to kneel anymore. Oh, what do you want? Dan Taishuan looked at him with interest. Why don't I offer you a cup of tea and make a meal for you? This is a display of my sincerity as your disciple, Wang Teng said carefully. Dan Taishuan shook her head and laughed. All right, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you don't want to kneel, you don't need to. Indeed, this routine isn't popular anymore. That's right. That's right. Wang Teng nodded frantically. Then he ran to make a cup of tea and carried it over. Master, have some tea. Not bad. It looks very proper. Dan Taishuan nodded. She took over the teacup and took a sip of the tea. As for the meal, you can keep it on my tab. My requirement is really high. When you reach the master level as a force chef master, I'll consider whether I should eat your dishes. Wang Teng, this stupid, arrogant person. Sure, master, Wang Teng nodded and said, stop fooling around. Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes at him. She continued, honestly, I have never had a disciple before. In the past, many people persuaded me to accept a disciple to play with. I rejected them for all sorts of reasons because I find it troublesome. This time, old Peng urged me to come back, telling me that a rare genius has appeared in our school. He guaranteed that I would be satisfied, so I came back reluctantly. However, you indeed didn't disappoint me. You even gave me a pleasant surprise. I like your temper too, so I don't mind taking you as my disciple. All these years, those old fellows kept boasting about their disciples in front of me. Now it's my turn to boast. Little brat, don't disappoint me. If you embarrass me, I don't think you want to know the consequences. Then she gave Wang Teng a knowing gaze. Wang Teng's heart shuddered. Suddenly he had a bad premonition. He felt that his entire body was engulfed in her evil intention. He asked carefully, Master, who are the old fellows you're talking about? How powerful are their disciples? You won't know even if I tell you. You just need to know that they are all at the general stage. As for their disciples, let me think. The most powerful one should be at the 6-star soldier level. However, it has been 6 months since I saw him. It's hard to say where he is now, Dan Taishuan said calmly. 6-star soldier level, and this was his ability half a year ago. Wang Teng felt that he could only laugh at himself. All he did was acknowledge a master. He didn't know that there would be so many troubles. Can I not acknowledge her as my master? Is it too late to regret? It's too late to regret. Dan Taishuan saw through Wang Teng's thoughts and replied with a smile. Wang Teng, it might be a little difficult to be my disciple, but there are benefits too. In the future, no one will dare to bully you easily. I've heard of Chen Xiangming's matter, although he's an exception in our school. Many similar matters have happened outside. After being my disciple, if anyone dares to take advantage of their seniority, I will beat them to death for you, Dan Taishuan said. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Listen, this is what she should be saying. After being in this industry for such a long time, I finally found a thick thigh. If I cause trouble in the future, can I use your name? Wang Teng asked. I know that you're a mischievous person. Dan Taishuan glared at him. However, she said nonchalantly, But I like it. If you have any trouble, use my name. Those that are afraid of me won't dare to look for me. As for those that aren't, it will be useless if you tell them my name. Wang Tang. He felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. All right, that's all for today. Report to my place tomorrow. As your master, I have to teach you some things. Dan Teixuan stood up and stretched her body. She yawned as she walked to the door. Yawn. I really miss my bed. I rarely come back, so I must have a good sleep. Wang Tang got up and sent her to the door. Master, have a safe trip home. Master, take care of your steps. Master, be careful since it's dark. Knock. A furious fist landed on Wang Tang's head. His eyes teared up. When he raised his head, Wang Tang couldn't see Dan Teixuan's figure at all. Chapter 196. This little thing looks really exquisite. After sending Dan Teixuan off, Wang Tang stood in the living room and looked at the mess around him. He shook his head uncontrollably. This crazy woman, she actually fought in his house directly. Fortunately, it was only the living room. If she had destroyed the entire dormitory, he wouldn't have a place to sleep tonight. I'll ask the school to repair the room tomorrow. Wang Tang ignored the scene and turned his gaze to the attribute bubbles floating on the ground. These attributes were dropped when Dan Teixuan fought with him. Just now Dan Teixuan was still here, so Wang Tang didn't dare to move rashly. He had exposed too many things today. He must not let her know about his ability of picking up attributes. After all, Dan Teixuan was a general stage martial warrior, and Wang Tang had no understanding of what they had up their sleeves. Although she might not be able to think of this bug no matter how hard she worked her mind, Wang Tang still didn't want anyone to notice any traces. Now, Dan Teixuan had already left, so Wang Tang didn't have to worry anymore. He swept everything up with his spiritual power. He picked them up. Wind Force 20, Metal Force 18, Black-Hearted 10, 2. When he saw the content of the last attribute bubble, Wang Tang was dumbfounded. Black-Hearted attribute? Why was there such an attribute? How black-hearted was Dan Teixuan to be able to drop black-hearted attributes? Also, system, are you sure you're not kidding? Anyway, they only had a short exchange of blows, but she had dropped so many force attributes. As expected of a general stage martial warrior, if he beat a general stage martial warrior, he would drop many attributes right. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. He would only be beaten to death. He chanted twice, "He who knows not, fears not." Then Wang Tang hurriedly threw this deadly thought out of his mind as far away as he could. Oh, right, my crow egg. I wonder if I hit it during my fight just now. Please be safe. Wang Tang suddenly remembered his egg. He hurriedly placed his backpack on the sofa and took out the crow egg. He examined it carefully. What a close call. Luckily, it isn't spoiled. Wang Tang scrutinized the egg and heaved a long sigh of relief. Then he went into his bedroom and placed the crow egg down safely. He opened the incubator he brought back and continued incubating it. He took his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Tang wiped his head and walked out. He dried his hair and was preparing to rest. He glanced at the crow egg on the incubator subconsciously. A crack suddenly appeared in his vision. Oh my God. It cracked. Wang Tang's eyes widened and he hurriedly moved forward. There was really a crack. It was pretty obvious. It went from the right to the left, covering 1/3 of the egg. Crack. A faint, crisp sound was heard. Another crack gradually appeared under Wang Tang's gaze. Crack. This time the crack was louder than the one before. After that, more than 10 finer lines started appearing abruptly around the huge crack. It's hatching? Wang Tang was stunned. To be honest, he was a little dumbfounded. Nothing had happened to it for a long time. Today, the moment he shifted it to his dormitory, it started to hatch. Was this a coincidence? However, this was a good thing. He had waited for so long and it was finally going to hatch. Wang Tang stared at the crow egg without blinking. As time went by, he saw more and more cracks on the egg, but the little fellow inside didn't want to come out. Wang Tang decided to sit cross-legged on the ground and stared straight ahead with his hands supporting his chin. Time passed slowly. After more than 2 hours, the crow egg suddenly vibrated. A piece of eggshell dropped to the floor. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. He immediately became attentive. The little thing inside was pushing itself against the top of the crow egg. Pieces of eggshell kept dropping. Crack! An ugly head emerged from the egg abruptly. Wang Tang, oh my God, this little thing is quite exquisite. Only the head of the little crow was revealed outside in front of him. Its body was still in the shell. It looked at Wang Tang and gave a childlike chirp. Wang Tang didn't help it and allowed the little crow to struggle on. In the end, after laboring for half a day, it finally crawled out of the shell. It had to be said that the descendants of the star beasts were different from normal animals. Little crow in front of him wasn't small at all. Its body was almost as big as a hen. There were even feathers on its body already. The descendants of a normal animal wouldn't be like this. Caw, caw. The little crow laid on the ground and cawed. It then flopped towards Wang Teng. This little thing is black, fat, and seems a little stupid. I can't see any hint of the magnificence of the giant crow from it. Wang Teng picked it up while passing judgments in his heart. The crow and the human stared at each other. Caw. Stop cawing? I don't understand crow language, Wang Teng said helplessly. Caw. Caw. The little crow continued cawing. It was so noisy that it gave Wang Teng a headache. Is it hungry? But I don't know what you eat. Oh, right, I can ask Lu Jiqing. I wonder if she's asleep. It's really late. Wang Teng hurriedly took out his phone and contacted the pretty little lady from the pet shop. Wang Teng. Are you there? Are you asleep? 5 minutes after he sent the message out, Lu Jiqing replied to him. Lu Jiqing. Yes, I went to take a bath just now. What's the matter? Wang Teng. My crow egg hatched. However, I don't know what it eats. Oh, he also sent the photo of the little crow over. Lu Jiqing. It hatched. Congratulations. Lu Jiqing. It's a little big. 1. Lu Jiqing. I've checked the relevant information before. You can try feeding it with mutated beast meat. This was the first time Lu Jiqing saw a crow star beast. She was astounded and sent 3 messages continuously. 1. Wang Teng thought for a moment. He didn't have any mutated beast meat on him, but he did have a piece of snake star beast meat. Wang Teng. Can I use star beast meat? Lu Jiqing. Yes. The effect of star beast meat is better than mutated beast meat. Your little crow is the descendant of a star beast, so it should be able to withstand the energy in the star beast meat. Wang Teng. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Lu Jiqing, you're welcome. Bring the little crow to my shop when you're free and let me take a look. Wang Teng. No problem. Wang Teng ended his conversation with Lu Jiqing. He took out the piece of star beast meat from the snake he killed in the afternoon. He took it out from his space ring. Caw, caw. The little crow started cawing restlessly the moment it smelled the star beast meat. It started flopping on the ground and wanted to pounce on the star beast in Wang Teng's hand. You're really hungry. Don't be impatient. I will give it to you. Wang Teng cut a small piece of star beast meat with his battle sword and placed it beside the little crow's mouth. The little crow's speed was astonishing. It stuck its neck out, and the piece of meat in Wang Teng's hand vanished. Then its neck hardened, and it swallowed the meat. Caw, caw. After finishing a piece of meat, the little crow continued staring at the star beast meat in Wang Teng's right hand. It kept cawing at him. Oh, you're a foodie. Forget it. I plan to bring this meat back and eat it myself. I will give you this benefit then. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled. He continued cutting the star beast meat to feed it. Chapter 197. Sneaking into Rune Lesson. The little crow had just hatched and was crying to be fed. Soon it ate almost half of the star beast meat, and its stomach started to bulge out. It looks like I have to store some star beast meat in the future. This fellow is a huge meat eater. Wang Teng looked at the little crow in front of him and smiled. After the little crow finished eating, it rubbed against Wang Teng's palm and started to feel sleepy. Sleeping right after you eat? You seem really peaceful. Wang Teng smiled as he scolded the little crow. He thought for a moment, then took out a quilt and spread it on the corner of the bed. This would be the little crow's nest. The little crow didn't mind. It seemed to know that this nest was for it, so it cawed a few times and flopped over to its nest. Very soon it fell asleep. Wang Teng wasn't too worried, as the little crow wasn't the child of an ordinary crow. Its vitality was strong, and it could handle many hardships. It wouldn't die so easily. It was already late at night when he settled everything. Wang Teng sighed and laid on the bed. He fell asleep right away. The next morning, Wang Teng ate breakfast with Ho Pingliang and his friends. Then they went for their lessons. They only had 2 classes on Monday and 2 hours of training in the afternoon. As for the rest of the time, they could spend it freely. Wang Teng finished his first lesson in the morning. The lesson ended at 10 a.m. Wang Teng went to the logistics building to report the damaged situation of his room so that the school could fix it. 3rd, section room. No one. The higher authorities have already informed us. If not, you would have to write a confirmation report. The staff at the logistics department was a middle-aged auntie. She smiled as she spoke to Wang Teng. That's good. Please help me take care of it as soon as possible, Wang Teng said. Don't worry, we won't need much time. We will let you see the efficiency of our department, the middle-aged auntie said confidently. Wang Teng walked out of the logistics building and headed to the Rune faculty for lessons. Among the 5 faculties, there were more students in the battle faculty and the command faculty, As for the Smithery faculty, the Dan faculty, and the Rune faculty, the number of students was only enough to form one class. Today there was a Rune lesson that didn't overlap with his lesson in the Battle faculty. Thus, Wang Tang decided to sneak in. His plan was good, but which student didn't know him? He sneaked into the multimedia classroom right when the bell rang. He didn't take the seat in front, but sat in a corner. The students in front didn't notice him, but the students sitting at the back rows discovered him immediately. They were all shocked. They couldn't help but discuss in low voices.
Why is Wang Tang here as an observer? I remember that when we were choosing our faculty, he wanted to apply for all the 5 faculties. At that time, I thought that he just wanted to attract the attention of the heads. I didn't think that he would actually come and listen. He's just trying to court other people's favor. He's probably just putting on a show. Let's see how many days he can persevere.
Before they could continue speaking, their instructor walked into the classroom. The noises disappeared immediately, and the entire classroom turned quiet. The instructor nodded in satisfaction. "It looks like you've gotten used to the style of our school. This is very good. Maintain this and observe discipline." The students below rolled their eyes. "How can we not get used to it? If we are late, even if just a few seconds, we will be punished and asked to run in the stadium, do push-ups a few thousand times, or do frog jumps for a few rounds. We are tortured until we are half dead. Don't even think of skipping lessons. Who will dare to do it?" Wang Tang didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. The instructors in Hanghe looked gentle, but their hearts were black. They had many ways to punish their students. Many tough students didn't believe it initially and tested the instructor's bottom line repeatedly. The results were obvious. From then on, no one dared to stand up. "All right, let's start the lesson now. Last week we talked about the foundational structure of runes. The instructor started his lesson. Wang Tang didn't come for the lesson last week, so there was a gap in his knowledge. Furthermore, he didn't have any lesson materials. Naturally, he was at a loss. However, as the instructor continued his lesson, bubbles started popping out of him. Then they dropped on the podium and rolled on the floor. Other people wouldn't be able to see this scene. However, Wang Tang saw it clearly. He found it quite interesting. He picked them up. Basic Rune Foundation 2. Wang Tang was astounded. He felt a series of information appearing in his mind out of nowhere. Some basic rune knowledge fragments merged into his mind. Although it wasn't able to flow continuously yet, the gaps would soon fill up after picking up more bubbles. Hence, he wasn't worried. The instructor above taught seriously as attribute bubbles kept flowing out from him. At the end, there were 40 minutes of self-study. He would stand at the side and correct and guide them. At that moment, bubbles would appear too in a similar fashion. Wang Tang stayed hidden below. He picked up all the attribute bubbles seriously. Basic Rune Foundation 2. Basic Rune Foundation 3. Basic Rune Foundation 1. Basic Rune Foundation 1. The lesson wasn't long nor short, but it was a huge gain for Wang Tang. There were 15 minutes until the class ended. Wang Tang looked at the attributes panel. Basic Rune Foundation, 32-100 Foundation. He was able to reach this standard after 2 hours of the lesson. None of the Rune students here were able to compare with him. This was how lonely the life of a bug was. Wang Tang lamented to himself. After the instructor finished guiding the student in front, he walked over to the back. When he raised his eyes, he saw Wang Tang sitting in a corner. Of course he knew Wang Tang. There were indeed people in school who didn't know Wang Tang, but they were out on business for that period of time. There weren't many of them. Lin Yisheng's impression of Wang Tang was still quite strong. He also knew about his stupid action of choosing all the 5 faculties back then. At that time, no one thought that he was serious. They felt that he just didn't know the severity of the issue. After he understood the real situation, he would naturally focus on his battle studies and not care about learning smithery and alchemy. However, today, he actually saw this little brat in his class listening to his lesson while hiding secretly in a corner. It was astonishing, but he found it funny too. He walked over silently. Lin Yisheng thought that his surprise attack would work on all the students, but in fact, Wang Tang had already noticed him. When he saw the instructor walking over, he hurriedly took up the rune pen on the table and started drawing the basic rune he had taught in the lesson. Hanghai Military Academy had a wide selection of facilities. For instance, every seat had a rune pen and rune ink placed on it for the students to practice in the classroom. When Lin Yisheng silently came behind Wang Tang, he had already drawn the 30 basic runes he taught during the lesson. At first, he just wanted to see whether Wang Tang was studying diligently or just putting on a show. However, when he saw the basic runes written by Wang Tang, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had forgotten his plans entirely and began looking at this drawing solemnly. The more he looked at them, the more astounded he felt. This fellow has some ability. Chapter 198, A Dish That Lights Up. There were only a few minutes left until the end of the lesson. Some students wanted to look for the instructor to ask some questions, but they realized that he was staying at a particular corner of the classroom. What is the instructor doing? Huh, isn't that Wang Tang? He actually came to observe? The instructor is looking at him drawing runes. Hee. Based on the instructor's expression, there seems to be a problem. The students that hadn't noticed Wang Tang at the start finally saw him now. They couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Now, many of the freshmen had recognized Wang Tang's ability, but some of them still detested him. Hence, it was normal for them to say these words of jealousy. Ring, ring, when the bell signaling the end of the lesson rang. Lin Yisheng shuddered. He regained his senses abruptly. Looking at Wang Tang again, he was a little flabbergasted. He has grasped the 30 basic runes already. I don't see any mistakes at all. These 30 runes are the foundation, but the mystery of runes isn't like what it seems. Most people won't be able to grasp it in a month. Is this fellow a beginner, or has he learned it before? If he's a beginner, his talent in this area won't be any lesser than his talent in martial arts, even if it can't be compared with it. The thoughts in Lin Yisheng's mind kept churning. For a moment, he couldn't make up his mind. Instructor, Wang Tang felt a little scared by his continuous staring. So he called the instructor in a soft voice. Huh? Lin Yisheng snapped back from his thoughts. His expression changed, and he said in a gentle tone, Wang Tang, why did you call me? Do you not understand anything? If you don't understand something, you can always ask me. No, the lesson has ended. Can I leave? Wang Tang asked. Oh, right, the lesson has ended. You can leave. Lin Yisheng reacted and laughed. Wang Tang, if you're interested, you can come and listen to my lessons more often. Are you able to hear me clearly at the back? Why don't I save a front seat for you? There's no need for that. I can hear you clearly. In the future, I will come and listen to your lessons often. Then I will leave first. Wang Tang was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. You can leave. Lin Yisheng smiled and nodded. He looked delighted with Wang Tang. Everyone, the whole class was confused, especially those who felt that Wang Tang would get into trouble. They were even more stunned. Instructor, did you take the wrong script, or did you recite the wrong phrase? What is the meaning of this harmonious student and teacher relationship? No one could wrap their heads around the scene just now. Wang Tang didn't understand either. He only heaved a long sigh after he walked out of the classroom. He felt that the instructor was a little over-enthusiastic. Could it be that he had some intentions towards him? What should I do? I feel that I'm being targeted. Wang Tang shook his head helplessly. He walked towards the cafeteria along with the crowd. In the afternoon, Wang Tang finished his battle faculty lesson and headed to the classroom with an ongoing lesson in the Dan faculty. He sneaked in once again. The classroom in the Fan faculty was different from those of the Rune faculty. The Dan faculty was based on alchemy, so their classroom looked more like an alchemy laboratory. There was a furnace in front of each seat and all kinds of forceps, pestles, and other tools beside it. The fire below the furnace was burning, so the students could use it to practice at any time. This allocation caused this place to look like a chemistry laboratory. When he saw this classroom for the first time, Wang Tang found it quite interesting. He couldn't help but remember the book he had read in his past life, Harry Potter. The potion classroom in the book had the same style as this room. Wang Tang found a corner and sat down. He tried his best to make himself less conspicuous. However, there were very few students in a single Dan faculty class. It was easy to tell that there was an additional person. Also, Wang Tang wasn't an ordinary male protagonist. He still had some presence. The instructor of this lesson in the Dan faculty was called Shajushu. The moment he entered the classroom, he noticed Wang Tang. He was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "We have an additional student in our class today. It looks like my class is quite popular." Even a student from another faculty came to observe the class. "Teacher, he's Wang Tang from the battle faculty." A lady raised her hand and said, "Oh, so you're Wang Tang?" Sha Zhushu was stunned as he spoke in enlightenment. "I've heard about your matter before. I heard that your observer right is acknowledged personally by President Peng. In that case, I have nothing to say. I hope that you can adhere to the rules of the class. All right, let's start the lesson. I'll talk about the differentiation of spiritual herbs today." Sha Zhushu nodded at Wang Tang and then started talking without any stop. Many bubbles of different sizes appeared out of his mouth. He picked them up. Spiritual herb differentiation, 2. Spiritual herb differentiation, 3. The first lesson ended. Spiritual herb differentiation, 3100. Foundation. After the lesson, Sha Zhuxu noticed that Wang Teng had already left. He had remained really quiet the entire lesson and didn't have any presence. He shook his head uncontrollably. It should be just on the spur of the moment. I wonder if he will come again next time. At 7 p.m., Wang Teng came to the staff dormitory. The student dormitory of Hanghe Military Academy was already magnificent enough, much less the staff dormitory. Along the way, the environment was quiet and peaceful. All the buildings were like villas, and the trees were well arranged. Wang Teng even felt that these houses were on par with the villas in Deer Garden. It was a little inappropriate to call these villas dormitories, though, as the principal, Dan Taishuan, received the best treatment for her living conditions even though she wasn't at school most of the time. Wang Teng pressed the doorbell in front of the door. Dan Taishuan opened the door. She was yawning in her pajamas, her hair was a little messy, and she looked half asleep. "You're here." She glanced at Wang Teng once and then ignored him. She turned and walked into her house. "Come in, close the door on your way." As she spoke, she walked into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water. She then gulped it down. Wang Teng felt helpless. He closed the door and walked into the house. Dan Taishuan didn't attend to him, so Wang Teng could only stand there awkwardly. He didn't forget to size up his surroundings secretly. There were many facilities in the room, but there weren't many signs of living. It looked like a house that just got renovated, besides the takeout meal that was half finished on the table. "She looks like a homebody," Wang Teng complained secretly. "Have a seat." Dan Taishuan finished her water, but she showed no intention of pouring it for him. She was talking to him casually as she sat on the sofa. She took the phone off the table and pressed a button. A call was made. She spoke to the person on the other end of the phone. "Get some food for me." Wang Teng sat down on the sofa beside her. He was too tired to complain anymore. When he saw Dan Taishuan's appearance, he guessed that she just woke up after a day of sleep and hadn't even eaten. Hence, he could only wait for her to finish eating before talking about the main topic. "Your master hasn't even eaten any food. Do you want me to teach you with an empty stomach?" Dan Taishuan seemed to know what he was thinking, so she said to him with a pitiful expression, Continue acting." Wang Teng mocked her in his heart. However, on the surface, he gave a smile and said, "Master, you misunderstood me. How can I be someone like that? You must fill up your stomach before teaching me. If not, I will feel guilty. As expected of my beloved disciple, you know how to take care of your master." Dan Taishuan was touched. Haha. Corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. This drama king. Anyway, Dan Taishuan leaned on the sofa and said calmly, "I understood most of your ability. You can't be compared with your peers. You're already ahead of them. This is your advantage. Don't slack off, though. What you need to do isn't to lead. You need to surpass your peers and the talented martial warriors in the younger generations. They aren't your competitors. You must be far-sighted. Don't keep your targets within the school. Your master is invincible among my peers. I can even beat the older warriors until they cry for their mums. As my disciple, you don't have to be stronger than me, but you mustn't be weaker." Wang Teng gave a bitter smile when he heard this. His master was a little scary, invincible among her peers. Is she boasting? Boasting or boasting? Dan Taishuan pretended that she didn't see his expression. She continued, "However, just as we need to eat our food mouth by mouth, we also need to walk step by step. You mustn't hurry when it comes to martial arts. We have many talents in our 3rd and 4th years. Your path will begin within our school. I'll give you a target. From tomorrow onwards, you will challenge one top 100 students until you reach the very top. Master, you are making me a target for all. I will definitely become the public enemy of the school if I challenge one person a day with my identity as a freshman. They will hate me to death." Wang Teng was speechless. "What are you afraid of?" Dan Taishuan scolded him. "So what if you become the public enemy of the entire school when you defeat them? They will only respect you and be afraid of you. Powerful people will only be friends with powerful people. They don't lack friends. All right, everything you say is right." Wang Teng could only nod in reply when he saw her getting angry. Well, he was the one who recognized her as his master. How did that saying go? Masters and ladies are hard to raise. Furthermore, the person in front was his master as well as a lady. He couldn't afford to provoke her. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of anything. He just felt that there was no need to do this. This wasn't the only path to become strong. They were all schoolmates. Why did they have to become enemies for nothing? It wasn't good. By now, Dan Taishuan had realized the situation too. Wang Teng wasn't someone afraid of trouble. If not, he wouldn't have tricked all the 2nd-year students and even dared to speak up to the instructor. I know what you're thinking. However, challenges between martial warriors are common. Most people will not hate you for their loss unless he's a narrow-minded person. If you're not as powerful as the other person, it's natural that you will lose. They can just train harder for 3 or 5 years and challenge the person again. Hence, I have to say that you're overthinking, Dan Taixuan said. Wang Ting knew that she was doing it for his sake when he saw her explaining to him so patiently. He nodded and said, "Master, I understand." All right, there's no need to be so stern. I'm your master. Why will I harm you?" Dan Taixuan smiled and waved her hands blatantly. Wang Ting felt that she was unreliable. It would be hard for him to feel at ease with a master like her. The doorbell rang at this time. "Little Tengzi, open the door." Dan Taixuan commanded him. "Wang Ting, to hell with Little Tengzi. My name is not Little Tengzi. You are Little Tengzi." "Pfft, I don't care what your name is. You just can't call me Little Tengzi." Wang Ting almost fainted in anger. He had the feeling that he was going to fall into this lady's hand. Once again, he questioned whether it was a mistake to recognize her as his master. "Hurry up! Your master is hungry," Dan Taixuan urged him when she noticed that he didn't move for a long time. Wang Ting pulled a long face. He kept muttering, "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat her, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't win her," as he walked to the door and opened it. A fat person stood outside the door. When he saw Wang Ting on the door, he was confused. He thought that he had knocked on the wrong door, so he turned his head to look at the house number. Honestly, he looked a little clumsy and cute. "This is the right location. You can give me the food," Wang Ting said. "Oh, okay." The fatty looked at the house number and confirmed that he came to the right house. He then passed the food boxes in his hand to Wang Ting. He didn't ask anything, just watching Wang Ting as he closed the door. Then he stood outside and contemplated for a moment while touching his chin. Then his eyes lit up. He punched his right palm with his left fist and nodded to himself. He seemed to have understood something. As for what he understood, who knew? When Wang Ting placed the food box on the table, Dan Taixuan opened them excitedly. An intense fragrance permeated throughout the room. "It smells so good. How can it smell so good?" Wang Ting's gaze got attracted by the food uncontrollably. Golden rays shone brightly. It was so glaring. He was going blind. Could it be that this was the legendary shining food? Wang Ting was stunned. Did something strange enter the story? This was a martial arts story, not a master chef story. When she saw Wang Ting staring as though he had seen a ghost, Dan Taixuan smiled and said, "See, this is the work of a force chef master. If you want to cook for me, you need to have this standard. Did you see the person who sent the meal? He's a force chef master, Wang Ting. That clumsy and cute fatty was a force chef master." Chapter 19:9, My Stupid Disciple. When he got reborn in the martial arts era, Wang Ting slowly understood one thing. You can't judge a book by its cover. The old lady at the side of the road might be a martial arts master. The butcher might be a formidable warrior that could clear a path for himself with a single knife, and a dumb-looking fatty could be a force chef master. The delivery man might be sending food to some people, but it might not be because his status was low. It was because the person who needed him to send the food was too powerful. Force chef master was a forward-looking occupation that could earn a lot of money. Also, the martial warriors respected them very much. Force chef masters were also the guests of many mighty martial warriors. Thus, never look down on anyone, especially those people that looked ordinary. Dan Taixuan's dinner was sumptuous. The food box had 5 layers. One layer contained crystal-like plump rice, while the other had refreshing and delicious light soup. There was a film of faint glow on top of the soup. The remaining 3 layers contained fish, meat, and vegetables. It was a simple combination, but the taste and style were unique. Every dish was glowing. It wasn't an exaggeration. They were really glowing. Glowing food wasn't just a joke. Dan Taixuan ate the food happily. Her speed was astonishing, but she wasn't stuffing her face. It wouldn't make people feel that she was impolite. Instead, she looked like a dining queen. She didn't lose her elegance and even gave people a pleasant feeling. This caused an increase in appetite for the people beside her. Well, at least when Wang Ting looked at her, he suddenly felt a little hungry. "This is weird. This is weird. I just ate my dinner not long ago. Master, why is this food glowing?" Wang Ting swallowed his saliva secretly as he asked the question in his mind. "Because of force," Dan Taixuan replied casually. "Force?" "That's right. The food made by force chef masters are mostly made of star beast meat and spiritual herbs. These ingredients have a common point: force. Using special cooking methods, the force chef masters will activate the force in the ingredients so that they will give the best effects in aiding cultivation. Now, you should know why force chef masters have to be martial warriors, Dan Taixuan said. It's because only martial warriors can feel the movement of force. Wang Ting nodded and replied, Speaking of force chef masters, I have to show my respect to the Xingu continent. They are able to advance this secondary career up to this stage. This is rare. Dan Taichuan praised sincerely. Master, are you sure that you're not saying this because force dishes are too delicious? Wang Tang was too calm to be fooled by her. Oh, my stupid disciple, how can your master be someone like that? Dan Taichuan evaded Wang Tang's gaze and laughed strangely. Wang Tang felt his head hurt. All he wanted to do now was stay away from this lady he had to call master. Her every single sentence would stimulate him. While it made him furious, he felt helpless too. He forced himself to be patient and waited for Dan Taichuan to finish eating. She got up and patted her stomach, which seemed as flat as before. She burped and said, "I'm full and satisfied now. Follow me. Let's have a friendly after-meal activity between the master and the disciple." Wang Tang suddenly stumbled the moment he stood up. He said shyly, "I don't think that's good." He, you little fellow, you're really naughty." Dan Taichuan gave a strange smile and walked into the house. Wang Tang suddenly felt his head turning numb. He started scolding himself secretly for being too talkative. He hurriedly jogged and caught up with his master. "Master, exercising right after eating is bad for your stomach. Why don't we rest for a while before starting?" "Do you think that this small exercise will harm my stomach?" Dan Taichuan said with disdain. Wang Tang followed Dan Taichuan to a spacious training room. Dan Taichuan moved her limbs and said to Wang Tang, "There are suitable scriptures and battle techniques for everyone. Hence, I will not teach you some things easily. It all depends on your choice. Also, nothing in this world is free. If you want something better, you need to fight for it. But from today onwards, I will suppress my ability and fight with you at your level. This is to groom your battle experience and battle awareness. From what I see, these are the real necessary qualities of a martial warrior. I have seen many martial warriors coming back from the battlefield. Many of them don't have amazing battle techniques or profound scriptures, but when they fight with those proclaimed talented martial warriors, they are able to win by a landslide. I don't want you to become that kind of martial warrior who only has ability but no compatible battle power. In the end, it's nothing. I didn't fight to my heart's content yesterday, so let's continue tonight." As she spoke, she suddenly shouted loudly, "Come!" Her domineering aura exploded instantly. Surprisingly, she attacked first. She stepped on the ground with her bare foot and seemed to have turned into an arrow as she stabbed Wang Tang's heart with her hands that felt as sharp as a blade, bringing along a powerful gale with her. Her first attack was aimed right at his lethal spot. She showed no signs of holding back. She's so powerful. Wang Tang's pupils constricted. His reaction was swift as he took a step forward and tilted his body to evade the attack. He aimed his fist at Dan Taichuan's temple viciously. But the next second, she had already disappeared on the spot. She appeared on Wang Tang's left and swept her leg at Wang Tang without any mercy. Wang Tang barely dodged the attack. She was attacking him non-stop like a furious storm. There was no interval in between. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Tang was struggling to cope with her. He couldn't retaliate at all. He could feel that Dan Taichuan had indeed suppressed her power until his stage, but he was still unable to resist. Extremely powerful. So powerful that it felt unrealistic. She really didn't exert her full power yesterday night. The corners of Wang Tang's lips twitched. He was dumbstruck. To hell with multiple element force. To hell with extreme speed. He had executed everything. However, it was useless. Dan Taichuan's battle power had reached the peak of perfection. It was so frightening that it made him feel helpless. Fuck. I'll fight with my all. Wang Tang was steadily losing his ground. When his leg collided with Dan Taichuan, he felt numb. He was determined. He didn't care if he could win her or not. He just fought with her forcefully. Half an hour later, Wang Tang laid on the ground. His entire body was hurting, and he couldn't stand up at all after the fight. "Master, you're too vicious," he spoke in a hoarse voice. His throat was dry.
Dan Taichuan smiled gently.
"My stupid disciple, your master is doing this for your sake today. I'm fighting with you. In the future, you will meet all kinds of enemies, and they will give you a lethal blow immediately. They won't care if you're hurting. Also, this is the only way to force out your potential so that you will grow continuously. Dan Taichuan wasn't lying when she said this. She was indeed doing this to force him to release his potential, but today was just the first day." Was there a need to be so inhumane? This was definitely revenge. This narrow-minded lady. Wang Tang rolled his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He expressed that he didn't want to reply to his black-hearted master. All right, it's all right. I know what I'm doing. On your way back, go to the logistics department to buy a bottle of Blade Jade cream and wipe it all over your body. I promise that you will be alive and kicking tomorrow. Then you can continue this training of love with me." Dan Teixuan chuckled. After sending Wang Teng off, she stood alone in front of the door for a while. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the edge of her mouth. "I didn't waste my trip back. I wasn't able to do this when I was his age." Chapter 200. Challenging Top 100. Wang Teng dragged his tired body as he left Dan Teixuan's house. He seemed spoiled. Whenever he thought of the fact that he would need to seek a living under the hands of Dan Teixuan, he immediately felt his future turning gray. He turned his head and looked back. At the moment, Dan Teixuan's house looked like a demon cave. It was immersed in the dark. Wang Teng followed Dan Teixuan's advice and came to the second floor of the logistics department. It was already late, but there was still staff working. Wang Teng expressed his intention. "Black Jade Cream." The staff member was a middle-aged man. He raised his head in astonishment, but he didn't say much. He just said directly, "1 for 100 school credits. You can use it for 5 days."
What?
Wang Teng felt hopeless once again when he heard the price.
Why is it so expensive?
"No, it's not expensive. It's good value for money. I'm not cheating you," the middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Wang Teng highly suspected that Dan Teixuan was helping the logistics department in their sales. If not, why would she fool him into buying this Black Jade Cream? 100 school credits for one. Why don't you rob me? You even say that it's not expensive."
Not expensive your head. I've seen many students like you. All of them wanted to exchange items, but once they heard the school credits, they couldn't bear to part with them. It's as if I'm taking a piece of meat from their bodies. I feel like I'm forcing you all to buy. The middle-aged shook his head and said, Wang Teng was speechless. Talk is cheap. Look at your price. Who will be willing to buy? But he remembered his condition and the brutal training he had to undergo tomorrow night again. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Give me one, that's right. You will be able to earn more school credits, so don't hug it too tightly. It's only meaningful once you spend it." The middle-aged man finally gave a smile. Wang Teng took the Black Jade Cream and turned around to leave. He felt his heart scrunching up in pain. When he accepted the challenges from the second-year students, he only earned 100 school credits every match after working so hard. However, this stupid Black Jade Cream actually required 100 school credits, and he could only use it a few times. The school credits he just collated had to be all used to fill this bottomless pit. Looks like I have to find other ways to earn school credits. Wang Teng touched his chin as he pondered aloud. Anyway, since I need to challenge the top 100 students in school, I can't do it for nothing. This is tough labor. Can I do something about this? Speaking of it, it feels a little exciting to challenge the top 100 students in school. I wonder if they will gang up and beat me to death. Don't worry. Let me think about this carefully. Wang Teng pondered all the way back to his dormitory. When he entered his house, he noticed that the damaged living room had already been repaired. Their efficiency was truly amazing, Wang Teng exclaimed. He opened his bedroom door and walked in. A black shadow pounced over immediately and cawed. It almost sounded a little pitiful. Wang Teng slapped his head. "Oh my, I forgot about you." People were coming to repair his room, so he had locked his bedroom when he left. He wasn't worried that anything would happen in school, but he was afraid that this little fellow would run away and get lost. He didn't come back for a day. All he did was leave some star beast meat for it in the morning before he went out. It was obviously not enough for the little crow. It must be famished now. "It's my fault, my fault." Wang Teng rubbed the little crow's head. He took out star beast meat and fed it. The little crow immediately threw its bad mood away beyond the highest heaven when it saw food. Of course, it didn't know what the highest heaven was. It only cared about eating. Eat slowly. There will be enough for you. Wang Teng was afraid that the little guy would choke. But he was thinking too much. The little crow ate smoothly, one piece of meat per bite. Its throat moved like a machine and swallowed everything. He was worried for nothing. After some time, the little crow was finally satisfied. It started sauntering around the room while wobbling left and right. Wang Teng's jaw almost dropped. It grew a little too fast. It just hatched one day ago, yet it was able to walk already. "Why are you so strong?" Unfortunately, it still hadn't grown its feathers. Wang Teng didn't care about it and allowed it to do whatever it wanted. He took his clothes and the Black Jade Cream and walked into the bathroom. He took off his clothes and released the hot water. As the hot water flowed, he applied the Black Jade Cream all over his body. The instructions on the Black Jade Cream said that after applying it, you needed to soak in hot water. This would help with the absorption of the medicine. Yes, it would be great if the water was scorching and steaming, the kind that could burn a layer of skin off your body. Wang Teng was really vicious.
He turned the temperature to the highest. After the bathtub was filled, he dipped his hand into the water with fire force flowing around his palm. The temperature of the hot water kept rising. When Wang Tang felt that it was enough, he stuck his leg inside to test the water temperature. Suddenly, he felt that he might be seeking death. However, to hasten the absorption of the medicine, he forced himself and sat inside the bathtub while grimacing in pain. Gasp. I'm getting cooked. Steam started rising from his forehead. The instant he entered the water, the scalding heat almost caused him to jump. However, very soon, a cool and icy feeling started spreading from the black jade cream. It engulfed his body and neutralized the heat from the hot water. I see, so this is the effect of the black jade cream. I knew that it wouldn't be so crazy. Half an hour later, the temperature of the warm water returned to normal. The black jade cream on Wang Tang's body also started dropping by itself. He walked out of the bathtub while feeling invigorated. The tiredness and pain on his body had very much subsided. Once the medicinal property spreads throughout my body, I will be able to recover by tomorrow. Wang Tang pondered. He wiped his body, put on his pajamas, and dried his hair. Then he went back to his bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. He started cultivating. The flowing of force would help with the conversion and absorption of the black jade cream. I will cultivate the raging bull skill when I have the time. Before you learn martial arts, you need to get beaten first. Getting beaten is a technique, too. A silent night. The next day, Wang Tang went to his lessons as per normal. Tuesday was filled with classes. Thus, he didn't have the time to observe lessons from other faculties. He could only wait for the lesson to end to run there and pick up attributes. No one noticed him because when he went over, the other students had already left. Also, he was just passing by. He activated his spiritual power, and with a single thought, he swept all the bubbles and collected them. He didn't need to exert much force at all. It was simple and convenient. In the afternoon, after he finished eating, Wang Tang made use of the afternoon resting time to go to the dormitory of the top 100 students. First section room, no 106. Although it was just the house at the end of the line, it was still the first section. It represented the last student of the 100 most powerful students of Hanghai Military Academy. Before school started, he had heard senior brother Zhu Tao saying that the top 100 students were at least 3-star soldier-level martial warriors, and all of them had gone through many missions. They were experienced in actual combat, and their ability couldn't be compared with ordinary students. Wang Tang wasn't worried, though, with his current battle prowess. It might be a little tough for him to challenge the front-rank students of the top 100. But he was still confident of beating the ones at the back. His only worry was that the top 100 students were rarely in school. They had almost completed their modules, so normally they were outside doing missions. If they were not in school, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. Dan Teixuan gave him, would he suffer at night if he couldn't complete the task? When he thought of the unpredictable lady that was like a devil, Wang Tang felt that he should temporarily keep a low profile and complete the task she assigned to him properly. He walked forward and knocked on the door. Fortunately, someone responded. The person who walked out was a tall and young man. However, he looked a little old. His face was covered with a mustache. Wang Tang? He was a little surprised. He recognized Wang Tang. Yes, it's me. Senior Yue Chun, are you free tonight? Wang Tang had already investigated this. No, 100 senior. Actually, it wasn't difficult. There was a ranking for the top 100 students. It was shown on the school's official website so anyone could see it. Of course, there was only a brief introduction of the students. The school wouldn't reveal all the details, but this was enough for Wang Tang. What do you want? I'm not gay. Yue Kyun seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed, and he took a step back abruptly. Gay? Wang Tang immediately felt stunned. He froze on the spot. WQ and MLGB. Wang Tang almost exploded in anger. But he thought of today's motive and took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. He said, Senior, I came to challenge you. Challenge me! Yue Kyun's expression turned stern. He stared at Wang Tang with a frightening gaze. Do you know what you're saying? I'm sorry. I can't disobey my master, Wang Tang replied.
You have a master. Yue Kun's expression changed. He continued, as expected of a genius, you just came into university not long ago, yet you have already been spotted by an instructor, or rather, could it be the president? Wang Tang didn't reply to him. Instead, he said, 7 p.m., martial arts arena. Senior, you will come right. You seem really confident, Yue Kun said. More or less, if not, I won't dare to come and look for you. Wang Tang smiled and said, all right. I will fight with you and let you see the power of the top 100. Yue Kun laughed. I will wait for you.
Wang Teng turned around and left without saying anything more. Yue Kun stood at the door and squinted his eyes slightly as he watched Wang Teng walking further away. Then he dialed his instructor's number and told him about Wang Teng's challenge. At the same time, he wanted to know who Wang Teng's master was. Unfortunately, his instructor didn't tell him the answer. He just said helplessly, "Use your full power to fight with him later." Yue Kun hung up the call. His instructor didn't tell him specifically, but he wasn't stupid. He guessed that Wang Teng's master must be a higher authority of the school. I'm so envious. A genius doesn't need to look for a master. The powerful people will lay their eyes on him, unlike me. I remember how much effort I used before I found my master, Yue Kun muttered to himself. Temporarily, only a few people know that Wang Teng was challenging Yue Kun. It wasn't known to everyone like the challenges of the second-year students. After 6 p.m., Yue Kun came to the stadium. When he noticed that Wang Teng hadn't arrived, he went directly to the martial arts arena. There, he stood in the middle of the martial arts arena and closed his eyes to take a rest. At this moment, the students training in the stadium finally realized that something was going to happen. No.
100 Yue Kun.
He went up to the arena. Is he planning to have a duel with someone tonight? This is a huge piece of news. The battle of... No, 100, hurry up and inform everyone to take a look. It was publicly known that one could challenge the ranking of the top 100 students. The person who won would climb up the rank. It was an honor. Some people regained their senses and took out their phones to send messages to their class WeChat groups. Some went to tell their roommates. In a short span of fewer than 10 minutes, many people surged into the stadium. When Wang Teng arrived, he was still talking on his phone. I know. I'll go back after the duel. Why will I slack off? I'm definitely not that kind of person. All right, no problem. I will win. What if I can't win? You can do anything to me. That's right, I said it. I'm at the stadium. I can't talk anymore. Can I hang up? After receiving confirmation, Wang Teng hung up the call. He heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Oh my God, women are indeed troublesome. No matter how strong the lady is, she's no exception." When Wang Teng saw Yue Kun standing in the arena from afar, he walked forward. Suddenly, a fatty pulled him back sneakily. "Junior Wang Teng?" "You are?" "I'm a third-year student from the command faculty, Zhuge Xiaoliang," the fatty said. Your name is quite impressive," Wang Teng said in astonishment. "Of course. My actual name is Zhuge Chongliang, but I admire Zhuge Liang very much, so I changed my name. I can't compare with Zhuge Liang's achievements now, but one day I will definitely surpass him. At that time, I will change my name to Zhuge Daliang," Zhuge Xiaoliang said. "Pfft, you are a genius. You have my respect." Wang Teng was speechless. "You speak too highly of me. Do you have something to tell me since you stopped me?" "Oh, it's like this. Yue Kun is going to have a duel with someone. I started a bet. I don't know who the challenger is, but it must be a third-year student, hence the odds are smaller, 3-1. Are you interested?" Zhuge Xiaoliang looked around him carefully before speaking to Wang Teng in a low voice. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Mind you, the school was known for its strict discipline. This fatty was really bold to do such a thing. "Fatty Zhuge, you are absolutely unrepentant. How many times have you been caught? Why do you still have the guts to open a betting stand?" A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. "Pfft, I was wondering who it is. You frighten me?" Zhuge Xiaoliang patted his chest, which wobbled under the force. He continued angrily. You Shesin, please don't appear without a sound. If I get a heart attack, will you compensate me? Fine. You are so bold and you have a big heart. Anyone can get frightened by me, but you won't." The person who came over said, "You want to play, right? I will put in 100 school credits. I bet on Yue Kun winning. Aren't you afraid of getting discovered?" "Why do you still want to play?" Zhuge Xiaoliang asked in astonishment. "We know the instructor's methods." "What's there to be afraid of?" Yu Xuexin said nonchalantly. "All right, since you dare to play, I will dare to take your credits." Zhuge Xiaoliang smiled and turned to look at Wang Teng. "What do you think, Junior Wang Teng? Have you finished considering it?" "I'm just a little curious." "Why did you look for me?" Wang Teng asked. "What's there to be curious about? Freshmen are easier to fool. Among all the freshmen, you have the most credits. If he doesn't fool you, who is he supposed to fool?" Yu Xuexin said. "Zhuge Xiaoliang, haha." Wang Teng smiled. "I will bet 100 school credits too. I bet on the challenger." Zhuge Xiaoliang thought that he wouldn't participate, so he wasn't expecting to hear this. He raised his head abruptly. "Okay, you're very straightforward. You know that he's fooling you, so why are you still betting?" Yu Xuexin was shocked. "I'm still able to fork out 100 school credits." "I'm just having fun," Wang Teng replied. You're the first freshman I've seen who's so wealthy. Yu Shuixin smiled and replied. Wang Tang didn't say much. He transferred 100 school credits to Zhuge Xiaoliang and squeezed into the crowd. He walked towards the arena. When Yu Shuixin and Zhuge Xiaoliang saw him walking up the arena, they looked as though they had seen a ghost. After a long moment of silence, they spurted out one word, F. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.